The light tank pulls ahead. It seems it's the fastest here. Or was. The Panther is now in the lead, and it leaps forward, right into the abyss. The new leader activates their shield, and I hope their insurance covers that. Next, are you new here? Welcome to Neon Dash. This is a very simple, friendly racing contest. You'll easily reach the finish line and will never be flipped over, rammed, destroyed, annihilated, or disintegrated. Not once. Don't believe it? Then check for yourself during 2 April weekends. The races will last only 6 days, so set a reminder. Enter the game on weekends and gather a platoon of friends to push and shove in your fight for first place. In the races, you won't spend credits for shells, repairs, or any other nonsense, so play however you like in any vehicle. Race, complete special missions, and get rewards. Persistent racers won't go away empty-handed. But it's not about the result, it's about the process. Each race features up to 30 vehicles. The format is everyone for themselves. Vehicles of any tier are allowed except for standard tier limitations for platoons. All vehicles are much faster than usual, but don't rush to hop into your fastest tank. You need to reach the finish line first, but don't drive like your dinner is getting cold there. There are obstacles around every turn, and instead of the fastest, the coolest and most careful will be the ones to pass them. As long as no one stops them, and you can and want to stop them. Shots don't cause damage, but transfer momentum to the target. In short, they push. Is your opponent navigating a hard obstacle? Force them to go faster. If they fall into the abyss, they will respawn at a checkpoint in 3 seconds. And that's an eternity in a race. If you're getting shot at, enable your shield. It will grant you several seconds of invulnerability. The next ability is Dash. It has so many uses. Ram an opponent, accelerate on a straight stretch, overcome an obstacle. Use it how you like, just don't jump into the abyss. Or do. Who are we to stop you? If the track has beaten you rather than you it, you can go back to the checkpoint by pressing J. This is handy when you don't want to waste even more time. You can't be first all the time, so don't sweat it if you come 5th or 10th. The main thing is just to finish the race. It's up to you whether you take it easy or pull out all the stops for the podium. Play how you like. There'll be 2 launches, on April 18th and 25th. Here's the starting line, and the finishing one lies somewhere ahead. Sounds simple until you try it. Fuel up your tank, turn on your interior neon lights, and start your engines. What's up, tankers? Let's get our teeth into the best scouts and raiders on tracks, or wheels. That's right, light tanks. To get the most from these nippy little vehicles, you'll need to practice and to brush up on view range and concealment. Not long ago, we did some videos about those, so check them out if you need to. The links are in the description. Lights are often quick and tricky to spot, and they can have high-caliber howitzers or even autocannons. Low-tier lights don't have rolls, and calling them scouts would be a stretch. They're versatile, and their characteristics can vary a lot, and so can their armor. You can fight in them like a medium or sometimes even a heavy tank. From about Tier 5 or 6 upward, that's no longer the case. At that point, you start getting some real niche specialists. They're raiders and scouts that spot for teammates. Lights also gain a shared trait. They can move without it affecting their concealment. Whether standing or moving, you still won't get spotted before the same distance. This vehicle class only has two roles: tracked versatile light tanks and wheeled ones. First, let's deal with the old faithful, and then later we'll get to the wheeled lights and how they differ from their tracked classmates. Light tank gameplay depends less on the role and more on your own play style. Think of it in terms of passive and active. Passive players settle in and capitalize on their concealment. Active ones monopolize the map with their movement. Any light tank can play both ways. You can set yours for either passive, active, or somewhere in between. So how do you prepare a scout for battle? First, a lick of paint. Any camo on a vehicle's hull boosts its permanent concealment bonus, which is vital for a light tank. The more, the better. Train crew perks that improve view range and concealment. Keep your radio operator on your radar. They have a few good perks that are very handy for light tanks. More perks than slots, in fact, so choose wisely. As for consumables, food ones will pad you out in all the right areas: view range, concealment, and firepower. Equipment can improve your scouting ability, making you harder to spot or boost your firepower. Mix and match to suit your playstyle. A good scout will want coated optics and commander's vision system mounted. For passive spotting or for mid-tier lights, consider binocular telescope. If you want a ninja on tracks, then mount low-noise exhaust system. If you also want to focus on shooting, consider something like a rammer or stabilizer. Improved ventilation gives you a little all-round boost. In place of turbocharger, you can equip the mobility improvement system respectively to bolster your ride that bit more. Make sure you research field modifications to build up two loadouts for different maps. For example, the first would have coated optics, commander's vision system, and low-noise exhaust. And the second would have ventilation, stabilizer, and gun rammer. That way you'll feel right at home, whether you're playing on Prokhorovka or Himmelsdorf. Phew! We've finally set up our dream light tank and are eager to head into battle. But what should you do in battle? How can you contribute? First, look at how many other lights are in your team and where they're headed. Scouts should spread out across different positions and even flanks. In the first minutes of battle, do some initial spotting for your team. Your teammates will really appreciate knowing how many opponents are on whichever flank. To spot enemy vehicles, you need to quickly get to a place that lets you see their approach route. To do that, you need to know the maps and remember the routes tanks take. It's safest to spot from bushes, but I came, I saw, I fled tactics can work too. That way, you'll likely get spotted. Just the time to remember how to rally drive. Then you can find a bush and spot from there. It's safer. If necessary, move from bush to bush, approaching or fleeing if there's danger. A moving light tank's non-reducing concealment comes in really handy for those short bursts. When you approach bushes, don't forget the proximity spotting circle. If you want to scout, you need to know about this. So how do we know where's the best to spot from? Look at where your teams and the enemy's light tanks are located and remember the positions. For example, on steps, it's usually best to take a central position. On Lakeville, you should be on the central line or near the town. On mines, the bushes, both on the hill and in the water, are best. On Prokhorovka, you want the line of bushes on the alley or the hill if your team has enough lights on the alley. On Outpost, head for the bushes in the middle of the lake. Those are just a few of the well-known bushes, but all these maps offer light tanks plenty of ways to play. Commit good positions to memory and get experimenting. Don't forget, a felled tree is as good as a bush. And you can fell them yourself with HE shells. Remember that the thorn in a light tank's side is another light tank. You can throw a spanner in the enemy's scouting works by spotting them and destroying them. And you can stop them doing the same to you. Remember where you've seen enemy light tanks and think about how to beat them. Pure scouting is only an option on open maps. In urban locations without bushes, you'll have to come to the aid of mediums, dodge the enemy, and cause damage. Lights with autoloaders or auto cannons are great at this. You can't go wrong with big damage in a short time. Although lights are very vulnerable, they can trade hits too, but carefully and with immaculate timing. If you're hiding in the bushes spotting, think before letting that gun rip. Firing drops your concealment to scary lows. Make sure you have a strong exit strategy. As promised, let's end with wheeled lights and how they differ from versatile tracked ones. Vehicles in the EBR branch have a poor view range that stops them from scouting passively at a distance. But they do have good concealment, high speed, and wheels galore. Even if one or several of them are damaged, you'll still be able to get about. That's why wheeled lights are active scout supremos. They draw fire and dance under a storm of shells, lighting the enemy up in the process. At the higher tiers, wheeled lights have two movement modes, rapid with excellent top speed, and cruise. In cruise mode, the tank uses all its wheels to whirl like a dervish. These wheeled tanks pack penetrative HE shells that tear paper-thin enemies to shreds. Basically, wheeled tanks are very active, aggressive raiders. You'll need a very particular set of skills and practice to play in them, though. If you're less experienced, learn standard lights first. And that's it. Share this video with a friend who can't last a minute in battle. See you on the battlefield.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Hello gamers and welcome back to the Onslaught Legend series sponsored by AMD. Moff, it's been a while since we've seen you. How have you enjoyed the season so far?
I feel like I've missed the whole first act almost. We're already right into the thick of the season. I had all my different plot points and talking points that I had to come up with, but that's kind of all changed with the way that it's gone. You loved absolutely slating my predictions live on stream.
I mean,
you weren't wrong, but I've got to correct the narrative a bit there. There's going to be a little bit of pushback. It's only been a couple of rounds either way, and I've been completely screwed over.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's it, Moff. Just a few rounds, huh? Pushing you over the edge, stumbling down, and so far still tumbling. But do keep in mind, guys, we are now on the 27th of April, the Sunday broadcast. We have one broadcast next week on Tuesday, and then we're taking a little bit of a breather. However, there will be some more Onslaught content coming your way, but it will not be in the OLS format. I think more about that will be produced later as well. Then we have a little bit of a break, and then Moff, really gonna kick it off.
Yeah, phase 2 is really where we get into the meat and potatoes of the OLS, but we've still got to round out phase 1, and of course, at the end of phase 1, we will be saying goodbye to 2 more teams. Who will they be? That is yet to be shown.
It is not quite sure yet which team it will be, but what is certain is the amount of tokens you can earn in the OLS Season 3. 5 tokens today, and then 5 more on Tuesday, and then in the last 2 weeks, of course, the main bulk of the rewards that can get you a lot of goodies, such as premium tanks, 3D styles, 2D styles, equipment, premium days, consumables, or reserves if you want or need any of those.
Yeah, I know what I'm eyeing up, and I'm pretty sure you do too, which is the camo right in the middle, the splash of white and orange with a bit of blue in the background. That's a very rare camo that not many people have access to on the live server, so I will definitely be picking up that one. I think it's called Strength of Will, part of a trilogy of camos, but enough about that. Most people don't really care so much about the camos. What they will care about, however, is this prize pot for the EU OLS, and it is going to keep on ticking and ticking up. The closer we get to those playoffs, more people are going to be confident in locking in their predictions and buying those bundles.
I do want to remind everybody that we will be removing the bottom 2 teams from the store after phase 1, and then I think it is until the morning of phase 2 start. I would have to correct myself, but just before phase 2 starts that the bundles will be available. It's a little bit different than last season, so if you were waiting it out to see who to predict for, do not wait much longer. OLF is the North American counterpart of OLS. Price pool there, 15k, 8k for first. Always nice to get a little bit of those American dollars on your account.
Yeah, I think you guys talked about the split across both EU and NA, just being a little bit weighted more towards the bottom teams, just to give them a bit more incentive. But here are the bundles. As you can see, you can get yourself a nice 2D style. And of course, if you get the correct prediction, that will be upgraded to a little bit of shiny gold.
The camo looks pretty good, though. Give it that much.
Certainly does. I preferred the red, personally, but I think red just looks better on most camos. But more importantly than that, we've got these CPUs. It is CPUs, right? I got that correct.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't be able to get red on your screen if you didn't have an AMD CPU locked and loaded to process all your needs. The winning team going to be taking home 9800 X3D CPUs. A very, very, very important CPU. Very, very, very good as well. Top of the line. I don't see how anybody could be unhappy with that one. Unless you're, of course, Fabian, who I think bought an AMD CPU like 2 weeks ago. Then you know, you could be a little bit like...
That is slightly unfortunate timing. But, you know, then again, it's kind of a waste anyway, because we know the T and a lot of other pro players love to run the game on minimum graphics at about 1000 FPS, Water Tanks being a CPU intensive game. But enough of that. Here are the not predictions, here's the table as it stands. From 1st to 8th, we've got Yogurt right at the bottom, W at the top, but if you look at the points distribution between about 1st and 5th, it is very close.
Yeah, it is extremely close, and then we have a little bit of a gap to Ping. But King Ping picked up very crucial points against Cashback, nonetheless, to keep them in the running for at least trying to catch up with, for example, the likes of Darkside. But then when we look down, we have a less expected phase. Lotus not really working out for them so far, together with Yogurt, which we did expect more to be there. But mainly Lotus, the team today that make or break Moff.
Yeah, really. And I think they were probably the biggest unknown quantity as we came into this season. And early on, I did one of the worst predictions, which I will stand by it and admit. One of the worst predictions I put was Lotus beating Mafia, and that just did not come to fruition at all. They've received quite the humbling. The former glory days of Storm, with Sir Jacob at the helm, Lucan's still the light tank player, but it just seems a little bit running on empty right now.
It's a tough for them. What isn't tough right now for Darkside is the beginning of the season. Yet again, I feel like it's almost every season. Their start is very, very good. They get themselves into those upper echelons of the points, but then they have this drop-off. Can they prevent this drop-off this season, Moff, and actually be a contender for that top 4?
I really don't know. Darkside in Phase 1 are probably the scariest team to go up against. I like to call it their prime, Darkside in early season. They took down W, which was a big scalp to take. 75% in favor of Darkside, no surprises there. 25% still having a bit of faith left in the Lotus boys. But like you said, Darkside, it's been a familiar story for them pretty much every season. They're very strong in Phase 1, they pick up a couple of wins, and then when we get to Phase 2, they just drop off a cliff.
That is the worry here again. But the map pick and Bando, best of 5 between Darkside and Lotus. Yankee being removed and Westfield being removed by Darkside and Lotus respectively gives us Himmelsdorf as the very first map between these two. And then we're going into another city map. If Himmelsdorf wasn't enough, we're going into Ghost Town after.
Ghost Town has slowly become one of my my new hated map in Onslaught. It used to be Airfield before it was removed, but Airfield actually grew on me leading up to the point where the map had a complete overhaul. But I really do not like Ghost Town because it's become Light Tank Central Station. Himmelsdorf up first. Probably not going to be getting any lights here.
Ooh,
predictions.
Ham off.
Predictions 3-2 for you. Phil going 3-2. I mean, the key thing is we're all going with Darkside, right? We don't really have the faith in Lotus to get this one over the line.
I think that's fair as well. I mean, they haven't really shown anything worth talking about so far for Lotus. So this is going to be a difficult match for them as well. And they're coming in here, Lotus, with a CS, an AX, double Fush B, double 268v4, and one E4.
Meanwhile, we've got Darkside bringing a 50B, E100, IS-7, double 57 heavy, Cent-AX, and Vladislav in the Foch B. Darkside have kind of trademarked the bringing IS-7 on towards Himmelsdorf, playing in and around the cab circle. It's a very powerful tank in the hold down. They were actually the first ones to bring it back in Season 2, and it seems to have been quite a popular tank. Most other teams have started to pick it up. We've got a full 1-2 line commitment looking like from Lotus. A bit of a split from Darkside though. They're going towards the hill with a couple tanks.
These 57s being spotted out. Kano and Kopiat rise as well. Scout the only unknown factor on this 1-2 line for Lotus. Opportunity Moff, like I've never seen before, for them to at least get this IS-7, but he crosses in front of those V4s. E4 doesn't take anything. Now the 57s will be covering Dry, as Jacob is just going to be trading it out against that IS-7, and he could have been okay if it wasn't for the fact, of course, Moff, that they all miss. Piotrix now peeking around, driving into this IS-7, and the T-57s, they're trying to do something here. They're clipping out on Milo. And that's actually okay for Piotrix, who's trying to back away so Milo can get in there and start getting some shots, but this is tough. This is hard for them to kill. They will find it though, and honestly, Moff, Milo healing back up to about half. Not a bad trade.
I think that was a fantastic trade. Both of the Foch Bs popped the heal ability in good timing, but Ryzek taking a lot of damage as they cross. Milo taking yet more damage as well, and there's a lot of healthy tanks here for Darkside. Scout, that big E100 on almost 4,000 HP gets chipped a bit down because of the strike that came in, and we've still got a tank on top of the hill for Darkside. The Sentei X is choosing to drop now, but Lotus, they're grouping up to keep pushing here. They are down HP, and there is covering fire from Vladislav and the Foch B, but he's on reload right now.
They have to try though, so Jacob needs to be careful. He can get Flying Stone up, peeking with his 268v4. Piotrix popping the ability. Vladislav still coming off of reload. They want to pick up this E100. Lukin's pushing in. He finds the kill on Kopiat. Vladislav picking up Alex in return though. Sir Jacob now getting pushed by Trash Panda as well. Will mean another Lotus gun removed. They will find Kano in that T-57 heavy, but there was a big bleed for that one as well. Stone will now come in with a shot to take away this T-57. And when we look at it, it's 5 guns for Lotus versus just 3 from Darkside. But HP lead is there for Darkside.
This is such an interesting endgame. We've got the numbers advantage for Lotus, but significant HP lead for Darkside as well. That Sentei X was out of the game for a long time, but Trash Panda seems to have been caught napping a bit here. He's kind of in a compromised position. He can't really leave, he can't really stay. He's got covering fire from his teammate in the cap in the Sentei X, but this is not really where you want to be stuck in your 50B. You're going to have to force your teammates to come close to support you. Piotrix gets a good timing with popping the heal ability as well, so that clip from Trash Panda is going to be kind of null and void if Piotrix can survive the heal.
Yeah, Piotrix there, popping the ability, getting fully clipped out with a 50B, but look at that HP bar going back up, Mob. That's a high level Foch B heal, back to over 1k. Even took a shot from Vladislav there too, and he's still on 800. That's the potency there of the Foch B, and Piotrix has a big, I mean, he has shoes to fill because Chaki's departure from this team, right?
He does, but so far it's going very, very well. Piotrix has probably got about 2k heal damage right now. Stone now peeking around the corner as well. In the 268v4 is actually going to keep pushing here, which is a bit of an overcommitment. Vladislav is on reload, however, so going to be a bit of respite for Stone. In the meantime, one of the other kills got traded out. I think Hellmind found a kill in his Sentei X, so it's a 4v2 currently. Darkside, despite the trades, they still have the HP advantage, so they need to be careful, Lotus, to make this play correctly. Vladislav pops his heal ability. He's going to try and go for the kill on towards Stone, but even with the heal, he bled a lot of health for that.
He's only just now coming off a reload, and Milo's starting to clip out in return. I don't think he's going to be healing through that one. Milo finds the kill, and Lotus, for the first time, I think ever, Moff, they're going to take the lead in this match, picking up round number 1 on Himmelsdorf, unless Hellmine does something absolutely phenomenal, which I don't see happening.
No, it's definitely too far gone at this point. The advantage that Darkside once had has very much evaporated here. Piotrix
has done a very good job this match. You know,
he has done a fantastic.
Coming off of the bench, right? Coming off of the bench, having to fill the shoes of self-proclaimed Messi. It's never going to be easy, you know.
No, but I think it's a very nice like match settler or nerve settler sort of a game. You just get to go unga bunga in the Foch B, and you know the expectation is that you're going to die. So if you do anything more than just one clip of damage, then it's really fantastic for your team. Lotus looking to pick up the first round here. They just need to close this one out cleanly. There is still technically a threat here because we've got 2 tanks. We've got Lukin, who's kind of a one-shot, but good pre-aim angle from Piotrix. A great read. Look at that, 6.8k damage in the Foch B.
Maybe, you know, maybe Piotrix was the solution, Moff. Maybe he was the solution. He did a very good job there. No, honestly though, coming off of the bench, coming in, having to replace your teammate that unfortunately has departed in some way or fashion is a great job by Piotrix there. Was a bit iffy on 1-2 there in the beginning. I was a bit scared, but honestly, Milo eating the clip from the 57s while Piotrix started to clip out on the I7 was ideal. Because by the time the 57s were done, Piotrix could pull back and let Milo just finish the rest of his clip.
Yeah, Piotrix compensating there for Ryzek doing 0 damage, but he knew his team had it all under control, so no no bother there. Piotrix is an interesting player, actually. We should talk about it. If people remember all the way back in What 7, I believe he was the guy who did a 1v5 in his STRV.
It could be Moff, actually.
Do you remember the Sand River 1v5 in What 7? I think it was playing for Oppo against...
Yeah, it was definitely Oppo, that one. I just don't know if it was Piotrix. It could be.
I think it was. So, you know, while a new player, new face into the league here, is definitely a very experienced player.
But let's just be happy that Lotus picked up their first round here. Let's start with that, right? It's probably a big confidence booster for them as well. Darkside, they did a good job at doing damage, but mainly, you know, that 50B they're getting caught, not running away. I think after the clip was the biggest issue for them there. They had 3 tanks, they had a lot of HP, but the 50 getting pushed from the 50B getting pushed from the Fosh B. You know, he does his clip, but he just heals everything back, so it doesn't really matter. Well, not everything, 70%, but still.
Yeah, I think there's a miscommunication, because Darkside, up until that point, they'd done largely a very good job of trading it out positively. They were up about 3k, and they had that HP advantage. The Center X was maybe a bit slow in coming off of the hill, but it's always a difficult decision to make whether to stay or leave the hill, because it's such a powerful position, and if you can find usefulness from up there, you don't really want to leave. But the 50B pushing in and then getting stuck in a position where he couldn't leave and he just had to trade out by doing only 1 clip, it's not really the value you're looking for.
No, I mean, especially if it's 70% healed back, right? That's the issue. But the interesting thing is, what we didn't mention is the AX equipment as well, Moff. He had fuel for this map. I'm surprised we don't see grousers more often on Himmels, or we just don't pay attention to it. Like the AX going on the hill, you know?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams are taking grousers on just about any tank they can, especially on T57 heavies, for example, and 50Bs, because as long as you clip while you have your ability active, you're going to have way better gun handling than you could ever imagine with regular equipment anyway. But that's all said and done. Into round 2 here. Lotus getting an early round on the board. As you mentioned, it's going to be a confidence builder for this team, which is in a bit of a crisis of confidence right now. They're going to be bringing quad Fosh B, 4 Fosh Bs, a T57 heavy, a Batchat, and a Center X.
Darkside in return, though, a little bit more balanced, Moff, an E4, a Fosh B, a CS, a T57 ×2, and an IS7 to finish it off together with a 50B. So they're going for that more versatile setup, if you want to call it that way, of course. But I kind of like the Fosh Bs, Moff. We don't see people play them that much anymore. Like, at least not in this amount.
No, definitely. It's fallen out of favor a bit, at least the 4 Fosh Bs, because it is quite the commitment and quite the tell as to what is up. And Darkside definitely know what's up now. All the Fosh Bs are spotted moving over towards that 1-2 line. Darkside have better be in position to support their teammates, because the Fosh Bs are not going to stop just for a moment. So Jacob actually holding behind the building. They decide to pump the brakes here, and they're not quite sure what they want to do. Do they want to keep going? Do they want to rotate? Are they just waiting for a timing? The mid strike is being taken now by one of the CS from Darkside, so the cap is not going to be an immediate problem. And Darkside actually have grouped up with quite a few guns over towards this part of the map, but this is really where the fight is going to be decided.
Oh, so Jacob might find Kopia there. He pops his ability. He's going to be healing a lot of that back again. Milo is going to run straight head first into Shokorix and Trash Panda, though, but they fired on Jacob, who had the higher level ability. So at least that is in favor of Lotus here. Vladislav now coming from behind, though, in his own Fosh B. Will try to 1v1 Milo, but that's not really a possibility that is going to be too great for them. Shokorix now coming back as well, though, but keep remembering, Milo actually out of ability, getting chased down with 4 shots available is not what you want to see for that Fosh B when we take back at it. And Sir Jacob falling as well. And this grouping of Darkside, Moff, it was potentially a little bit too much for 4 Fosh Bs to get through.
Yeah, it's a good read from Darkside and a very, very powerful hold. And the Fosh Bs, you know, it's a very dangerous tank, but Lotus kind of hitting a brick wall in this one. as Kano is going to repush in that T57 heavy, going to go boom, 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 and try and delete Lukin before he gets the heal cycle up and running. But there's not really much left to speak of for Lotus in this one. If you just take a look at the HP, that tells the story quite significantly. Piotrix is going to try and 1v1 Hellmine. He may yet find that kill, but at what cost? They've lost the entire rest of the map, and all the teammates are about to fall.
Yeah, that push there, I mean, Jacob taking all the damage is fine, but then you already have like Milo getting chased down with 4 shells in the chamber, not ideal. And the other push beats kind of unaware where they're supposed to go. There was not really opportunity for them to just make a quick and decisive push on one target.
Yeah, and I think that's ultimately why so many Fosh Bs have fallen out of fashion a bit, is because if you don't get an immediate target to push onto for free, if you don't get that first kill, it becomes quite problematic to push into all of these entrenched guns from Darkside. And in the end, the Fosh B push, it kind of goes out without a whimper.
Yeah, that was, I mean, this time around Darkside, a lot more prepared for this push, a lot better set up for a push as well. Is able to find it rather quickly, find kills, find success, make it all even. Well deserved, you would say. I mean, maybe that's Lotus's new mentality, just like try to push. It's not a bad one, per se.
No, but I think you would agree that this kind of playstyle is definitely something you would associate with a weaker team, or a team that's less confident in themselves and their own ability to play around more complicated strategies. And I don't want to be like too critical, but this is the sort of thing where if you're playing in random onslaught, you get a team that just groups up and goes down the one line. It doesn't really seem like too much of an idea of what to do beyond that first step.
But pushes are easier to execute, though. There's damage. But you can see Rishak not having a good time so far, though. 0-700. We need him to find a confidence round.
Well, on the plus side, he did do 785 more damage than he did in the previous one. So,
I mean, it's not really, how to say.
Well, let's look at the positive side, right? Himmelsdorf was picked by Darkside, and Lotus traded out 1-for-1. So taking one round on your opponent's map pick is not too bad. Going to move on to Ghost Town. Probably going to be a bit more prepared for this one.
Sure. Now that's onto the light department, though. Which... Was Jackie playing light for them?
I think he was playing EBR. Of course, Lukin is the main RHM player, and there's been kind of a rock for Lotus/Storm in the past there. As for who's next up to play the light, I guess it would be Milo, but that's just based on my experience of playing with him in the random onslaught queue. But a lot of folks have been out there spamming EBRs. It's been not super enjoyable to play against.
No, for sure. What do we expect from Ghost Town Domov? Because we talked about quick pushes. Light plays are not really quick, you know?
No, and there is definitely a clash of philosophy on this map. We've seen Hit and Run and other teams. Hit and Run is the most recent example, of course, where they basically just push through the middle of the map without any light tanks and say, hey, we have the guns advantage, we have the firepower advantage, we're just going to roll up and over you. We don't care about your vision.
I don't know. I don't see... But Darkside is not really known to play too many lights either, though. No?
No, but I don't think they're also really like well known for being just a full push team without lights. I think, have we seen them play Ghost Town yet this season? I'm not quite sure.
I'm trying to recall some memories to it, but I can't immediately think of Darkside and Ghost Town, you know?
No. And remember as well, because Shelby Walk took a little trip over towards Cashback, Shelby was the main light tank player of Darkside previously, so Trash Panda had to fill those shoes, and you know, it's a very difficult role to play, and we do bring it up every season, because it can't really be understated just how fundamentally important it is that your light tank player is absolutely cracked.
For real. It's very important to have a potent light player. Trash Panda is going to be trying to prove that. Apparently, Darkside has not played Ghost Town this season yet. Production whispered in my ear. And Lotus has Rishek and Lukin on the lights.
Yeah, Lukin is not a surprise. Rishek, we'll see what he can do. But it's going to be double light against the one of Trash Panda. So that's going to put a lot of pressure on towards him in that light tank. He does have a Leo in support and double Batchat, which are two very flexible tanks. But you can see the top up of Darkside, they've got double E100, 277. So they've got 3 heavies, whereas Lotus, they've only got 1 T57 heavy. And technically you can count Fosh B as kind of a meaty tank, but it's not really supposed to hold positions.
Yeah, holding position, I mean, you can sit there for a while, but then it still dies nonetheless. So
that's a great...
That is a great
that
spot.
was info tower.
Yeah, it's a great info tower. Yes, but there's a lot of tanks from Darkside taking over 1-2 line more.
It definitely is. It looks like we're going to have split map between the two teams. Lotus taking control of the radar towers, which can be pretty powerful to have the info advantage there. Obviously, when you go towards the 1-2-3 line, you get control of 2 strikes, but I think I prefer to be Lotus in this situation. I think the radar is more powerful, and you still get 1 strike, so it's not like you have nothing in your nuclear arsenal.
Yeah, and the interesting thing there, Kano shielding in his Leo, Trash Panda and RHM to pick up that strike. You know how annoying it can be to pick up this online strike because of the angles from the K line. So they do get that one as well.
Now they're going to fully rotate, it looks like. They've got a 277 hold up in A3 right now, just watching to make sure that there's no flank from a cheeky light tank. But the teams are very spread out across the map. I think we're going to be in for quite a long match here.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, the difficulty here is Darkside has 2 strikes with 0 info, and Lotus has 2 infos but 1 strike.
Yeah, you kind of want a bit of what your opponent's got, if you could. But again, radar tower being taken by Rishek. I mean, the problem is, like, when you're so spread out across the map, and if you look at the way that Darkside is grouped up, it's like, once you use the radar tower, how reliable is that information going to be? Especially when Darkside's got double Bat, Leo, and RHM, which are all going to be able to rotate quite quickly. So how long do you trust the info that you get?
Would you just play strike collection game now? You know that you can counter this strike that we're currently watching, where Vladislav is going. You know you can counter it. You have a plane for it, so you know you can counter it. They shouldn't be able to take it ever.
Lukin has a plane.
Yeah, but I mean, are they going to use it? They do use it, or they use an info tower instead. They do reset him immediately. So Vladislav is not going to be able to take that, or shouldn't be able to take that. Alex does get spotted out in return, which was Trash Panda using his plane. But still now, Vladislav, there's still another information tower available. No, they're going to let him have it.
It does seem to be that way, and like you said, it might just be the case that the teams slowly build up their nuclear arsenal. And to be honest, I'm kind of excited to see this, because I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think we've seen a single game of Onslaught where both teams have collected 7 strikes on all the players and just dropped them all at once.
I don't think it's going to happen here either, although Alex is already, you know, got to be worried. CS HP 2,500, they have triple strike available, that's half of his HP.
Yeah, it can vanish and disappear that HP very, very quickly.
At this
another
rate,
radar tower.
At this rate, in about 2 minutes, Darkside will have 6 strikes. Or 5. 2 minutes, about 6 strikes.
Yeah, and that is a massive threat. It's a massive, massive threat, especially if they can get collateral damage. Those strikes are going to hit home real hard. They're going to hurt so bad.
Lukin is now going to go for the information tower probably, and then maybe the strike after, but I think Lotus here is starting to realize, guys, they're going to have 2,000 damage on a single tank worth of strikes in the very near future.
Can we talk about something else as well, is because both these teams, or at least Darkside, are quite content to just hold out as they are. I think they used the plane on the strike on Trash Panda, but no one actually has an angle on towards that, so it seems like kind of a wasted plane there. But of course, if this game does go to a draw, the first rule is going to be number of kills, then it's going to be damage dealt. Of course, everyone's still alive.
Gano is going to have it on time as well.
This is a big push coming in here.
A big info tower.
If they spot it on time, then that's going to be 4 tanks potentially getting striked. They do reset the latest
strikes on Kano though. 2 strikes, but here comes the overpush. Milo, Alex, Piotr, Sir Jacob. They're going to be spotted in a few seconds. They might try to peek Kano. Here comes the first strike coming in. Will it do much? I think it hits 2 targets. That's the second strike. The third strike as well. The fourth strike on those locations, and the health bars just dropping from Lotus. They do find Vladislav, but at what cost, Moff? They do find that 1 kill, but look at their team. They're already battered. They're pretty much bruised as well, and pretty stuck in this 1-2 line as well.
Yeah, but positionally, look, like Darkside, they've got the W100 who are kind of exposed. They've been sold out by their team a little bit, and Hellmine's HP is just trickling away. We've even got Lukin in the light tank in the T100. Don't forget about him sniping from the back as well, and that's going to force Darkside's hand here. They need to repush. They cannot sell out their E100s, but the E100s are already dead, and this strike damage may have been significant, but ultimately, Lotus have taken the key positions away and traded out the guns. Alex trying to do a running retreat, does not manage to get out. Milo probably will not get out either, but in the meantime, Stone has made his way through the center of town, finds a kill on the second E100, and the pushing force of the E100s has been removed from the round, and look at the map control that Darkside have left. There is none.
They backed off too much after the strikes, no? Like they did the strikes and then they backed off, opened up their E100s to get picked off, which the E100s did end up getting picked off. And there was also a really good strike at some point from Lotus that hit like 3 or 4 people. But yeah, they were waiting for dries, but this waiting for dries kind of cost them a lot.
It did. I think we placed a lot of emphasis on the power of the strikes that the Darkside had, but ultimately, the positions they had were still very, very poor and very easily pushed upon by the guns from Lotus, and they were able to make it work. And now, they're the ones that are sitting pretty. They can just relax and take things slow. They have a 2-gun advantage, they have an HP advantage, they don't actually need to push into their opponent, more than likely. They will still try to finish off this round, but you can rest assured they're going to do it as safe as possible.
I mean, they have info, they have strikes, they have really everything at this moment in time for Lotus, which showed a really good recovery, though, because taking all that strike damage off and coming back from it, they were down like 4,000 or 5,000 HP after the initial volley. And then, you know, that W100, right? That's 5,000 HP.
Yeah, and it went down so quickly because the the guys from Darkside, they just completely sold out their teammates. Rishik may yet go down. Nope, he's just about managed to get away from that one. Lukin is...
I get it, slow and steady, but this is a bit too slow and steady. You know, like, they have a really, really big advantage. There you go. Lukin finds a kill. Stone is going to start clipping out, potentially, here. Like, I understand they're afraid of losing Moff, but this is unlosable.
Many things have been said to be unlosable before, but I have seen some miracles, and as we talked upon before, this team is in a little bit of an awkward spot since the last play day, so you know, I don't really mind them playing it out this slowly. As long as you win the game, that's all that really matters. They did the hard part, so they deserve to have a nice little mid-game break.
Moff, you know what I'm gonna break to you?
My prediction is over.
Exactly.
Yeah, well. Okay, let's put it like this. I would rather have a competitive match than get my predictions correct. Well, actually, that's a lie, but I'll say I'll say that
That's
anyway.
such a lie, bro. I was gonna say you should ask Fabian to give you some cope, because that was tough. That must have used a lot that supply. But at the end of the day, Lotus is on match point, man. If they take points here from Darkside, they're going to go over Ping, I think, at least. If Ping then end up losing one of their matches. And they still have a second match for Lotus, but I think that one's against Hit, right? So we expect them to lose this one. I need to double check. I think it's against Hit.
It is against Hit and Run. I know that because I predicted 3-0 for Hit and Run in that one, which it's not looking super strong right now with this Lotus resurgence. Stone this time. Another one of the players who was, I believe, subbed in.
1.2 from strike damage there? No, I think it was.
Potentially, but he also did. He also did a lot of clips on the E100s, right? So
no strike. Only 400 from strike. So actually 7.3k damage and 3 kills. That's a lot. That is a lot, man.
He was cooking for sure in that round. And the T57, it really does creep up on you at like how quickly the damage racks up, especially with such a short reload, which is why the tank is brought. The DPM is monstrous.
And from what I saw, there's at least 3 people, I think, on the Darkside team that had more than 400 strike damage, so hitting 2 targets. So the fact that Darkside managed to lose this run after basically blowing up 1.5 tanks worth of HP in strikes is concerning for them, to be honest. They should not have backed off with their mediums, so the E100s are actually not dying for free, while Rise is coming in. You know, they had to take the fight a little bit early, even if it wasn't a good one. Because like this, they abandoned their E100s.
Yeah, they also spotted the push like super late, right? They didn't really know what was happening until all of the guns from Lotus were right on top of them, which is another problem to consider. Just how much map control they gave up pretty much for free.
That's the power of the info tower, though.
Yeah, and I said at the start of the game, would you rather have 2 info towers and 1 strike, or all the strikes but no info?
Info towers are super potent in a long game like this because it allows nobody from Darkside to spot the K-line cross, you know?
Yeah, that's a very good point. Because you can't
play close.
You can't commit anyone to a forward position because it will get found out. And that's kind of the duality of Onslaught. Sometimes I miss that kind of these kind of things where teams will take like a nutty bush, a nerdy bush, and figure something out. You can't. It's much more difficult to do that in this format.
I mean, it does happen though, but that's only when a team controls the east and 1-2 line. We've seen some like EBRs and stuff, and RHMs in some bushes in the middle of the open, because when you control the info towers, they cannot clear that person. So it's still possible, but in a different kind of way.
Yeah, and I think it's more of like a short-term thing as well. It's like if you take a bush, to outspot someone, you want an immediate positive trade from that, and then your guy can relocate, because usually it gets figured out after a set amount of time. But then again, with 25 meters of proxy distance, there is all kinds of shenanigans that you can get up to here. Darkside coming back in again with an identical setup, it looks like. W100 again, 277 again, double Batchat, Leo and Trash Panda in the RHM. So trusting the system.
Lotus in return though, 4 T57 heavies, a band, a CS, and an RHM off. That's a lot of T57 heavies. I understand it's the flavor of the season, but on Ghost Town,
I think that a good balance is 3 T57 heavies. I think when you go into 4+, you kind of commit yourself too much to a certain way of playing the game, but maybe that's exactly what Lotus want to do. Maybe they want to play a certain way, and the certain way is pushing straight through the middle of the map and trying to get some early picks with all of that quite formidable clip potential there. Again, Darkside going towards the 1-2 line of the map, and that means that Lotus once again is going to get free info readily available.
It feels like deja vu, Moff.
It does. And it is, actually. Again, exact same number of guns pushing this 1-2 line for Darkside. W100 in middle, and Lotus again playing for the radar towers.
This time only 1 light for Lotus, though, which is actually in their favor.
It is, definitely. They don't need to commit to double light tank there. They've already got a CS playing in A4 at the moment, but I'm more interested in what Darkside does, and that's immediately become apparent as Dries just sends it down the 1 line, bleeds about 1/3 of his health there, and he's going to keep on going. So he's going to lock out A1. What does this really offer them? It just gives them a little bit more map control, but he's not really...
A3. If he gets to A3, it's fully hold down on them. I don't think he should stay at just A1. They're starting to lose the south of the map, though, which I think is more concerning.
Yeah, they're about to lose their own spawn's balcony in K4, which is definitely a pressing issue. We'll see if that 277 does eventually move up to A3 or not. Going to be a little bit tentative because he already bled a reasonably significant amount of HP. Lotus not committing into K4. They don't quite want to go for that gamble. Of course, they don't know that their opponent has absolutely no one there, so they're probably just going to go all the way back to the radar towers. The 277 does push up, as you rightly said, and Sir Jacob respects that fact and pulls back to a more defensive position.
Information towers being gathered, and we're back into a very familiar story, Moff.
Yeah, we're back into the rinse and repeat points of interest, and Darkside this time going to be collecting nuclear arsenal. But I think this time, perhaps, you know, I mean, we've kind of had a swap of spawns here. We've got A4 taken under control with the 277.
They're in exactly the same positions as they were before.
Well, there you go.
They have the same positions on their south as they had on the north, Moff, because there was also a 277 at A4.
Will it play out any differently, though? That's the major question.
I mean, they're starting to gather strikes again. You know, I think we've been here before.
Yeah, I've definitely seen this story before. And Lukin is doing a sensible job of just going in and out of the bush. He doesn't... Oh, Trash Panda is re-aggressing. Okay, this is definitely a different flavor to what we saw in the previous round. Trash Panda... is he going to be able to actually spot Lukin? I'm not sure he's going to have direct line of sight. Lukin may not be in the bush. Blind shot comes in, and they'll know that connected because, of course, in Onslaught, whenever you hit your opponent, you get your ability tick that goes up, so they'll know that they definitely hit someone.
They need an info tower this time, though. They were very good last time around about taking info towers. Now is one of those moments where they need to take one of the info towers. Oh, they had one still. So they spot out Trash Panda. They know all the positions now. And they're going to send the CS and a bat. Look at them. J-line. J4.
It's going to be make or break, this push. If they get spotted early, it could be problematic. But so far, no, they are detected. They are known about. But can Lotus, can Darkside actually provide any sort of crossfire to cover Trash Panda here? Because he's in a very compromised position. So Jacob and Piotr kind of stuck in the low ground here, and the strike does come in on towards Kano and Vladislav, who are bleeding quite a bit, but Jacob equally is taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, Jacob now facing off against Trash Panda, who is getting pushed by Lukin and Piotr, but before that he is going to pick up this CS63 and potentially even drive down after. Rishik will be there to hold the angle, but they've lost the crossfire now, so they'll have to send the Piotrix back around again. Good trades there for Lukin. Piotrix now with the peak, with the miss as well, but Stone from behind finds the kill. And now though, Moff, when the dust settles once more, these T-57s started to chew through one of the C-100s. Alex and Milo, it's hard for them to get consecutive pens, and they took a lot of strike damage there as well. Now they're gonna be forced to back off, but Lotus is up in terms of HP.
They are, just marginally, and these E100s, they know that they need to press, they need to punish the T-57s while they're on reload here, because if they just let them get a reload for free, they're going to be in a world of pain. But who's in pain right now is Alex, down to a one-shot in that T-57 heavy. The E100s are just going to keep on trucking here, but they've got to be careful because Milo and Stone are off of reload. Rishek has grouped up with the rest of the gang as well, and maybe, just maybe, Darkside overcommitted to try and get the peaks in here because the T-57s are round in the corner. They need to find the kills though, because otherwise that DPM is going to come in clutch once they all go back on reload. And the T-57 heavies, Stone goes down, Milo and Alex are basically one-shots. Rishik is now on reload as well, and Dries, he may not have a lot of health, but there's no one to stop him right now. Milo comes back off of reload again and puts in an important clip, but cannot find critical kills. Rishik puts in another clip as well, but he's going to go down. We're going to go into a 4 versus 3. Lukin's joined the party out of nowhere, just off screen, and dies in his RHM. And that's going to be that. Suddenly, the entire group of Lotus tanks just falters. They fall, and there
was a
Darkside bring it back.
Remember that clip that Alex and I don't know if it was Milo were doing or trying to do against those E100s? That didn't do that much, and then they got striked after, and then striked once more. Yeah, If they held their clip and waited for their team to rotate to cover them, they would be fine, I think. They opened them. They opened the E100s up to start killing them.
And I think the key difference between the last round and this one is the strikes were much more meaningful, and Lotus didn't get any immediate trade off of it. Darkside still had somewhat decent positions to cover from, and they had to be, you know, I was surprised that Lotus didn't try to slow down the game more, because they took out Trash Panda, right? They took out the light tank, and once that light tank
I don't think
gone,
the 57s allowed them to slow down the game anymore. By how aggro the RT57s were playing, they were forced to try and cover them. Instead of the 57s just getting their reload, forcing the 100s to go fully around the corner and then pushing them.
Yeah, they pushed for. I think they pushed forwards into the city, into the low ground part of the city, because they were trying to shoot Trash Panda. They were trying to force Trash Panda to fight the tanks that they had in K1. And like you said, that just forces them into this position where they can't really leave versus the 100s. They have to fight them. But I can't help but feel that that was a bit scuffed from Lotus.
4.3k damage from strikes though for Darkside, which is pretty good. Especially those last two remaining strikes did a lot. Ensk with a tiebreaker. That was about 2,400 HP to those T57 heavies. They overplayed their hand.
Certainly. But enough of that. It is going to be a tiebreaker. And either you're going to get a juicy 2 points on the board with your prediction, or no one is going to get anything whatsoever. And, you know, for the integrity of the league, I want Lotus to win, because then they'll be back in the hunt for the top 6 positions in that fight with Ping and Darkside. Definitely not related to the prediction game.
Ken, after seeing this move, who do you think deserves it more right now?
To be honest, I don't think either team, really. Like, I think both teams have had rounds that were kind of messy, and they threw away. They had needless games where they just misplayed. I think it's fairly even. I think Ensk is a worthy tiebreaker for this matchup. I'm curious to see what tanks they're going to pick. We've seen Darkside bring double 268 on this map, which is a tank which I was going to do a lot of yapping about if I'd been on earlier in the season, but it has been proven to be a kind of a niche pick.
It's very
the
niche.
ability.
You need ultimate baiter mob for it, and you need the engagement. You need to hit all your shots. That's the thing as well in Random Onslaught. You know, like yesterday I had like the highlight reel. I was first HE pen, second HE pen, third HE pen, but then the fourth one bounced off. The fourth one didn't pen, it did 500, and the reel was ruined.
And that does, you know, I mean, obviously kind of taking it to the extreme with multiple HE pens, but any non-connection, it really just completely upsets the rhythm of the 268. And any non-connection, the value from taking the 268 is completely removed, and then you're wondering, why did we bring this tank?
I mean, worked for them before though. Will it work now? That's a good question. Darkside picked South on Ensk. Any reason as to why that may be, Mov?
I am not going to speculate on that. As far as Ensk goes, in terms of my tactical insight, it's probably the map in Random Onslaught, which I hate playing the most, because it's so much about just catching people on reloads around corners with T57 heavies. It's a bit of a nightmare.
T57 heavies might be the name of the game here as well. Lotus really need these points though.
They do, and just to make everyone aware as well, because it's gone to tiebreaker, whichever team does win this, they're only going to be picking up 2 points, I believe, if they win the match, which is not going to be quite as much as either team really would have wanted, but still points on the board.
I think Lotus would be happy with 2 points, Mov.
You take anything you can get, and Darkside equally as well, because I mean we focused a lot on the hardships and struggles of Lotus, but Darkside, you know, it's all about maintaining this form. They need to keep it going, and if they have like consecutive defeats back to back, they're going to start thinking at themselves, oh no, are we just spiraling? Is it just going to be deja vu? Is the same thing going to happen again where we just fall off and cannot recover?
I mean, for them, yeah, it's the mental game coming in already. Darkside, however, coming into this round with an E100 mouse, double T57 heavy, a 1-1B, a Foch B, and an E4.
Little bit of musical chairs between the players. Onslaught being the way it is, you can switch your tanks multiple times before the battle timer has officially started. So they swapped out one of the E4s, gone for double German super heavy, triple T57, 1-1B, Foch B, Lotus, a mouse, one Batchat, which is presumably going to spot the cross at the start of the game. Then we've got double Foch B and double E3, which is an interesting pick in my opinion. The E3 is fallen out of favor a little bit, both with nerfs to the tank just in general and the nerfs to the Juggernaut ability. So curious choices to pick double E3. If they don't get the value on the rails, which immediately comes in, as I say that, a good shot in towards the mouse early on, but it can be difficult for the E3s to find a way into the game if they don't get multiple shots down the rails.
Lotus very far back though, Moff, in the beginning. They're starting to take over the eastern side, but they didn't really feel like fighting too much here. They're going to get the mouse in position to potentially spot the cross hill. There's a little bit of a gap there that you can spot through, or Alex can go towards the 3-4 lane and spot over that. But so far, Piltex will get the info point. He sees all 7. That will open the strike up, and potentially even the gap, Moff.
Yeah, and I quite like what Jacob is doing right now. He's pushed sort of midway down the rails, and he has a good hold down there, which he can spot a bit of the cross from as well. He does have to be careful that if there's a repush... Ooh, Scout is actually in quite a committed position here, actually driven round the corner, decides to think better of it and actually backs off, but takes another one from Alex there in the mouse. And that position in D3 is a very important one because it spots the cross on the JK line, but never mind that. Darkside are already very much on top of him here. They're just sneaking around town through the back streets. 4 tanks grouped up. The double Foch Bs are ready to receive them. But are they going to be able to delete one of the Foch Bs before they can get the clip off?
Stone, depends where he's looking right now, right? Where's Stone looking at this moment in time? But is he 3? Is he looking the right direction? I don't think he was. He's turning around now. He's backing off. Minus 1.6, minus 2k, minus 2.5 on Stone. Yeah, it was a big question there, Mov. Like, where is this man looking in his E3? Now, Lukin's starting to feel the hurt a little bit as well. Rishek trying to cover Stone down towards a one-shot, and they seem completely flabbergasted by the fact that Darkside could do this all together without even being pushed up or being spotted. Hopia now backing off as well, and now Lotus is scrambling to get back in this mob, but has the damage been dealt?
Yeah, they don't want to overcommit as they try to recover the situation here, and it looks like they are doing that. Milo pops his ability trying to go around the corner, but Darkside have got a pretty strong hold here, and the T57 heavies can just keep pumping clip after clip, and Rizhik, that is not a safe position. They can destroy those buildings, and he does, in fact, go down. Just a bit of an overcommitment there, and now Alex is compromised as well because he's pushed up in the mouse, and he's going to eat a clip there from the T57 heavies for free. And if you just look at the HP left in the game, Darkside have found themselves about 5k up. So Jacob pushed down the rails in his T110 E3, so we'll have good rear shots on towards Trash Panda, and that might just be their way back into the game.
So Jacob takes 1 though, which is the bigger issue there. He's going to be dropped towards a 1-shot because of that. Yeah, the 1-1B pops him and makes him a 1-shot now. Alex getting pushed in the mouse. Milo trying to clip out for this. Can they do something meaningful yet again? Because they're down towards 5,000 HP. And Lotus, who showed signs of good things throughout this match, now get completely surprised by this push down the one line from Darkside. It was, I think, Stone who was the first one to take all the damage, and then the Foch Bs not able to really face off the T57 heavies. And it will be Darkside at the end of the day in a tiebreaker to pick it up 3-2.
Yeah, in the end, probably one of the cleaner rounds that we've seen so far today, as Darkside will take home the win, and that's very important for them. That's going to bolster their points tally and put them nice and locked into that sort of top 6 environment. I also have to bow down to you as a prediction guru. You got it right once again. 3-2 for Darkside. Fantastic job there. But obviously, you don't care. But actually, you take your joy from the salt and my tears of getting it wrong. But
because I know you're emotionally invested. You know, I know that you want to get it right, and then when you get it wrong, you're like, ah, man, they should have won that round. You know, like, oh, they should have won that round. Vladislav, 7.5k damage though. Really good result there from him in that T57 heavy. And for Lotus, it will be disappointing, Moff, because this was the opportunity to take points, take a win, get some confidence, you know?
Yeah, it would have been a really nice moment to get a bounce back after all the drama that's gone on internally in their team. But as it is, I mean, I'm just happy for Darkside, to be honest, because, you know, this team is kind of one of the unknown quantities in the OLS. They have the capacity or the ability to beat anyone, but then it kind of just fizzles out in the end. So I'm hoping for them that this is something that they can build upon and take in some strong form. I do want to talk just quickly about what happened in this last Ensk round and like the protocols that Lotus have, where they're not aware or don't have anyone prepared to hold that angle, and Stone just gets completely surprised and essentially bleeds all of his HP for free because they were not aware that this was a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, I was wondering, like, is Stone watching that street? We're like predicting that they're gonna come down it, or is he watching down the 5 line? And he was watching down the 5 line. And then he had to turn around, and he even made the mistake of reversing to the back corner when you want to turn actually around the close corner, if that makes sense, you know? So you're exposed for less long, or simply face, because he took so much damage for that.
He did, and, you know, it wasn't completely over at that point, but after the repush, the kind of half-assed repush from Lotus, it definitely was. And I think the frustrating thing is, with T57 heavies, because the reload is so fast, you know, you think, oh, they're on reload, we can repush, there's an opportunity for us to pick up a tank for free, but if you don't get the immediate repressure, the T57 heavy reload is like 20 seconds, right? You know, it's not really much turnaround time at all.
For sure. It was a disappointing defeat for Lotus, but they will have another opportunity to do better in the very next one against Hit and Run, which will be in a little bit. Before that, we're going to watch some replays. When we come back, the action continues. Don't go anywhere. I have no idea when the last time was. Because it's not gonna be the Ukrainian team of Cashback, the All-Star Legends Series Season 2 winners. It's going to be Dabelyoo from the pits of hell coming through the lower bracket and cleaning up Cashback. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the All-Star Legends Series Season 3. I have replaced Moff with a prediction genius called Phil. Hello, Phil. How are you doing?
Very good, very good. I was following the competition from the back seats. Very happy that we not only got our predictions right, but also because of Lotus getting a point, now having quite a close situation at the bottom of the table. But as you can see, the upcoming match, Cashback versus Mafia, is more about who will and who will not be at the top of the table. Both of those teams having pretty good performances so far. I think Mafia, aside from their first round where they dropped the ball, so far 3 in a row. And yeah, you can see Cashback, very confident faces. There are a couple of new faces as well, especially on the left side with Brainbreaker and Shelby Walk.
Yeah, Brainbreaker coming over from W, right?
Yeah, and Shelby Walk from the previous team that played. So Darkside got Hellmind the season before, and now it was Cashback's time to take back one of their players. But yeah, there we have Mafia, and I think Mafia also took one of the Lotus players, but also one season before, you can see Yusek, one of their top performers. But yeah, also a lineup that we have seen quite a while now without any changes.
No, and this lineup, Phil, I actually predicted is my prediction winner for this season. Don't know why, just a feeling out. That's why I was really on the edge here between who I was going to vote for. Was it Cashback or was it Mafia? I just feel like Cashback right now probably have so much fire in them from the disappointing season start they had that they will want to win it more.
I mean, wanting is always one thing, but I'll have to see. The community is in favor of Cashback, but I would say that 35% for Mafia is definitely not a situation where they're being counted out completely. So I think Mafia has left an impression, and especially against a Cashback that just came from a very convincing 3-0 victory, 35% is not too bad.
Barbarian here, the highlight player for Cashback, strategist, carryist, soloist. You know, man does a little bit of everything. He has been performing very well, but his team has not been doing so well.
Yeah, I mean, very good stats, obviously, especially Barbarian known to be a really clutch player in the later parts of matches. You remember the T57s on Himmelsdorf. But as you can see, today no Himmelsdorf. We'll start off with Cliff. Definitely a fast-paced brawl map. Then Muravanka, which has a bit more space to maneuver, and we'll probably see some light tank action. And Pilson, which we haven't seen today, but I saw that a couple of later matches will also feature that map.
Yeah, not really the most picked map so far, but Cliff is going to be a banger, especially because Mafia's sort of slower-esque playstyle, to be honest, when you compare it to other teams. It's maybe not the best for Cliff, so maybe Cashback is able to exploit them in that regard, while Mafia will be trying to do the same on Muravanka. Have to see. I'm very curious to see Mafia on Cliff.
Do you think this time we'll have an FV? Maybe that's like, as everyone predicted for Cashback, that's our extra prediction?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I think Lotus had kind of like an interesting thing with a quadruple TVP, but looking back at that match, because I tend to rewatch the matches after they have happened, because then you can stop and double check things. It was more of a yogurt misplay that they managed to like come out on top of that, and the TVPs didn't really contribute in their role to like some burst fire or something. It was just mistakes punished. So I don't expect that many TVPs either. We have seen quite a lot BZs and 60 TPs for the middle area. So some teams preferring heavy tanks to just like for the mid game have some extra HP, have some tanks that can peek and potentially hold the corner. How do you feel about this map?
I like it because it's all about the initial strategy as well, you know? Cliff is about brawling, but it's also very much about how do you approach the first 30 seconds of the battle, like where do you send the tanks, and because there are points at which there is no recovery possible when you play strategy against strategy, like, well, that's impossible to come back from.
That's kind of what happened to Darkside. If you remember, we had 2 matches where both teams had heavy commitments towards the 1-2 line, basically pushing into the donut, and then twice in a row, Cashback kind of swept them by just having a better opening. They had a TVP sitting in the corner as well, and were just able to eliminate a couple of guns and then snowballed both Cliff rounds very quickly.
Round number 1, though, between Mafia and Cashback, we can see very different styles in terms of the lineup. What is the same across is the double 50B for either team. But then the main bulk fill for Mafia is BZs, and for Cashback is the 50Ms.
Yeah, how do you feel about the double light tank, especially as you are bringing this push-heavy DPM E50M setup? How do you feel about the double light tank having to kind of complement the already not so great like HP / armor pool compared to like something like a 277 or a BZ?
I'm not a fan of the double light, to be honest. While I get to get full info out of it, it's just not something I'm too happy about to see. Liberty taking some damage, yeah. Maybe Kono gets one as well. No, he doesn't. But YOLO from the back lines finding one as well. And it does look like they're going to drive straight through. Marcel realizes this now, and he's, still crossing towards the rock. They're going to try and focus out Twilight, who's down towards 600. Kono's getting some good shots in as well, but yeah, Marcel is definitely down and out in this one. Twilight down towards the one-shot. YOLO trying to hide behind that rock there. On a RHM at A5, an interesting position. He doesn't find the kill, but Marcel will put Twilight down, and he's doing a good job at ring around the rosy here. HP-wise though, Phil, currently Mafia edging themselves ahead, but Cashback should be clearing the middle of the map.
Yeah, and now the question is, what benefit will give the double light tank there on top of the hill? If you have a CS, then you might be able to generate some extra damage with the higher alpha. You have the mini strike as well. You already have one plane plus the point of interest, which gives you the recon plane. So the question is, how can they make best use of their double light tank, especially now that all the info on which tank is where is pretty much known.
Ooh,
good pickup there.
Very good pickup. They find YOLO behind that rock. I thought he was going to be safe, but no.
I think the repush is coming, and obviously the repush is always expensive, especially with the double auto-loading. 50 Bs here, Little taking a bunch of damage as well, and I have to say, I'm not sure why Barkis just crossed there alone. I understand that they have to somehow like prevent them from capping, but you can see Brainbreakers putting in good shots, and with one strike or 150B peeking in there, this is a very risky move, and yeah, they're immediately being punished.
Kono does get the level 2 ability on the strike, which is going to be enough to pick up Brainbreaker. You could see that come in there as well. If it gets to level 2, finishes off that E50M, and now Kono hiding on that rock, trying to stay as close to it as possible. And now the 50Bs will be forced in the open though.
Yeah, you can see there are 18 seconds left on the RT strike, so that's not an option. It's not fast enough. The 50B's pushing in now, and Orsage taking immediate punishment. Down to 1000 HP. The replane is coming. Barbarian has one more shot, and there he is out of the game. Yusei coming in with 3 more shots, but there's not really anything to push for him because Barbarian is protecting Little, and Aka is giving really good crossfire here.
Liberty taking the rest of the clip here. Kono coming in, trying to find something as well. Finds a shot against Liberty, but it's 3 tanks standing from Mafia on a one-shot. Initially, they did a good number on those Cashback tanks, pushing through, even finding a kill and trading it out. But YOLO dying there, not able to stay safe, and that light tank at A5, Phil, sealed the deal, removed any sort of crossfire.
Yeah, I have to say, good stuff coming here from Cashback, especially being able to clear out the light tank at A5. Maybe that was like one benefit, that they had the double plane and you can kind of like keep the light there perma-spotted. But in the end, the RHM is also a big target, so hiding behind the rock is not that easy if there are that many angles.
No, and especially because the RHM is not really the shortest tank in the game either. It's pretty long, so it's, you know, like a T100 would sit safe there. But I'm curious to see that they still decided to cross Marcel, knowing that so many tanks were going middle. He did trade off his life relatively well. Does 2 shots with a kill, okay? But on the Cashback side, you see The spread is much, much better. I mean, Squeezy does 4K though.
Yeah, I mean, Liberty as well with 3K.
Sure.
And obviously you can see the sniping damage coming in as well, so he was able to make good use of his gun. Overall, I think good stuff from Cashback. I wouldn't say that Mafia was like without a chance in this round.
I think they had to repush earlier.
Yeah. Or how do you feel like? I felt like this repush with only one tank was very expensive for them not really getting anything out of it.
The issue is that the 50Bs can trade off the BZ pushing forward, but like they needed what they really needed is to do it earlier with Barkis, so YOLO was still alive. So if he had a plane, for example, like ideal scenario, right? They'd repush, YOLO's still alive, he puts the plane on the cap, and they push the BZ across like they did, because then the 50Bs can cover. If you push across though with the 50Bs immediately, Phil, the problem is you just lose one of them straight. It's like when you
and also on the move, even with the ability, like it's not 100% guaranteed.
Now they could trade off, but if you drive around that corner with 50Bs, one of them just explodes. So you will make it across the middle then, but you lose probably even more because the BZ, you know, Barkis did get owned in this regard. I don't think they missed on it, but he has potential to bounce a few shots. A 50B, I mean, has potential to bounce a few shots as well, but that's only if Nicolas in the enemy team. So, you know.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, it didn't work out, but in a best of 5, just one round is not enough to secure a clear victory.
But it was the clash of the styles, though.
Yeah, we have to see if Mafia will adjust now. Like, they had the triple BZ, which was like more of a heavier
but also split
lineup.
Twice, right? In the beginning, they were splitting more than Cashback. Cashback was kind of like...
Well, they didn't send anything. They just fully committed to the top. They had the triple E50M with the double 50B following, and then the RHMs both together. They took a couple of shots, but I think like it was mostly like one HE shell by an RHM plus like one BZ shell.
Yeah,
so
like
it's not the end of the world.
1500 to 2000 damage split across them. It's, you know, they're never going to get pushed again in that game, so it doesn't really matter. I mean, maybe YOLO could have dropped off and gone behind the rock. There's a rock below A5 as well, Phil, if you know what I mean. A big one, maybe that would have been better for him. I'm not sure, because the thing is, the moment he shoots in the beginning of the game, they know where he is. And he was also spotted on the second shot. That's the problem there, I think, for that RHM. Like, thinking back on the situation, they cannot lose YOLO the way they did.
Yeah. Now you can see we are loading into the second round. You can see the captain's rating. This is an average rating based on the rating of all 8 team captains. So the lower the rating, the better it is. Cashback being close to unanimously voted as first place, and Mafia somewhere between 3 and 4. I think that's very realistic. And with the current standings, I think either of those teams can take either of the top 4 places still, and very much depends on those head-to-head matches that we are about to watch now. Mafia coming in with a bit of an adaptation, now bringing a double CS, no light tank, E50M, and an IS-7. On the other hand, Cashback also adjusting a tiny bit. They continue with their double E50M. They brought a TVP, a T57, and double 50B. Is that something where you want to aim for the hill approach?
I don't think so, since they're playing from the north. I mean, they could. The 57 is just going to play behind on the 5 line. So I guess they're aiming to win 1-2 line. And if they push over, then the 57 is just doing its DPM. But they'll run.
This looks very similar to what they did against Darkseid, no? With the TVP on the outside and like a mix of 50Bs and E50Ms.
There's a lot of Mafia tanks here ready to receive this. I mean, the TVP will clip, and now they're stopping even with little to try and clip out, but Liberty gets liberated from this matchup altogether as he falls. Orchek will bite the dust in return, but Kodo and Yuzik are still there. And look at it now, Phil. This 57 is absolutely a non-factor in this matchup whatsoever. He's going to be driving, and his teammates are basically going to be dead.
Yeah, you can see they are not really in the game yet, but the 50Bs are also a bit out of steam. You can see Marcel reloading. He will take a shot from Twilight being eliminated out of the game. And while there's still a small HP advantage for Mafia, they have to make a decision now because they will be sandwiched, and the T57 with a lot of DPM will make its way into the game.
Finally, Barbarian arrives in the T57 heavy. It felt like forever, Phil, to be honest with you. While Little and Aka are getting run down by the boys from Mafia, that 50B now reloading will fall against Conor Conrad or Yusek, depends on who gets the shot first. Twilight now pushing across, but that is a BZ, man. That doesn't have any DPM whatsoever. Barkus in Elite 50M has plenty of it, though, as he finds himself a lonely little TVP out in the open. Twilight doing the correct thing, the right play here, pushing out the CS63 with those boosters. Barbarian will be there to clip him out in return, but even with all that, it's not gonna be enough.
Yeah, you can see the BZ reload. It would have usually not been enough. Kono unfortunately drives into the rock, but I don't think that will make a difference. Barbarian is a great player, but 3 against 1 with an autoloader against 5,800 HP, that's not doable. And obviously, Mafia's players have the experience to make sure they're not making any easily avoidable mistakes here. Barbarian now pushing forward, trying to secure some extra damage. He has a strike as well, so he can boost the damage with a bit of RAM as well. And yeah, in the end, he gets sandwiched here between the 2 tanks of Barkus and Yusek, but
he might be
good first round of Mafia now.
He might be top damage, but this 57 was useless. I'm sorry, like it was completely useless in this game. He comes in after, I think, 3 of his teammates are already dead. Wow.
Yeah, I mean,
Mafia
like
has
his
7
first
tanks
clip was
fight.
onto the BZ that already had like done 3 shots, I
and
think.
then his second clip was on Kono. The game was already over. And the third clip was at the end. So I think he'll top the charts because of the strike damage as well. But realistically, I just think this tank does not contribute anything to the battle.
Yeah, plus the strike damage at the very beginning, at the very end, didn't matter at all.
It did, like, basically all of the 5,700 damage was useless. The first clip you can subtract 1,600 actual maybe useful damage, but the game was already in its final moments at that point.
I think shoutouts to the TVP, very stellar performance here. But yeah, like sometimes you're just the first one to drive in. Little and Squeezy, they did their one shot, their one clip, and then just against the sheer forces of CS and E50M, plus the 50Bs of Osech and Marcel also doing their full first clip. Maybe a bit of ramming damage here for Marcel as well. So, yeah, good stuff, and we can obviously see that Mafia is not a pushover, and they will fight back. Good first map. Cliff is over now, and I will have to say, like, there's definitely a lot to expect from Muravanka, because both teams have dominated their respective round. But Muravanka is obviously a different caliber of map, very different style with a more open dynamic. And I don't think either of the teams wants to give up all 3 points here.
No, and I feel like the Muravanka will fit Mafia's playstyle a bit more. They play, from what I've seen in the tendency, it's like they like to play a little bit more split, a little bit more controlled. Not so much all-in at all. While Cashback is leaning more towards those all-in plays, in my opinion, nowadays.
Yeah.
So I think Muro should fit them better than Cliff did in that regard. But ultimately, I think it will be a close affair between these 2 teams, which is again why I was coin flipping, like, who do I really think is going to win this match?
Yeah, a little side note, if we go to a tiebreaker, then obviously the fastest victory counts. And this Cliff round was only 2 minutes and 17 seconds. So this could already be a tiny advantage for Mafia. But before we head over to the tiebreaker, we have a nice look at the map video of Muravanka here. A lot of greens and
a lot of
hopefully also a lot of action.
And a lot of objects in Muravanka. It's the most heat-proof map, I think, in the pool.
I mean, we saw some teams bringing T100s. EBR is obviously also a tank that can make good use of their APCR into the sides of tanks, or even like the good HE against RHMs and Batchats. We'll have to see how the light tank choice will be here on Muravanka, because I'm expecting both teams to bring at least one light. We have rarely seen teams in this season committing to the cap immediately. I think Hit and Run had a game where they decided to not bring a light tank, but it's definitely a risk.
I mean, this light tank thing is something Cashback has been stepping away from a little bit, though, which is interesting because, you know, Liberty used to be their like standout player, right? And he's played a lot of non-lights so far this season.
Yeah, looks like they're doing this time the combination of EBR and RHM. Squeezy, one of the standout players, last season's MVP in my eyes. Also very good performance in the first matches with his RHM, and I think it was Liberty on Sand River with the EBR that nearly carried one of the rounds against W. But yeah, double 430U for Mafia, a Fosh B, double RHM Centurion for Inspire, and a BZ. Obviously a Mouse, a bit of a different tank. We have a Leopard as well on the side of Cashback, so both teams bringing in their own flavors. Which side do you prefer?
I like the EBR combo with the RHM, to be honest. It's very potent, especially because, you know, Squeezy is not spotted in the beginning. So Liberty's hiding to make sure he doesn't get shot. The RHM will take it from YOLO. He will take the info point. Nobody...
Oh, he got decap.
Last second decap.
Minus 450.
Yeah, I said coming in the lineup, which is also something to note because he's been benching a lot this season.
Yeah, I guess with Brainbreaker, they have a good damage onto Liberty, actually. 700 into the RHM. I was about to say, with Brainbreaker, they really added another strong individual carry player to their lineup, so I can understand that maybe they have a different approach, similar to maybe W, where Frugo is taking the back seat and yeah, like dictating the pace of the game from Discord maybe, or something like that. But yeah, damage is being exchanged, the cap has been started, and YOLO is in a bit of trouble here. He has 900 HP, so he could be a two-shot for HE from the EBR. Puts in one, ends up on 400 HP. The cap is being stopped again, so we'll have to see if Squeezy can penetrate a shot. He does, and that is definitely an advantage for Cashback, which are slightly down in the HP department.
And Mafia is able to reset the strike on Liberty at the very least, and Bark is now coming to clip out Aka with his 4 shells remaining. Pops his ability, gets the first, doesn't get the second, however, will not...
5 seconds in the cap. Brainbreaker is approaching. Yep, the Leopard strike decaps, 90 damage, you can see. 10 seconds again left. Liberty is trying to get the strike in the 7 line, close to the forest. 5 seconds left, so that would not be enough. Yeah, now the decap came in. Barbarian in the Batchat dealing good damage, and now the push coming out from Kono, Orsech, and Jusik, but it's a bit disjointed, and Barbarian was able to put Brainbreaker in a good spot there, having this couple of seconds of distraction, and the E50M might wreak havoc here.
They have some really nasty triangle though between Iset, Barbarian and Brainbreaker. They have like a really good crossfire that could bring them home across this round. Jusik, they're getting his gunner damaged, and then pushing into that building, not getting too much out of it. Orchek pushing forward already. They need somebody to kill Brainbreaker though. I mean, he's going for Barbarian already, but they still need to pick up Brainbreaker. Liberty falling, and it's still a close affair nonetheless. Ono finds a kill, Barkus falls in the middle, but the really big issue here is that there's 3000 HP on the BZ.
Yeah, and Squeezy with his light tank obviously also still able to contribute a lot. You don't have the situation where you have like a full HP mouse on this map that can't really contribute. So a good spread of HP. You can see all the tanks aside from Barbarian have eaten significant damage. Now the kills are being closed up again. 4 versus 3, still Cashback favored. And I think with this setup, especially with such a healthy map control situation, there's not much to do from Mafia right now.
The BC carries all the HP. He'll take the strike, but he'll get reset one more time. Well, it's the same thing as getting reset when you have to drive off, right?
Yeah, I mean, the damage of the CS strike in this case is fairly insignificant. Marcel is being spotted, and you can see Kono now spotted as well. Squeezy has to make sure that he will be getting his support. Barbarian, good first shot. Second shot misses, so both tanks with HE are one shot now. Kono needs to have the reaction. Squeezy picks him up, and now Marcel also in a heap of trouble. Conrad with all the HP driving in, but I think it's much too late. Even if he picks up a kill here and there now against the Batchat, against the strikes, and against the mobile lineup of Cashback, he shouldn't stand any chance. And Cashback going for match point.
Yeah, I think even if Squeezy wasn't winning that 1v1, I mean, that wasn't really what decided the game, to be honest. Like, they were getting good resets out of that CS63 and Leo combination of Little and Iset, resetting those 430Us numerous times over. Even if even if YOLO is able to scare away the EBR, that triangle that they had on 1-2 line for Cashback was very potent. Leo, E50M, and the Batchat. You saw what it did, and yeah, the push-off was not there from Mafia either. Yuza going in one direction, Uno going another, Orchek kind of in between, not ideal.
Yeah, on top of that, the E50M with his, I think, 3,100 HP, that's also a lot of HP to chew through if you don't have the 430U fully focused on it. As you mentioned, they were a bit disjointed. And then one thing that came to my mind right now is like you saw Aka, who was like at the middle of the game at a roughly like 300, 400 HP. So if the mouse is able to like take that much damage, it's basically like 3.5, depending on how much heal comes in there, or 4k damage, then obviously all the other tanks have much more freedom to do whatever they want. And you can see all the damage dealing tanks are on top, right? The Leopard did good damage, Squeezy obviously survived for very long as well, Little as well contributing with strikes and sniping as well, Barbarian picking up 3 kills. So good stuff here, and the fact that the mouse is not really able to contribute that much, still dealing significant amount, especially in spotting as well. So he just bought a lot of time. And Conrad, we mentioned it, like his damage at the end, he did like 2 more shots or something. Not really important.
No, indeed. But the bigger issue is there, you know, Yuzek with that only 2 shots of damage, you want that thing to be able to deal it. And it wasn't. So, good for Cashback though, match point.
I think I predicted 3-1.
Did you?
I would need to double check that. But yeah, we'll definitely have a 4th round. And I think Mafia has not... Yeah, okay, production confirming. Predicted 3-1, so we'll have Cashback winning now. And
yes,
we can immediately go through the replays to the 4th match of today, or 3rd match of today. Jokes aside, obviously Mafia came back on the cliff map earlier after their 1st round loss, so I'm pretty sure they will be prepared to take a hit or 2. And all of them are veteran enough to just like take their brain aside from this round, fully focus on the next one. And I think Mafia has shown that they can innovate as well. The double light in this case did not work out for them. But that doesn't mean that they will not have some other aces up their sleeve.
It is going to be very, very interesting to see if Mafia can bring it back to Tiebreaker like I expected to, Phil. But we'll see. I mean, anything is possible, right?
Yeah.
The question is
the
lineups, because the side that Mafia is playing from now doesn't really orientate itself to what they did from the first one, right? Which is that kind of cap-ish play.
Mm-hmm. So looks like Cashback this time with a bit of a strange maybe adaptation. Looks like they will bring 2 T57s. Mafia again triple. I think before they only had 2. Now they have 3 for 30Us. Again the Forge B. We have an T100, sorry, on Cashback side versus the RHM again, and a Batchat on side of Mafia.
A double 57 though for Cashback. T100 bring coming back in the mix. You talked about it earlier. Both these lineups could brawl straight if you want to, and the 57s would be ideal for that.
Sure, but the T57s, you mentioned it at the beginning, have a bit of a struggle when it comes to all the fences. So you have the situation where you mostly want to shoot heat against heavily armored targets, especially like against something like a 430U. And looks like so far no real damage is being exchanged, but Liberty might have overcommitted a bit. Marcel misses the first shot. There is some backup. The 430U is coming in, but now first damage being traded on to Liberty. Marcel's still alive. But the RHM, the T100 makes it out, the Centurion will not, and that's the Inspire tank being gone.
Yeah, Liberty, they're trying to stay alive in a T100. Orchek will come in, now he will ram him to death, but so much damage returned for this. Marcel already dead, Orchek about to fall, he's dead. Little now finding Yuzek as well, and this game has barely started, and it's already over, Phil.
Yeah, you mentioned the important tanks at the beginning to fall, but now the match is continuing with Cashback on a great advantage. Inspire tank, Centurion still alive, next kill pickup, and only 2 tanks left for Mafia. I think this will be a very clean sweep here.
Yeah, it's completely over. It's going to be 3-1 for Cashback to finish it off, just like the script said, Phil. Unbelievable. What a great round from Cashback. And yeah, Liberty getting caught there a little bit in the beginning, but that was really just the bait, the way it looked like, because they committed so much to kill one T100.
Yeah, I mean, with this pace of game, the viewers will be banging about their drops, but obviously we'll have 8 games for you today, so super Sunday, you don't have to be afraid of anything. Aside from maybe what is happening in the next match, because some of the teams there are really, really looking for some points, and it will be a tough one, especially for Lotus.
Real and true. I said coming on top there again in the Leo, good in the Leo and the CS. Good stuff by him, 999 altogether, pretty good. But across the board, just a convincing round for Cashback altogether.
Yeah, and you mentioned it, the T57 is very good for brawling, and they only had to put 2 clips. You remember when you said Barbarian's damage wasn't significant. Now he does half the damage, but this one was very important.
Yeah, but this damage is completely like irrelevant to the game, you know. And on Cliff, it wasn't.
No, and yeah, good penetration rates on the side of Mafia. They kind of had to focus their fire on Liberty at the beginning. Usually you say losing a light tank at the beginning is a big problem, but if every tank is involved in this big brawl, then the light tank is basically the tank with the lowest firepower, so you don't really mind losing it as long as all the other tanks, especially with 430Us, T57s and an inspiring Centurion, are just taking the heat to Mafia.
Taking the heat and taking the points is what Cashback did. All 3 points taken away from this. We'll be seeing these teams later again play out, not against each other, but against different opponents to see who moves up in the board. But for Cashback, we talked about a little bit, Phil. They were very hungry, and it shows.
Yeah, I mean, Cashback had to definitely show that they are not just a team in the middle of the standings. They want to be at the top, and 3 points definitely will secure a move in that direction. I hope everyone enjoyed the cast so far. We'll head into a quick break, and after the replays, we'll be back with the next match. Welcome back, everyone, and welcome back, Mock. I think everyone is enjoying the matches so far. I hope everyone is enjoying the new patch as well. You can see right now the new Ensk region map. We are heading to the old and small Brawly map. This time we'll have Hit versus Lotus. Mafia said you gave quite a confident prediction in favor of Hit. How do you feel about that after the first 3 matches have been played?
Not quite so confident. For the viewers at home, I predicted that Hit and Run would be winning this one cleanly 3-0. After the first match, I mean, it was a pretty scrappy affair between Darkside and Lotus, so I could still be hitting the jackpot here, but, you know, I'm kind of leaning towards accepting that I'm cursed at this point, but never mind that. The team lineups. Hit and Run, like, I wanted to talk about this at the beginning of the season, but we're in the mid-season already. On paper, this team should work, right? They've got the experience, they've got the skill, they've got all of these tactical minds, some real veterans of the game. And, you know, in OLS at least, in WCI it's worked out for them, but in OLS they have not quite reached the summit. So my question for them is, like, you know, where do you go from here if you don't make it work on this occasion? They've swapped out another player again, Mentos, who was quite a high-profile player, moving to W, and they brought in Click, who was a slightly lesser-known player, but he was in W before he was in Ping in Season 2 as well, and I don't expect that we'll actually see him that much in the games, but I think he's brought in for Hit and Run to try and give them like some tactical insight and try and help them prepare some geeky strats to bring them over the line.
Yeah, and you can see the captain himself, Monster. Good KD ratio, great damage. We had a couple of games by him where he struggled, but also a couple of games where he was doing great damage. You remember the T57 round where he was peaking on the E100?
Do not remind me.
Very close match.
My head was in my hands as my prediction unfolded right in front of me when Monster missed that clip.
Talking about the prediction, I think the community is covering your back, 92% in favor of Hit. But if all the members of the community think it's a 3-0, that's written on a different piece of paper. But yeah, you mentioned Click being the latest addition. There's a lot of shuffling with players that has happened to Lotus. I think the main core is obviously still there with Sir Jacob, Lucan, Alex, and Milo. Bunch of players then joining the team. We had Piotrix in the first match that you also casted really like with a good performance in the first B on Himmelsdorf. Stone as well, having some highlight moments. And Rishek, who has really had a good start into the season. I remember we featured him as one of the players with the higher damage numbers. Kind of struggling in this season and also had some misplays the previous match, so maybe he can step up his game against his former team of Hit and Run, because that's kind of adding a bit to this Polish rivalry.
Yeah, and I think the key thing for Lotus is making clean, decisive calls in this game, because they've definitely got the experience and the strats there. And you mentioned the core of this team, Sir Jacob. He took them all the way to the top with Storm. They won one of the Onslaught Legends Cups before the Onslaught Legends Series format was released. And then Lucan is that core light tank player, but, you know, they still kind of got the core of their team gutted and taken away from them with Yuzek. They took Mineros away. There's more players in there as well, which I cannot remember. Because
DJ who is now on the side of Hit and Run.
Who is now playing against them, of course. And there's so many Polish players just shuffling around all the time. Sometimes it's hard to keep track, especially when they change their names, which just makes it even more complicated. But with Hit and Run in this one, I think if Hit and Run want to like sort of constantly reaffirm that they are going to be title favorites, I think this has to be a clean 3-0. I mean, of course, you know, you can always have an off series, but I think if you really want to make your intentions known, it needs to be a domination.
I mean, they kind of had their off series against Mafia already. Obviously, Mafia a different caliber of team than Lotus. Everyone predicting in favor of Hit, but only you have the trust that they can give them the clean sweep. I have to say, Hit looking a bit shaky as well in previous rounds, so we'll have to see if they can like convince us back that they're the guys on the block. They have another match later in the evening, but focusing on this one, we'll start off on Ensk. Ensk, definitely a map that we have seen before. Like, a variety of things have happened. You mentioned like E3s that are very helpful to control the rails. We had a couple of Inspire tanks or mediums to like help with the green, especially like a 430U for DPM or 121B maybe. I think Conrad from Mafia was like the constant player using the Batchat as well to control the city strike and so on. But in the end, there are a lot of viable strategies, and they just have to find one that works for them, because so far there isn't like the one and only strat that has worked in any time, right?
No, but I think what is safe to say is that T57 Heavy is king on this map, and whatever kind of composition you want to bring, at least having a couple of those T57s is certainly very useful tool to have in your lineup. Historically, this map, you know, if my memory serves me correctly, I don't think it's been a particularly good one for hit and run. I have very ingrained memories in my head of them just making a lot of these aggressive pushes through the middle and just getting completely shut down, because of course they love to go at their opponent, they love to be the aggressive ones, but sometimes on Ensk, you know, that can be slightly problematic. Interesting tank being brought out from hit and run here, the IS-4, unless Piotr rudely switches away.
I mean, usually it's Ketsai playing the IS-4, no? I remember he played it on Pilsen and Studzianki twice. But yeah, you mentioned the flavor of the month is the T57, then supported by a 121B double American super heavy tank destroyer in E4 and E3. Lukin, that's more of a rare thing that we can see a light tank here on Ensk. But then obviously 3 tank destroyers, double Batchat and double mouse on the side of hit and run, which will start off with roughly 1.3k HP advantage.
Yeah, look at the 57 heavies from Lotus at the start of the game, just sitting in spawn. They do not want to get spotted in the beginning of the round by perhaps Ketsai in the Batchat. Ketsai very aggressive in towards the 8-line strike immediately. He's confident that he got the info that he needed and goes straight into that strike. So a bit of early map control taken there for the side of
Lukin just got spotted by Franek, so the jig is up. I'm not sure if he used his plane at the beginning. I didn't really see that, but maybe that's like a strategy where at the beginning you kind of want to not give away the info that you have like a tank with a bit less firepower. Risek now also being spotted because of the point of interest. The communication tower obviously gives a lot of information, which is important at the earlier stages of the game. But now, with the first hit points being traded, we'll have to see if Rexa can find a good spot there. T57's driving past, Lukin taking another info point. And you can see he's now holding both points of interest, uses the communication tower. And I think the initial aggression has been slightly in favor of Lotus, because the HP difference is basically back to 0.
Sure. And hit and run, they're kind of just hanging about. They've got this mouse very committed Rexar on the rails, so if the T57s go for a recommitted peak, then he could be in a bit of trouble. But Sir Jacob finding himself in a bit of trouble as well. He's stuck on the rails there, and Rexar is just freely able to peek in towards him. Monster is covering in the T124.
Good spot. Take a look. The T57s are all spotted. Now Milo driving in. Rexar popping his heal ability, but there will be multiple shots flying in from the E3s, E4s. Now Milo taking a bunch of damage. Rexa soaking up the damage, bouncing 1, bouncing 2, multiple other bounces now blocking the street. He gets picked up, but the HPs are not much in favor of Lotus, who are now continuously bleeding. Sir Jacob being picked up. Franek managed to retrieve in time. Risek loads, maybe tries to put in an HE. He comes around the corner. Risek misses, and good stuff from hit and run, salvaging the tank advantage by picking up Sir Jacob and now also controlling the rails.
Yeah, the HP is actually swung back in favor of hit and run because of all of the crossfires that they had available. The mouse did go down, but you know, the mouse was always going to drop there, and now hit and run, they give up the field control, so Rishik starts taking the strike. We've got a T57 heavy trading it off for a mouse, but it's only 1 for 1, so that's always going to be in favor of the mouse, who obviously has the heal ability as well to retain most of those hit points. And now Lotus, they're kind of in a bit of a tough spot here. The light tank is going to struggle to find impact. They're kind of locked into the 7-8-9 line. There's a lot of map control here for the side of Hit and Run. They have control of the cap as well, which is also a problem that Lotus will have to face at some point. They do have a strike to delay in the meantime, but it can't hold out forever.
Yeah, you remember we had an E3 that was kind of driving down the rail earlier. I'm not sure if it was Sir Jacob in the first game, so maybe that's like an approach that they can follow to block the cap. But yeah, the T57, you mentioned it, trading 1-for-1 is not something that this tank wants to do, especially as DJ does a good job trading basically one shot for nothing.
Yeah, and look at Piotr now. He's going to stack the cap. That's going to put it down to 20 seconds. Suddenly, Lotus, they're not sitting pretty anymore. They've got to make a move, and it's going to be a north push through the top of the map. The one batch out there is going to hold them back, but he needs to run away. Katsai needs to be careful, make sure that he doesn't go down.
Ooh, look at the damage onto Luke, and the strike comes in as well. Franik picks up the kill. Now DJ able to retrieve fire here. Piotr popping the ability, and now Monster is in trouble. Milo emptying his clip, has 2 shots left. Monster on 800 HP. Katsai re-pushing Resec. Franik now coming in as well, but you can see the HP difference slightly in favor. Now popping up. Lotus only on 4000 HP. Double the HP for Hit and Run, and the HPs are continuously dropping. Alex now in trouble. You can see on the minimap, Resec now focused out by Katsai and Franik, and this match swung a lot in favor of Hit and Run, even though the guns are nearly even.
Yeah, they are nearly even, but ultimately Hit and Run have done a fantastic job of just keeping the guns alive, and that is the most important detail. They had everyone in position to cover all of their teammates throughout this match, and while Lotus made decisive moves and they very deliberately tried to kill the mouse in the start of the game, they just bled for every single peak that they tried to make. Hit and Run had their number at every point in this match. The T57 heavies, while they've got powerful clips, they struggle to find impact when they're only allowed to trade 1-for-1. They can't really get the ambush, the jump, and the surprise that they want. Hit and Run, only 2000 HP at the end, so it got a little bit close, but at the end, still 5 tanks left alive.
Yeah, the moment I mentioned even guns, they picked up 2 kills immediately to fool me and prove me wrong. So I would say quite calm approach by Hit and Run, good execution, punishing every cross. You remember the first cross onto the green and then the second cross back into the city. So good stuff by Hit and Run, and I would say also confidence inspiring, considering they had really good teamwork and made sure that the tanks that had certain roles, such as the mouse soaking up damage, really did what they were supposed to do.
Yeah, and look at it, it's perfect as well. The E4's at the top of the scoreboard. Rexar blocked 1600 damage, which is pretty much the maximum that you can realistically expect him to do, because as much as the mouse is fantastic at gangling the armor, the T57 heavies, 340 heat pen with that ability popped, it makes it like a knife through butter on the mouse. So
yeah, but I have to say, look, like Monster blocked 2k damage in an E4, that's not an E3 as well, like. And then I saw DJ blocking 2.7k as well, so that's good trades. And we can see, like, T57's really struggling here. Various shots that did not penetrate armor. Good stuff from Alex still with nearly 5k damage, but he was also one of the ones that survived the longest. And Lucan, I have to say, the light tank not really making the difference that they might have hoped for. So maybe not a strategy that they want to run back, especially now with the first point being on Hit's side.
I mean, the light tank strat was more popular in the past, but it kind of fell out of meta, especially on Ensk. It was being used more with a Tasak, because the Juggernaut ability was in its most powerful state. You were bringing all of these tank destroyers that you could permatrack with the Tasak, and the game was probably altogether more slower pace. Now we've kind of, I'd say we'd almost pushed past this frantic era with Foshbees YOLOing, T57's YOLOing. Hit and Run are kind of showing us a more managed, controlled way to play the map. You don't need to push like with reckless aggression through the center of town. You can play out these slower rounds.
Yeah, and I think at the very beginning in the green area, also the distribution of points of interest was a bit different, right? So they were moved over time. Yeah, quick look at the captain's rating. I mentioned it earlier. Lower numbers are better. Hit at roughly 2nd place ranked, and Lotus around place 5. Right now, Lotus really hoping to get some points to maybe reach this point where they can contest for 5th, because the current top 5, especially with Darkside picking up points earlier against them, is not contested by them at all.
Yeah, and don't forget about Ping as well. Ping obviously took down the giant that was Cashback. It was a total shock. Probably the biggest shock that we've seen so far in the entirety of Phase 1.
I mean, yeah, I would say so. It was a close affair. They were down 2-0, I think. And then just like kept their nerves and came back. Miku, who was also obviously one of the players that was at the WCI in 2023, leading the charge for the team. But now we are talking about the two other Polish teams, and what a bunch of T57s here on the side of Lotus. I see 4 T57s supported by another auto-loading Forshb, Mouse, Alex, and Sir Jacob in the Centurion. Hit and run again, a bit more tank destroyers, Juggernaut meta. You mentioned it earlier. The E4 got buffed in the most recent patch. We've seen it in the map video, prior to the map video, in the patch video. And yeah, the 1-1B, Batchat and Mouse as well on the side of Hit and Run.
Refresh my memory, the E4 buffs. I think it was buff dispersion during the turret rotation.
Yeah, so you basically have a bit, or a good shot, a bit better gun. Then you get a bit additional, good shooting there onto Alex, minus 1.5. And I think one of the really good things for the E4, if I'm not mistaken, is the buffed reverse speed. So you remember back in the time when the Gorilla was very popular, the Gorilla kind of got gutted by the reduction of the reverse speed. And this is basically important because you put in a shot, especially with this high alpha tank destroyer, and the lower the time is of exposure, where you stand out to maybe retrieve a shot, the better it is for you, and having more reverse speed. You can see it right now. Piotr peeks forward, puts in a shot into Alex, immediately retrieves, and that's 750 damage for free, and the HP advantage is already 2000 in their favor.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be deja vu. We've got Piotr aggressive on the rails, doing 2 fantastic shots, so even if he trades out his life here, it might still be okay. But look, the covering fire again. Even if Piotr goes down here, he pops his Juggernaut ability, which means 25% reduction to the damage that he's taking, and the strike comes in as well, and Piotr's not even dead at this point, and as long as he's alive, it's always a positive trade. Rishik may yet find the kill.
No, good shield by Monster.
He doesn't even find the kill, and that is a disaster for Lotus. The clash of culture between the tanks being brought, the T57 heavies versus the E4s, and the punish is significant on those T57 heavies, and now the cap completely under control by the side of Hit and Run. They've got 3 in the cap, but I don't think that's going to be their main motivation. They're just going to force their opponent to push in towards them. Stone trading it out and just bleeding more HP that they do not have to spare.
Yeah, you can see right now the next kill being picked up, or the first kill actually being picked up on both sides. But Monster, very healthy, manages to retrieve around the first corner. Now Lukin clipping out. This is definitely some good damage here coming in onto the captain of Hit and Run. But in the meantime, Malya was separated quite a bit, and the next T57 to die should be on the side of Lotus.
Yeah, it should, and the guns have been equalized on the side of Hit and Run. Momentarily, it looked like Lotus might have been in a good situation, but the HP has always been in Hit and Run's favor after the opening trades on the rails there. And now DJ is just confidently pushing forwards. He does not care that Rishik is in a T57 heavy. He will tank the shots if need be. As long as they shoot him, it's going to be always favoring the side of Hit and Run. And again, it really is a clash of culture here. I said the T57 heavy was king on this map, but Hit and Run are showing us the new way forward.
Yeah, and you can see that Lotus is definitely not the king. Dropping a second round, 2 in a row is acceptable, I guess, against Hit and Run, but you definitely don't want, if you're not Moff, Hit and Run to just swipe you 3-0. So we'll have to see if Lotus can come back from this, especially after like a bit of a mixed bag of a round earlier today. So a bit of points, especially as Ping hasn't played yet, and they are the direct competitors for this 6th spot, would definitely be appreciated if you're a Lotus fan or player.
Yeah, ultimately, look at that. DJ coming top damage, doing 4.4, just pumping out consistent damage in the mouse, pretty much almost 100% hit rate there. Ketso doing good damage as well, picking up 3 important kills, mostly just being the cleanup crew, really. the early damage was all coming from those E4s shooting down the rails. Piotr, even though he died early on, he was still able to do 3.7, which is a fantastic trade, really. It was definitely worth him going down for the early shots of damage he was able to get off there. 12-12-12 for Stone, 100% hit rate, but I'm going to think we're going to look through the rest of the team. It's going to be diminishing returns on the pen rates. I mean, ooh, 8-6-2. So Jacob just completely locked out of the round.
Moff calling him out.
Well, I'm just saying what I see. And, you know, it's a difficult position as well, because he's playing a Sente X on Ensk is going to be difficult enough anyway, but he's also the main caller, right? He's the guy who's giving out the calls. So to play a tank that's got to be constantly putting in chip damage, putting in lots of different shots, looking for angles, it's quite difficult to focus on that at the same time as leading the rest of the team. So maybe not the best tank to play. Either way, a complete lockout from hit and run on Ensk. We're going to go on towards Lotus's map pick now, which is Muravanka, but I have to say I'm not particularly optimistic. I remember them playing against Dabelyoo on Muravanka, and they got completely shut out there as well.
Yeah, and we have to really see something from Lotus if they want to continue competing for Phase 2 and this 6th spot. I think at this point, hoping to get 5th is a bit of an utopia, but important to notice is as well, obviously, that if you make this cut, if you're not ending up in the bottom 2, like, the points are not being reset, right? The other teams are continuously collecting points as well. And if the gap gets too big, you will just not be able to catch up at the later part of the season.
Yeah, if the damage is done too early on, then even if you do make it to P6, then you're not really going to have much further to go in the Onslaught Legends series. However, P6 and P5 are very important, because P5 gets automatically qualified into next season, and P6 gets to play the relegation match, so you get a chance to stay in the league without having to go through an entire series of requalification.
Obviously, 5th position also starting from this season gets some money, so that's always appreciated and nice. But the money map in this case will be Muravanka. We have seen it before. We have seen different approaches and strategies. We have seen the double T57 from Cashback in the previous round, which was definitely interesting. And yeah, some teams playing EBR, some teams playing no lightings whatsoever. We'll have to see. And hit and run, they can kind of afford taking one loss here, because the points of 3-0 and 3-1 are not necessarily making a difference. But you remember in the earlier standings, hit and run was only 3rd place because of the point difference, like the win and loss ratio of rounds. So maybe they can clean out this round, give you some extra points for your prediction, and obviously, help themselves in the standings. Hit and run with a much heavier lineup. You can see double light tank, a leopard, centurion, and triple batchet for Lotus. And hit and run bringing click this time in a 4B, double CS, no light tank, double T57, and double IS7.
Yeah, nice for Click to actually get some game time here. And hit and run are kind of doing something that they do quite often, really, which is playing without a light tank. And they're one of the few teams that is actually happy to do this. And versus Lotus, who are playing double light tank, and they've got no real heavy armor to speak of whatsoever. They've only got one Leo as well, mind you, which means only one tank which has a mini strike capability. So if Lotus don't have control of any of the strikes, they're going to be solely relying on Alex to get critical
talking
resets.
About the strikes, you can see Katsai in his IS7 blocking one of the strikes. Now the division radar has been taken as well.
I think it might be over.
Very good information. Katsai picks up the strike. Now the commitment has to come from Reshake. You can see the Force B putting in the first shot, putting in the second. The decap is coming, but Reshake out in the open, completely being obliterated.
Yeah, I said I think it might be over, and it surely is now. Even Katsai has done a brilliant job of switching sides on the mid as well, which means he's not going to go down for free. And these mediums and lights, these batchets, it's like, oh, we can push in towards Katsai, but even if you trade that out, you're going to be losing everywhere else across the map as the hit and run machine just keeps on plowing through the fields of Muravanka. They're going to find Alex in the Leo because he is not able to get away. The pot shots are coming in. Hit and Run are just going to keep pushing that advantage. They do not have a light tank. They do not want this game to slow down.
Yeah, how you're feeling about your 3-0 prediction now, Moff? A bit more confidence?
Oh, I'm sitting pretty right now, but I need Hit and Run to make sure they close this out. I think this is definitely one of those games which we might call unlosable. But although I have seen bigger throws in random onslaught, but Hit and Run is a pro team, so
yeah. I mean, now we can obviously see the strength as well of the lineup of Lotus. They are very good in terms of relocation. They have great mobility. They have great spotting power with this double light tank. And you can see Piotr, he has the HP in the IS-7, and obviously they're pressuring the cap circle again. But with Alex putting in a shot, he will be able to potentially give a decap. He has the level 3 ability now. Lukin approaching there for an angle onto Piotr. Putting in a good shot. Monster now with the point of interest. 7 seconds left. I think Alex just activated his strike. And there is the decap. So important to find out from which direction the next tanks will be approaching. Because obviously with 15 seconds left, the cap circle is still a very important part of the map.
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit worried, Phil, I'm going to be honest. Because the longer this game goes on, for the longer that Lotus can stall it out, the better it's going to be for them. And the reset does come in, so the cap is no longer a problem. That's going to trigger Hit and Run to go once again. They're going to look for some picks on towards Stone, who's now trapped behind a building, and they find Milo in the RHM. That's a very important kill to get. Click is just doing the best he can to try and stay alive here. And the HP has equalized quite significantly, and the kills do come in. We spoke too soon. My cursed predictions are probably going to strike once again. Pansuri is going to look to find the kill on towards the Batchat, which is going to be an important kill, but it's still going to be a light tank in the end game with double Batchat. They need to find these kills. Piotrix is bailing out of this situation. Call me Piotr is just going to keep on pushing, or are they going to keep going? Are they going to try and cap? It looks like they want to keep pushing. A missed shot there onto Jacob as well. That could have been very important, putting him down to a one-shot, but he manages to survive, and Piotrix even finds a kill on towards T-Sex. T-Sex, they've turned it around completely, Phil. It's now a 4 versus 3 scenario, but Jacob caught in the open. It's back into a 3v3. Now Monster needs to find the kill towards Piotrix, which he does. Situation somewhat stabilized, but hold your breath.
Yeah, so Jacob, I would say a bit greedy, trying to stop there, not fully run away, get the distance. I think with this combination of RHM and Leopard, he would have had a much better time taking some distance from the IS-7. There are a lot of bushes that he can use, and obviously you don't have to wait for that long to get unspotted because of the modifiers. Now, Hit and Run, having a tank advantage. This is especially important because of the rules for potential draws. But keep in mind, if Alex picks up the strike, Monster is on a one-shot.
How did Alex got spotted by radar? That's why.
Yeah.
He almost exposed himself to Pan's Fury potentially giving a shot. The problem for Lotus is that Alex is a one-shot for a strike, or just a one-shot in general. Anything comes in his direction, Pan's Fury does find that kill with, I believe, a tier 3 mini-strike, and then he drives over the bump in middle, which has taken so many lives before, and that should pretty much close out the game. Lukin, as powerful as the light tank may be in the end game, somehow he's got to find 3 kills, or he's got to chew through 3,600 HP, and I think it's just a little bit too much to ask of him.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if Alex could have taken the strike and they somehow kill Monster, end up in this 2 versus 2 scenario, they can play around the IS-7 not having the greatest ability to kind of defend themselves against vision play. But I think at this point, especially with that much HP on the mobile tank of Pan's Fury, there's not much to do for Lukin.
No, I think the first thing he needs to do is somehow find Monster, and Monster's sitting very safe in the sort of D3 position in a bush. So Lukin has gone searching, he's not going to find that. Now they use radar as well, so they know exactly where he is. All the guns are going to be trained on towards this bottom part of the map, and they're just going to send out Pan's Fury as a scout. He's going to be the advanced fighting force.
Yeah, they even gave up the cap. They want to take the damage, they want to take the kills, and they want to take the victory.
Big Ram, potentially? Pan's Fury? He's zoning in.
Good job. That's the action. 5 kills as well on the side of Pan's Fury. Really good game. And I have to say, a really good match as well from Hit and Run, and that's what we expected from a team of that caliber. You mentioned it, Morph, they needed the confidence win, and they got it. I think that is definitely speaking a very clear language. 3-0 for Hit and Run. I think the score will update in a second. And good stuff. I think Lotus was a bit caught off guard by some of the maneuvers, but in the end, it was a lot of like better trading as well on the side of Hit and Run.
I think a worse team throws that game. Let's be real, because it's for Lotus. While the HP wasn't great, Hit and Run they almost overextended. You saw that moment where Piotr, like he was peeking in the open and he took a lot of damage, but then he just backed off. They ran away. They reset the situation, and they decided to overcome my caster curse and bring home the win. As for like what this says about Hit and Run's form for the future, I think it's undoubtedly a good thing to win 3-0. And apart from this last game, they were all pretty convincing wins. I mean, even this white round was like relatively convincing, just a little bit shaky at the end. I don't really think this sends a message to the rest of the league. It's just another thing to build upon.
I mean, it's just another team that 3-0 Lotus. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, you said it. You said it.
I mean, maybe I meant it, because in the end, Lotus are now, especially at the brink of defeat, they need to secure their very last match, and that's on Tuesday against Ping. Basically like a direct competitor, but keep in mind, Ping hasn't played today. Ping is already on 3 points as well, so both of those teams sharing the second last spot basically. But Ping is playing twice today. One of the matches against Yogurt, where we could expect them to at least pick up like 1 or 2, but I think at least 2, like 2 or 3 maybe. In the end, we'll have to see what Lotus can produce on Tuesday, but it's not really in their hands anymore.
No, it's not. It's definitely going to be a hard place to come back from now, with only one match for them left to play in Phase 1. Ping have multiple opportunities to get themselves ahead and lock themselves into Phase 2, but we'll find out. We're not even halfway through the day yet so far, so we've still got plenty more matches to come.
Yeah, and with that being said, we will head off to the replay so you can see all the highlights from this match. And stay tuned, as Moff said, we have 5 more matches to come. A lot of great casting. That's it for me for today. I hope everyone is enjoying, and see you in a moment.
I have no idea when the last time was. Because it's not gonna be the Ukrainian team of Cashback, the Oxford Legends Series Season 2 winners. It's going to be Dabelyoo from the pits of hell coming through the lower bracket and cleaning up Cashback.
Well, hello there, and welcome back to the next match. I seem to be...
You sleeping?
Frozen in time.
You sleeping, Key?
As, well, the upcoming match is Darkside versus Mafia. And... well, both of those teams had an okay start to the league. Darkside sort of exploding out of their corner, really, but since then slowing down a little bit. And for Mafia, I think, job well done as expected, I think.
Yeah, Darkside always quick out of the blocks early on in the season. This one's going to be a real test for them. I mean, both of these teams are kind of the perennial underdogs of the league, if you like. Mafia are kind of in the big four, the top four, historically at least. And Darkside are kind of just left out on their own. They're always lurking in the shadows, but never really quite able to challenge for the win.
Yeah, Darkside, sort of a team always on the outskirts of greatness. And here will be a test to prove that they have made it into the inner circle, as Mafia, you said it, definitely a proven and a tested team at this point in time. Sometimes falling a little short to their Polish brothers of Hit, or sometimes also not living up to standard against Cashback, but those are exceptional teams we're also talking about. And I think the community prediction kind of reflects that. 80% over to Mafia. Given the previous scores in the season, I would have expected maybe a little bit more for Darkside. Then again, you could argue that the opponents that Darkside have played so far were mostly on the easier side of things. That being said, Marcel for Mafia absolutely showing up. The average damage 3.1 okay, but the KD really popping off 3.2.
Yeah, I don't want to put you on the spot, but could you refresh my memory as to what the KD is actually calculating? Because I think we had a whole confusion about this before, where I thought it was like number of actual kills relative to deaths, but I was told that wasn't the case.
By whom? I was under the impression that was the exact case. If you die, that ups the death counter by 1, and if you kill someone, that ups the kill counter by 1.
Well, I'm glad we cleared that up until Phil gives us
I think
a slap
it
on the
is
wrist.
literally that simple. Anyway, the map pick and ban is also quite simple here. Studzianki and Himmelsdorf being removed, so 2 rather city-esque maps out. We have Cliff then being picked by Darkside, hoping to maybe surprise Mafia a little bit, who respond with the Pilson pick of their own. And then we have Sand River Ghost Town, Westfield, Ensk being banned out, leaving Muravanka as the possible tiebreaker.
Yeah, it's not a surprise that Mafia would go for Pilson. It's their home map. They pretty much pick it at every first opportunity they get. Cliff being picked by Darkside is a bit of an oddity. They've done some interesting cooking strats in the past. One that comes to mind is picking, I think, 6 batch chats and then reversing at the start of the game on Cliff, and then blind committing and surprising their opponent. I don't think either of these teams are really super comfortable on this map. Darkside got absolutely rolled by Cashback in the previous playday on this map as well, so we'll see what the teams have got cooked up.
And if memory serves correctly, it was also Darkside picking Cliff there against Cashback. So I guess they kind of want to make both teams feel uncomfortable. Maybe they also just scrimped the map a whole lot and they have a whole plethora of strategies available. That remains to be seen, but they're certainly not afraid here against Mafia, because usually if you pick Cliff, that's a statement in itself. That's kind of like, we are not afraid to fight you immediately.
Yeah, Cliff is definitely at least perceived as the pinnacle of World of Tanks competitive, the ultimate map of reactions and correct plays to be made. So we'll see what's going to happen here. I think I went for 3-1 Mafia in this prediction. I don't really. It's not that I don't. I guess I don't believe in Darkside, given that there it is, the predictions, and I'm not alone. You're all joining me on the trip of not believing in Darkside. 3-1 giving them a pity point.
Are we joining you, or was it you copying the homework? I actually don't remember who put in the predictions first, but yeah, here we go. And the curtains open for the first game in match number 4 of the day. It's going to be Mafia against Darkside. Mafia, pretty straightforward lineup. Triple BZ, double Batchat, a CS, and YOLO with the RHM.
Darkside, meanwhile, are going with 4 CS63s, 150B, FOSH-B, and the T100. We know the T100 can be very tricky to snipe at when it climbs up the hill at the start. Also can take the radar without any difficulty whatsoever, being such a flat, low-profile tank. I'm pretty sure Darkside ran this strat against W in the very first... It might have been the very first playday of the new season, and those mini strikes on the CSs, if the game slows down and there's some low HPs, then it can be a real nightmare.
Absolutely. We have seen time and time again, if the battle slows down and the CSs really get to recharge those strikes, it can be horrible for the opposing team. That being said, is it going to be horrible for anyone going up the hill? So far, not too much damage on either side. YOLO taking 2 shots for his troubles. Never mind Kopiat getting absolutely deleted. First blood over to Conrad as, Mafia pull a magic trick and make that tank of Kopiat disappear.
Yeah, it's still a 2v2 on the hill, however, so unless Mafia want to send another BZ up that hill, which they probably will at some point, but being a tank down is never particularly fun. What's interesting to me is that they had 2 tanks on bottom side, the 50B and Fosh, and there wasn't really much covering fire that came in, so perhaps they were not ready. Trading 1 for 1 on top of the hill, Hellmind and YOLO. We've got double bat round the hill for the side of Mafia. Comrade just having a look, seeing what he can find, but eventually the threat of sending more BZs, but never mind that, the hill brawl is just continuing. Trash Panda wants to just keep the aggression going. They have the initial HP advantage, and that is a good strike as well. That's going to hit both tanks, making YOLO a one-shot. And Darkside, they're not pumping the brakes here. They realize the threat, the potential of double BZ coming up the hill, and here they come. It's Barkis coming back into the fight. Hellmine needs to pick up this kill and get out of there before the BZ YOLOs him.
Yeah, indeed. Good job here on the hill for the tanks of Darkside, managing to equalize the scoreline in regards to kills. But Bark is now coming up, is looking for that potential one-shot of Trash Panda, who sees like, oh, that's a BZ. That's not something that I want to engage. Talking about not wanting to engage, Dries is not going to do that anymore. Completely gets obliterated in the middle of the map. And now on the hill here, it is a 2 versus 1, as Hellmind gets spotted out by Barkis. Is not a one-shot currently for his opponent, but there is a lot of resources all over the map that can get picked up. Shurkerix from the backlines should be able to support his brethren on the hill, and now Orzhek, I think, wants to make a decisive move in this game here. They realize that the 50B is probably on reload, are going to push, but the Fosh-B of Vladislav is also there at the hill here. They are going to book it through, though. Vladislav getting a complete clip. Katsunk not quite done with the reload yet, is going to just about make it around the corner, gets tracked as Yuzak down towards a 2-shot. Katsunk with the ability is going to have pretty quick intra clip, is not able to remove the bat shot, just about does it before he falls.
What a clutch shot there to get the kill just before he got rammed by the BZ. Now Vladislav evacuating the middle. He's on reload, so he can't fight against the BZ. Overpeak from Trash Panda to bait for his teammates, so Hellmine can guarantee the kill, which means that Darkside will still have control of the hill. Never mind clutch strike coming in from Marcel. That's what happens when you can take control of the donut. Now Shockerix pushing around the hill, but his presence is known. Comrade knows he's here because he drove through the strike, but he's still going to get the ram nonetheless. But Comrade is not a one-shot, so probably will be able to dump his clip just before he goes down, and that's fantastic for Mafia because Darkside have just about ran out of tanks here, and it's such a strange game key because it looked like Darkside were making good moves all across the map, but they lost a CS at the beginning of the round, and then mysteriously, while the hill brawl was going on, we saw Dries in the background get absolutely deleted out of nowhere.
And now we have a double BZ against the Fosh-B and the CS that Darkside still have available. HP in favor of the team of Mafia. Shockerix just picked up 1 strike, so that should be able to make it at least a little bit closer in terms of the kill department. But the problem for Darkside here is, how are we going to get this Fosh-B in towards the fight? It needs to get in close to be able to completely clip out Orzhek. because I don't think he has the clip potential available to clip out the other BZ.
No, he doesn't, so he's going to need Shockerics to help him out with that. I think the problem for Darkside right now is that Shockerics cannot really evacuate this position. He doesn't know where the BZs are. He thinks he might be locked out. Is he even going to spot Marcel? It doesn't look like it. So Marcel is going to be able to creep up on towards this CS, and if he can get closer without being spotted, that's pretty much going to be the round locked in here. Shockerics moving away at the key moment, and he spots the BZ through the bush. He has no idea how good that timing was just then. And now Vladislav pushing on towards middle. Orzhik has to back up here, because if he gets isolated in the 1v2, he's not going to be faring very well against the Foch B, and he sees him. The Foch B has more mobility. The strike comes in. That is going to hit the Foch. Vladislav did not pop his heal ability, so that's all damage, which is going to be brutal in the endgame. They will still find the kill, though, because Orzhik is still completely alone, and the 1v2, well, the 2v2 goes into the 1v2. Marcel just completely out of the fight, and that's the risk that you take when you push around the hill there. Orzhik, I think, really should have been on top of the hill.
Yeah, now Vladislav is going to press C for the long reload. Shockerics is going to drive on towards the hill. That's going to give them the informational advantage that they probably need, leaving Vladislav in the cap, but he's almost done with his reload. And taking a look at the CS strike, it's only a level 1. That's 90 damage. That is not too much, as Vladislav spots out Marcel, doesn't get spotted in turn. Shockerics is still going to grab the tower, so Marcel basically knows where both of the opposing tanks are at this point in time, but needs to be careful, obviously, because if he catches the full Foch B clip, while Vladislav is able to pop his heal ability, which is at level 2 right now, that might be a big problem here. Also, over time, Darkside can let this one run short because they have more tanks right now, but that doesn't matter as Vladislav comes in. Good track shot as well. He is going to fully clip out on towards Marcel. In comes the heal ability as well. Marcel down towards 930. I think the strike just missed him, and he is now in that 1v2 situation. Where is Shockerics?
Shockerics is still on top of the hill. He didn't really want to expose himself being a one-shot for the BZ. Puts in a good shot there. We're watching Marcel's POV, so he is unspotted. Strike comes in. That does not connect the mini-strike from Shockerics there, but Vladislav manages to get away with enough health that he's not a one-shot, and he's actually snuck up behind the BZ. Cheeky Vladislav finishes the job, but I cannot help but think, that was a complete misplay by Orzhik getting caught there.
Yeah, I think the synergy in between the two players from Mafia just not there at the end. They need to stick together, I think. They just need to keep their HP together, and then they need to dump their alpha into the Foch. Maybe even hold your shot until the ability runs out, right? So the damage that you do is actually true damage and not, I mean, fake damage. Well, kinda, yeah, right? If you just heal it back. But yeah, overall, a good game by Darkside, albeit a terrible opening. 8.4. I mean, Vladislav just getting out the wheelbarrow and completely carrying his team.
There's some paid active BZs at the end, though. I think he farmed pretty much both of them for full HP, right? Like, yeah. Shockerics really, he was just kind of a bystander. He was like, I'll just sit back. You take care of business, buddy.
You do you. Foch B, just go win.
Yeah, Bark is only doing 100 damage. I think that was with a ram as well. I don't think he even connected a shot there. But like the fact that Darkside win this, despite the fact that they essentially lost 2 CS for free, they lost 2 tanks for free, and they still won the round. Vladislav clutching up at the detriment of his, or at the expense of his teammates, rather. But still, that endgame from the BZs, you know, like I think it's fine that they send 1 BZ around the hill. I don't have like a problem with that. My issue is, like, why is Orzhik not just playing on top of the hill? Why is he not going up the hill for radar? Not only is it a better position that's harder for them, the Foch B, to actually just push and kill him, but you get the radar tower, you get the information.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure as well. Like, he was doing the correct thing at first. He was trying to go up, reversing. Okay, he's going to be slow, but at the end of the day, there was also the CS wreck on the approach towards the hill, so it should have been fine, but something prompted him to just go in and, yeah, sacrifice his tank for no reason, really. And that just enabled Vladislav to have a complete banger of a round. Obviously, we showed the stats, but those are from before the playday. And I mean, 8.4k damage is obviously going to help you. I think the record that we're currently sitting at for OLS is a player in W from Season 2 above 10k. It escapes my memory who it exactly was. Maybe IOS?
I think it's Tarks in
in
the T57 heavy on Ensk.
Yeah, T57.
And it was like the most understated 10k ever. Like he was just like casually farming like while the fight was going on somewhere else. But yeah, most underrated 10k or unknown. Anonymous 10k that you've ever seen.
Unexpected, even. I mean, here you kind of know that the Foshby probably had a good battle, but there it was like, all right, he did 10k, what the hell. Yeah, captain's rating, I mean, Darkside is still the underdog here, despite absolutely clutching out this first round on Cliff, and I think all of this, off the back of this initial loss of the CS, Kopiat did 1 shot of damage, and that's just sometimes how it is, but obviously fighting a 6v7, still coming out ahead, that requires monstrous carries, and Vladislav just pulled off one of them. But that was only the first round. Maybe we'll see more of that in round number 2, which probably is coming soon.
Yeah, the Dry's death still surprises me. Like not only where he was and how he died, but the fact that he literally just got blown up instantly. So, player mistake, shock, I don't know, but they can move past it because Vladislav clutched up for them. And it's going to be triple 50B from Darkside with a CS, W50M, and a T100, so quite a lot of firepower.
Yeah, and for Mafia we have the triple BZ, triple CS, RHM combination. So I think a bit more straightforward here for the team of Mafia, but the firepower advantage, not only in the burst, but also in the continuous shootout, is there for Darkside. This is going to bring us in this kind of weird situation where a Darkside don't really want to engage too much. They want to have their burst with the 50Bs and then just threaten with the E50Ms, whereas the team of Mafia, it's just all-out aggression, really. The CSs, they want a drawn-out fight as well, but the BZs are just in your face. Kono is going to put one in towards Trash Panda, and this time he is not going to just blow up like we saw what happened with Kopiat as Mafia arrived in the middle of the map with a lot of tanks, but there's nothing really to push upon. The E50Ms have stayed back, although one of them really gets wrecked.
Yeah, Dry's in trying to evacuate. He doesn't want to get pushed on towards by the BZs. He does take a lot of damage, but it's better to be alive on 1500 HP than dead. The problem now for Darkside is they do not have the hill. They have donut control. Hellmind has got this neat little crossfire angle, but it's kind of difficult to peek from there because you're always going to be spotted for doing so. Trash Panda is on the hill, but you can't really do anything on the hill in a 1v2 situation. He's making some peeks. He's being very, very aggressive and careless with his HP almost as they try to re-peek back in towards the middle. Darkside are going to make a decisive push. They're going in with the double 50Bs. The E50M of Kano is going to join them. The other E50 of Dry's is just going to sit back and do some covering fire support. Top rank being taken out by Vladislav as well. And it looks like they might have found Orzhek, but Kopiat needs to stay alive in that 50B. He's too important.
Indeed, he needs to stay alive, but he doesn't know where to go, and that means Yuzei is just going to pick him up. Kano taking a 1-2 combination by the BZs as well, down towards less than half HP, and still Mafia have the advantage in that department as well. Marcel is unknowingly going to drive back in towards the strike, but he is still a 2-shot, so it doesn't even matter as Shokorix, down towards 1-shot himself, is off reload with the 50B, but kills getting traded back and forth. Still Darkside trailing in the gun department.
Yeah, and Kano is doing what he can in the 50M, pushing forwards, but these CSs are just in such entrenched positions behind all these buildings. The crossfire from Hill is coming in. It's a 5v4 situation, and you can see Kano, it's just so difficult to make anything work here because Barkes is providing such an annoying crossfire which just stops him from playing the game altogether. I think that's an HE from the RHM on top of the hill towards Vladislav, and I can't help but think that Darkside, this game is over. They're just going to slowly bleed HP, they're losing guns, and suddenly it's just Hellmind left in the 1 versus 4.
Exactly, Hellmind here now trying to peek, but he takes a lot of damage even for those peeks. Is going to turn around, but Conrad is now coming in, trying to finish it off. And Darkside, they had a kind of difficult lineup to execute, and the fact that Mafia just had all of their assets in the middle of the map just wouldn't let the lineup that Darkseid had selected work this round. So after kind of throwing round number 1, Mafia are going to come back into it. They're going to even out the scoreline.
Yeah, I think this game, you might say it was lost on the opening. As soon as the hill was taken from Mafia and the E50Ms were kind of stuck and they got farmed a bit, Dry's lost half of his HP essentially for free. It's just not a good situation. And you can understand why they want to fall back in the E50s, because they don't want to get YOLO'd by the the BZs from middle. But I think you have, like, you're almost forced to go close, because you can't just give up so much control.
I mean,
free.
Call me the setup doctor, because I'm about to diagnose a severe issue with the 50Bs here. Together,
Oof.
the three of them...
100% hit rate.
Well, yeah, but together the three of them doing 1200 damage, absolutely not where you want to be. And yes, the E50Ms, they managed to kind of stay alive in the fight, but I think the problem really there was the 50Bs, the engagement that they had, re-pushing from Donut. It almost never works if the enemy is already like in position and able to farm you on the cross. And like with those 50Bs especially, you want to be high HP when you go into the brawl. You don't want to enter the brawl low HP, because then you always have to wait for your teammates to bait the shots instead of being able to do the action by yourself. Just go and clip out and then, you know, hopefully rinse repeat. That was Cliff being split 1-1, and now we are moving to Mafia's kind of home turf, you mentioned it, of Pilson.
Yeah, and they will pick it first at any opportunity that they get. They feel very, very comfortable on this map. I think it kind of just lends into their playstyle as well. They like to play a slower, control-based kind of game. They're not down with all this aggressive blind pushing. They're quite happy to just play out the map slowly, methodically, take the positions, and take away the angles from their opponents. Darkseid, can they match that? Can they beat it?
I mean, we saw Darkseid here realistically on Cliff twice with all-in strategies. Like, you could see once it worked because of a clutch, and the second time it fell apart because whatever Mafia was doing was just completely countering. Whereas Mafia, they looked a little bit more reactionary. And that is kind of their playstyle, right? They recognize that Darkseid as the underdog are going to come out swinging here, going to try and force Mafia in towards the uncomfortable positions. But whether that's really going to work in the long term with an experienced team such as Mafia is obviously the question that we are going to answer here. Really, I think that is the crutch of what just happened on Cliff, is Mafia just realizing, all right, Darkseid are going to play super aggressive here. Let's just defensively receive them, not make any mistakes, and that's going to essentially net us the win.
Yeah, I think going into this match, it's all going to be about what Darkseid want to bring, because I think we have a decent idea of how Mafia likes to play the map. They're going to go with double mouse, Yuzek and Marcel. Then we've got Ozjek in the T57, Batchat, 430U, Foshb, and RHM. Pretty well-rounded, well-balanced setup. Can do multiple different things. Balance between armor and rotation force. Darkseid, meanwhile, going with one E100, double T57, triple Batchat, and an EBR. So...
yeah, Darkseid essentially once again putting all of their eggs in one basket. They have one tank that kind of can hold, but not really against T57 Fosh-B combination. Like, once those two tanks roll around the corner and start clipping out, it's game over for the E100. So, Darkseid are essentially betting their game here on the Batchats finding immediate success. Whether that's going to happen is obviously the question. Vladislav does spot out the 430U and the Fosh-B here, so that should at least momentarily halt the Batchats as the T57's on the cross, not really connecting a lot of shots. That was only one. That was not what they were going for.
So many missed shots there. The Kono could have been bled to like 1,000 HP if they managed to connect all of those.
Imagine he gets tracked, man. He's basically dead.
Yeah. But as it is, Kono is sitting pretty. He's pretty much full HP, and I think, I mean, he'll hear the shots flying around him, so he'll have an idea of how lucky he was to get away with that. But unfortunately for Darkseid, they're going to have to just cut their losses. they're going to rotate away off of that. Despite the fact that they have triple bat chats, they're going to push E100 in towards the middle strike. YOLO now taking radar, because I think they have an idea that there's no light tank from the side of Darkside. Of course, EBR is a light tank, but it doesn't have the plane ability, crucially, which means that radar can be taken for free unless a blind shot comes in. And now, Darkside, they're moving back over towards the 1, 2, 3 line. Strike being taken in E1, mid-strike being taken as well. And it's now just Vladislav on this side of the map. He's the only one here. The double bat's leaving as well. It looks like Darkside want to stack the cap. And as it is at the moment, Mafia only have the mouse. I mean, they're all kind of like, they're not super close to the cap right now. They're only going to have one strike to reset.
Yeah, indeed, the mouse will have to drive in to defend against this capping attempt here. Currently, only one tank on the cap. That is one of the T-57s, I believe, Hellmind. But the Batchats that have rotated over towards the 1 and 2 line now kind of leaving again. Possibly also leaving this side open for a repush by the team of Mafia. Shokorix with that E100 must be feeling kind of uncomfortable at this point in time, because, well, if a push comes by Mafia in towards the destroyed factory, then there is nothing really that would be saving him at this point. The triple Batchat have completely abandoned the left side of the map, now all on the east again. And they would be running in towards the Batchat of Conrad and the 430U of Kono immediately, together with YOLO in the RHM in support as well. Hellmind probably got spooked. He left the cap. And both teams very defensively at this point in time. I mean, look at back where Yuzek is even in the mouse.
Yeah, some interesting mind games going on here, because they put the cap on with Hellmind, and they put it down to about 40 seconds. Then Hellmind was forced to leave because of the angle that Yuzek has from H2 in the mouse. And now they're moving back towards the 9-0 line after they were all spotted leaving, but the radar's coming out again, and this could be clutch. This could just give up the game completely as to what Darkside has going on here. Vladislav tried to move in to spot, and the damage does come in on towards YOLO, but he's already taken the radar.
Yeah, the damage in that sense kind of has been done. Also, YOLO is sitting on that level 3 plane. He just is waiting for that EBR to possibly drive in towards a strike. Kano now getting spotted on the 0 line, but so far, so good for him, as he is going to make it behind the houses. Might even clip out on towards Kono. Good tracking shot coming out by that one as well, but no one here really in support of that Batchat, so that means he is going to have to trade it out, as Orzhek is thinking about engaging Shokorix.
He is, and Shokorix has double T-57 heavy covering him. Meanwhile, Kono is just getting jumped upon by these Batchats. Mafia trying to trade it out as best they can, and Kono is still alive here. Shokorix now getting pressured in middle. Strike's going to come down, and that probably is going to hit 2 guns here. Shokorix is always going to fall in this situation, but it's about how you trade off of that HP, and so far it looks like Mafia is doing the better job of trading off the gun so far. Barkis is getting hunted down by Kano in that Batchat. Barkis trying to escape. Kano does not have the shells required to go and finish that kill. It's going to have to be one of his teammates, and that could be a major player here. Barkis just able to stay alive behind that building. It's going to slow them down so much, but Mafia is not stopping on the other side of the map. They're pushing straight into Kopiat in his T-57 heavy. Comrade's going to finish off that kill. The gun's just being traded out all over the place. Vladislav goes in for the kill on towards Barkis, and now they're going to have to rotate back across the map.
Exactly. Now, the problem here for Darkside is that they've lost their holding tank. They've bled a lot of HP. One of the mouses finally falling, but those mouses are super annoying to engage if you're a Batchat, because, well, the gun handling is better, but the pen is kind of lacking if the mouse is angling over long distances, as Kano is hunting for YOLO here, fancying himself a little bit off that RHM. Vladislav, though, with the crucial pickup. Another kill coming through by the EBR, rendering the amount of guns by Mafia down towards 3. That is not that many, but they still have the assets of Batchat and RHM alive, together with a very healthy mouse that is going to peek out and remove Hellmind from the roster of Darkside in this game.
Yeah, and Vladislav got spotted out as well, trying to probably take the radar. It's a 4v3 situation. HP in favor of Mafia, but of course, keep in mind, all of that health is on Yuzek pretty much, 2.7k HP on that mouse, and it's going to be difficult for him to find impact in this late round here. With Triple Bat versus EBR, they've got 4 mobile tanks against 2 mobile tanks. If they can find the correct isolation, Darkside will be winning this game and Yuzek will be helpless.
Exactly. Vladislav is already trying to scout out the opposing tanks, and he does see Conrad. Unfortunate timing once again for Mafia here, as their Batchat gets spotted without really getting a lot of information in return. He's probably going to guess that this spot came from the Zero line, but he doesn't know which one of the 4 hypermobile tanks of Mafia it was, just as Vladislav gets spotted here, takes another shot of damage from YOLO, but a strike was collected and now used. YOLO down towards a one-shot as well, as we have Trash Panda trying to blind shot, but YOLO has now abandoned the premises of the balcony, and now I think Darkside are going to try and sweep in with 4 tanks together against where they suspect the opposing tanks are. However, Conrad has different plans, gets spotted out in the open, but Trash Panda doesn't want to engage. He's a one-shot himself, a single shot connecting in towards Conrad by Kano, and you can really see the mouse doesn't have anything to say here right now about what those medium and light tanks are doing.
This game is so finely poised. The timings of when these players are coming upon each other. YOLO has found an interesting bush, and he's actually going to be able to keep Dries. No, he's not going to keep him perma-spotted, but he gets to replane him. YOLO is in such a weird position here. 25 meters of proxy range. He actually lets fly a shot, and he sets him on fire as well. The rare fire shot in Onslaught. It's not a commonality, and YOLO tried to find the kill. He could not make it happen, though. And now, surely, with the light tank dead, this game should be done. Comrade has 23 HP. Kano is going to peek over, get that kill. 3v1 for Yuzek. Poor guy. In the 1 versus 3, he has the HP advantage, but what is he supposed to do?
I mean, he does have the advantage in the HP department, but that is not really going to help him at this point. The thing is, Darkside, they can just flee, they can just run away because they have more kills. They don't need to engage this mouse. Yuzek, I mean, he takes a shot to the back, but at this point in time, it is probably going to be the hounds against the bear, but the bear here really against too many hounds. This is too many angles. He does even see Kano with that Batchat. That it keeps being annoying. That was probably one of the one of the Batchats, if not the EBR. You can see he's really taking damage now. Let's fly one of his shots in towards the bushes, but it's going to be death to 1,000 cuts for Yuzek in his mouse, as Dries from the top is going to peek, and he is going to put an end to the misery of the mouse that we saw here. Darkside once again up a point. It's going to be 2-1 after a very, very interesting late game here.
Yeah, I know Yuzek's playing the mouse, but that was like rats eating a block of cheese. Just he could do absolutely nothing about that. It's just a horrible endgame scenario there to have all the HP left on the mouse, and in the end, the 3 Batchats they do come up clutch, but there were so many timings there where it could have gone either way, with Comrade just sort of randomly driving through the open and then suddenly getting spotted, and YOLO sitting inside that bush. If he didn't get found, if he was able to get the kill on Vladislav, then they would have a chance. Such a close round.
Such a close round, and Kano, one of the Batchats, alive at the end here with 5.5k, Hellmind 4.7, not that far behind. But yeah, I think Darkside with a pocket strategy here, selecting only one super heavy tank, completely getting the better of Mafia, that I think realized kind of what they were playing against, but they weren't able to properly get the rotations out to be able to just counter entirely what Darkside were doing. But if you're thinking of picking this many autoloaders on Pilson in your random onslaught games, I would advise you to not do that, because remember, we have trained professionals doing this, and it was close, it was clutch.
Yeah, and I think the thing I like about the triple bat is it's such a quick tank for rotations. So even though Mafia got the radar, I think, twice in that game, they got full info twice on the positions. They couldn't really rely on it because the bats can rotate so fast around the map. You never really know where they're going to be.
Yeah, you could see there were temporarily the points in time where Mafia got a spotting tower with the RHM, and then they were like, okay, maybe we can push here, and then they realized, wait, we are pushing with mouses, and those are bat shots. So basically, if we have to cover 200 meters with the mouses, the bat shots had time to rotate across the whole map, so that's not going to work out.
Yeah, and Darkside now putting themselves on match point, which means all of our predictions are in the bin, but honestly, you know, I think it's great for Darkside to be this competitive. If they can pick up the win here, like, they are flying higher than they ever have before in terms of points, I think.
Yeah, for Darkside, I mean, so far so good. They secured 1 point here in this match. They would obviously... We're really seeing the team, I think I said this in the past stream as well, we see that Darkside as a team are continuously making progress in punching above their perceived weight, and really making it hard for the teams that are playing against them. Maybe this very unconventional and aggressive style that is coming out, not a lot of other teams are really doing that in that kind of way, and that is what makes it difficult for the other teams to properly receive what they are doing. Mafia are going to change things up a little bit. They're now going to bring double mouse still, double T57, an E50M, a Foch B, and an EBR.
Yeah, they've decided to go for the rat tank as well. The EBR, super annoying to deal with. Darkside bringing double E100 as well, double T57 as well. We've got a different funny button tank in the 430U versus E50M, and then a slightly different tank destroyer over the E4, but pretty mirror matchup, all things considered.
Yeah, I think both teams kind of have the same idea of what they want to do, although the Foch B obviously a bit more mobile than the E4 and does have this brutal clip potential, so I would give the slight firepower advantage over to the team of Mafia in this game, as Kono and Vladislav are going to spot each other out. No damage taken, however, as both of their shots go wide, but the double T57 by Darkside getting spotted by Kono. So he kind of knows what's up. Meanwhile, the double T57 of Mafia has not really been seen yet. And this means that Darkside probably want to play a bit more defensively. The 430 of Kano now is taking the artillery strike, but the double T57 in the cap is now spotted. And so Kano kind of knows what's up as Marcel and Yuzek engage in towards the factory. They want to get this 430U out of the game before it has even started. But YOLO really starting to pay for this move, down towards less than half HP.
Yeah, they wanted to crunch on towards Kano in the middle, but Darkside's here with pretty much everyone, so this trade is not anywhere near as favorable as they would have liked. Bark is now caught between a rock and a hard place. He's going to choose to drive forwards into the full clip of the T57 Heavy. He does not have his heal ability popped and available either, so he's going to go down on a one-shot and die there. Now the HP still even, the guns are even as well, and Yuzek is trying to push out here. Kopiat has a full clip ready to go in his T57 Heavy. Gotta be careful with those shots and make sure that they count. But all things considered, it's still a very even game. The EBRs are having their own little duel in the back lines as well, trying to poke and prod and get what shots they can. Kopiat has been flipped. He's vertical. He's gone into another dimension, and I don't think he's going to have any further say in this round. They're actually just going to farm and kill him as well, which is probably a waste of time, because what is he going to do from that position? He's never ever going to break free. You should probably farm some different tanks.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a focus fire issue by the team of Mafia, but so far that doesn't seem to hurt them, because you can see Conrad with that E50M continuously peaking. That's a lot of DPM coming in towards now the back of Shokorix, who turns around, has to respect that threat. Orzhek on the long reload is going to sting from behind, as YOLO is going to make his presence known. 1, 2, 3, and 4. All of the shots going in towards Shokorix. That also takes an Amarek now from the side of the E50M, and here comes Orzhek around the corner, is going to drop another of the tanks of Darkside, leaving only Hellmind and Vladislav alive. Orzhek is going to be able to completely explode with damage now from his T57. Bounces one of the 3 shots, but Hellmind, well, he doesn't have the DPM to really attack the T57 that does get cover fire from that E50M.
I mean, it's kind of deja vu, a little bit of a similar situation to the previous round. We got one German super heavy in the 1v3 and there is absolutely nothing that he can do. Kono has won the EBR duel as well, which would have been very significant had this game been stalled out a bit longer, but despite the fact that Darkside were there with pretty much their whole team, Mafia still were able to make it work.
Yeah, exactly. Darkside tried to once again fool Mafia, but this time around the team of Mafia ending up passing that test. And so that means after 2 maps, we are going into overtime for, I believe, second or third time today. First of all, let's take a quick look at the post-battle results here. And we do see that, well, the Darkside Super Heavies were in the fight for a lot of it, but in the end, the E50M just superior because Kano gets found right at the start, and I think that was a big issue for the team of Darkside, is that their continuous DPM medium was taken out.
Yeah, and you know, from the super heavies of Darkside, it's good that they're doing good damage, but like for the benefit of the team, that's not the tank that you want at the top of the leaderboard. You really need the 430U, the T57s to do more than they did. I mean, compare the funny button tanks, 430U only 2k, Comrade just farming 6k, and he had a plethora of different options of targets to shoot at. He elected to shoot the vertically flipped Kopiat, who had nowhere to go.
I mean, some may still remember the great player of Xena back then in Fame, and he was like, you have to farm the AFKs before your team does it, because that is damage that you're not getting back. And yeah, maybe Conrad listened to him back then and is now following that school. But yeah, Muravanka is going to be the flavor of the match in regards to Tiebreaker. And Mafia did pick North on it, so they had the faster game.
Yeah, Muravanka as the Tiebreaker. We've seen Mafia play a bit. I don't recall if we've seen Darkside on it. I have to imagine the way that Mafia like to play. I have to imagine they're going to bring Kono again in his trusty EBR.
Well, let's see how this one is going to pan out. I mean, Muravanka is one of those maps where we have the possibility of seeing a Tessak, but given the fact that, well, the Juggernaut TD has completely fallen out of fashion, I don't see it happening, Moff. Even though you could, like on Studzianki, on Muravanka as well, you can spray like the info point with a Tessak and be very annoying that way, but
no,
I don't see
it's
it
just
happening.
it's the Tessak meta. As it was fun, it was good, it was great while we had it, but it's kind of dead and buried, and it went with the Juggernaut ability being nerfed, and it's a sad day for Kihan. He very much loved that tank, and it was great fun to watch, but I don't think we've seen it being picked once yet, and I don't think we will. I mean, it is kind of a meme when you can blind spray the radar, but I think the ultimate value of the tank, weighing up the possibility of blind spraying a radar when you can't even guarantee that you're gonna like get utility out of that. RHM, EBR, they're just always better and have more possibilities in the late game.
Yeah, I think your assessment of that situation is unfortunately correct. But man, I just loved seeing the tank. It was always great fun. Maybe one day we'll get it back for different reasons. For now, though,
just buff the clip potential by like 50%.
Give it like a special ability to basically every continuous shot that you penetrate makes your damage go up like by +1.
Multiplied by 2 every shot.
Would be cool. Well, we'll see. Why do you think that Mafia selected North?
Honestly, I couldn't tell. I'm not gonna make up some smart intellectual reasoning as to why they picked North versus South. Maybe it's because taking the mid strike it's easier from the north side, perhaps, and you get the balcony with the water tower. I can't remember what sector it's in, but that's quite a good position to hold and snipe from. Perhaps that.
And also, we will have the kind of philosophical choice once again between RHM and DBR on Muro. Which one do you prefer?
I mean, RHM is like the stability pick, whereas EBR is like the psychopath kind of pick. It's just it goes crazy, you know. And it's been absolutely nutsky, and the amount of like random onslaught games where I see like you get into a full legend queue and they pick 5 EBRs. It's just it's so horrible.
Well, we are only going to get one here. It's Kono with the EBR together with YOLO in the RHM dynamic duo in between those two light tanks. A 4-Spear, 430U, double Batchat, and an MVY. Pretty light lineup for Mafia here.
Yeah, M5Y not a common tank to be brought on Muravanka. That tank is pretty much exclusively only used on Westfield up until this point. Darkside going... And Sand River, of course, the new map that's been added. Darkside bringing an E100, triple bat, CS, and Leo, and a T100. So, importantly, Darkside bringing the double mini-strike tank. Leo and the CS both have mini-strikes, which is going to be very important for resetting the cap. However, given the lineup that Mafia is rocking, I don't think they're going to be too interested.
Well, let's see what happens. Yuzek does get planed by the T100 of Trash Panda, does take a shot of damage. This means replane is up and available, as Trash Panda probably should be very careful. Kono with a spotting run is going to see Vladislav. Trash Panda gets found out as well, and immediately the shots do come in. Vladislav down to 2k. Kopiat also kind of needs to evacuate, and I think now the team of Darkside realize that Mafia is going very aggressively in towards the forest, especially since Dries is probably going to be calling out as well. Hey guys, I'm taking a lot of shots by basically everywhere, down towards 1200 as Kono with the next spotting run, and Dries trying to evacuate as Barkis is moving after him. Another shot, another drag shot even holds the Batchat down towards 400, down towards 2 HP, immediately gets killed.
Yeah, Dry is getting completely caught there. Unfortunate for him, and that's going to be really difficult for this Darkside team now to recover from that situation, because they're just going to be able to freely take that advantage, push in towards Vladislav. They've got one Batchat in the corner in K0, but he's not off of reload. Kopiat is just having to watch his teammate go down here, and now the cap has been started, but that's not realistically an option with Olszek. With the 12 degrees, I think it could be even more of gun depression in the M5Y. Very powerful tank in this position. Gonna anchor and hold while the rest of his team cleans up the other side of the map. Even gonna push forwards, just delaying as much as possible.
Yeah, Orzhek here is going to push up and over. He was trying to avoid Scout and even does make it through alive. Is going to heal a little bit up as well. Kopiat in the meantime falling though, puts a shot in towards Hellmind. The T100 to pick up Orzhek. Finally the cap has been cleared, but at what cost? Probably everything more, probably at the cost of the match and the tiebreaker. Kono still driving around like a lunatic in that EBR, does take a shot of damage from the T100, unable to retaliate, but the plane doesn't even find him, so he is going to go dark for now.
He will, and I don't think it would really make a difference either way. Ultimately, this game kind of just unraveled as soon as Dries fell for free in the Batchat, and Mafia just kept pressing that advantage. The HP is like, they've still got a lot of HP on that E100, but it's exactly the same story as with Yuzek on Pilson. You can't actually do anything with the HP when you're surrounded.
No, and that is exactly what we see happening now. 6 tanks of Mafia still remaining, trying to pad their stats, feasting on that very tasty E100, and Mafia for the first time in the match are going to put themselves up a point, and by that they're also going to take home the match. It's 2 points for Darkside, 1 point for Darkside, 2 for Mafia, and yeah, in the end able to to stay alive here in this match. Mafia, probably both teams are fine with the result in the end as it stands, although the players of Mafia maybe want to take another look at that first Cliff replay where arguably there was more possible for Mafia.
Yeah, definitely. If you think back all the way to Cliff, that even though it's a best of 5, it feels so long ago, but Mafia definitely probably could have and should have closed this match out 3-1, which would give them 1 extra point, 3 instead of 2. It's better, number is bigger. But, you know, for Darkside, it's also not that terrible. Like, I think they showed a competitive match, and they still get a point on the board to bolster their tally.
And now we see Barkis with that Porsche B having a banger of a game. He was able to immediately clip out on the bad shot of Dries and then just rinse, repeat, go in and just mop the floor with whatever is remaining on the team of Darkside. And here Vladislav, yeah, he didn't have a good game. Dries, I mean, one shot more of damage, but arguably even worse that he fell there immediately. And we just saw the power that this EBR has. It is, you said it, kinda, it is an all-in pick, but if it works out, then it's completely gonna spiral out of control.
Yeah, it is a rat tank. And Dries, unfortunately, I think he might have been spotted by the EVR, and just a little bit caught behind the game line there, and just unable to evacuate the situation in time. If he had gotten out, maybe this game could have been different, because I'd say that Darkside actually had like a reasonable hold on the K line with 2 Batchats in crossfire, but once that first tank went down, it's just everything collapsed.
All right, that's going to conclude this match. We'll go to some replays, and after that, of course, on Super Sunday, we'll be back with more action. Stay tuned.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. helps change the course of climate change and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Well, hello there, and welcome back to the second half of the Super Sunday. And now we're going to see two teams that I think we haven't seen so far today. It's going to be Ping against W.
Yeah, Ping, they've had this one big win, right? But they need more than that, to be honest. Gihan, let's be realistic. Taking some points off W would be exactly that, though. W, however, was leading the leaderboard before the matches of today were played, and couldn't be leading it again at the end of this. But for that, Gihan, let's say they need 2 clean wins. And Ping is for W, but a step in the process towards those top 4. So they should always be favored against this lineup of Ping.
Yeah, Ping, still kind of the new kid on the block here. You can see pretty young lineup there. The players staring into the camera. And W, proven, tested, battered, I guess sometimes you could say. Those are the winners of the All S Season 2, so vastly favored against the team of Ping. But then again, W at times can be unstable.
Yeah, they are sometimes not too consistent. And now the question is, what kind of W are we going to be seeing in this matchup? They have this team that, of course, is the reigning champions, Gihan. We cannot forget that. So they demand and deserve the respect for winning the OLS Season 2. But they would love to win another.
I mean, of course, winning this OLS is not only going to give you 45% of the prize pool, it's also going to give you the CPUs, as well as the respect, obviously, of a lot of other players. They can then maybe prove that Season 2 was not a fluke, not just one magical day or two during the playoffs. Now, community predictions, 85% for W, 15% for Ping. Kind of expected.
Yeah, a bit lopsided in favor of W, but I think that is ultimately fair. If we think about it, W, the team that has everything going for them in this regard, they just need to execute it well. Can they do that? That's another question, because we talked about their consistency issues in previous seasons. So far this season, we're not too deep in it just yet, so many things could happen. And, you know, a resident AX player being highlighted here.
Yeah, Baby has been a standout performer in whatever team he has played. Obviously, Season 1 in W, Season 2 in Cashback, now Season 3 in W again. But I think no one doubts this man's ability to really stand up for his team when they need him. 3.5k DPG is, I think, among the highest. Only Barbarian, I think, higher than Baby with like 3.6, something like that. And so now in this match here against Ping, it will be for W maybe another day at the office, but a day at the office where they cannot slip up, which is what they've sometimes been doing in the past. Ping are going to start the pick and ban by eliminating Ghost Town, W responding with Studzianki. Himmelsdorf is going to be the first map of the day into Sand River.
I've been keeping track actually for W. It's always Studzianki. It looks to be always Studzianki. I think this is the 3rd time that I see them first ban Studzianki. I think Phil can probably confirm that for me as well. They really don't seem to like playing it, from what I've noticed, which is interesting because, you know, at some point we're going to the longer best-offs, Gihan, and then they may want to ban, you know, more than one map that they don't like still, because otherwise you have to play it. You know, now you have in the best of 5, you both pick one of your probably good maps, and if they do happen to pick the one that you wouldn't want to play, all good. But yeah, Sand River coming in, it's going to be an interesting series here. Very fast into, we don't know with Sand River always.
Yeah, Sand River, I mean, still the meta has not settled yet, I think is fair to say. And then, I mean, Ensk, Cliff, Westfield, Muravanka being removed once again. Tiebreaker Pilson. I think today and later in the day especially, we're going to have a lot of Pilson tiebreakers. Whether they will be played or not, that's the question, obviously. But for this match here, it is going to be Pilson as that map. So Himmelsdorf being picked by Ping now, going step by step is, well, interesting, I think, because Himmelsdorf is a map where it is kind of very small. Like, the playable area that you have is limited if you don't send anyone to the hill, for example. And if you send someone to the hill, then you have the problem of them not really contributing their HP to the fight. So Ping also not afraid. It's like the cliff pick that we had last match in between Darkside and Mafia, where immediately Darkside came out swinging with the cliff pick. It went 1-1. So Ping maybe trying to repeat that.
They need a good start, IMO, because if W is a team that can, recover. We've seen that a few times last season, going from like a match point back to a tiebreaker. But once they start going, I think they'll be hard to stop for Ping. Will Himmels be a good map for them? Well, we don't think. Well, we do think so actually, because across the board, everybody has predicted 3-1 for W.
That kind of sounds correct, right? W is the stronger team. But yeah, we'll see about this one. 3-1, kind of also the pick where you're like, all right, this team is stronger than the other, but you still give the consolation point. I hear some TeamSpeak pings in the background, and yeah, those predictions are correct. All good.
Yeah, I was just, double checking as well. They seem utterly 100% correct. Maybe Moff filled it in with sleepy eyes and he doesn't remember what he predicted, but it's okay. Maybe he'd be happy at the end of the day that he predicted 3-1 Kihan,
Well, he's not going to fall behind, that's for sure, but he's also not going to...
He cannot get ahead, so he can only catch up.
All right. Game number 1 in between Ping and W here in the phase 1 of the AMD Onslaught Legends Series Season 3. Ping coming out with a 60TP, a CS63, a Centurion, a Foch B, a 268v4, an E4 ×2.
W in return, a 268v4, double Foch B, an AX, double T57, and an IS7 to round it off. So none of those holding TDs for W, right? No E4s, no E3s, only one V4.
Yeah.
A bit more mobile.
Interestingly enough, both teams are going with the Centurion AX as the Inspire medium. We see a lot of teams bringing 1-1B instead on Himmelsdorf because not that much gun depression is required. Sometimes even a 1-1 of all choices because of the higher alpha, I guess. But yeah, David getting spotted out, trading spots with Gotcha Baby. As Frugo in the I7 gets sent over the 3 line, he does see quite a few tanks, so second guesses what he's trying to do. Doesn't want to commit to the cap anymore, probably, rightfully so. Those WE4s really start hurting if they do start hitting, that is, of course.
David and Baby just trading it out, both picking up an Inspire, but David's being level 3 and Baby's only being level 1. It does make a difference, Kihant, in the, how much benefit you get from the skills. So there, David is winning slightly over Baby. Akilka is going on towards the cap. He takes a shot, the guy behind him, Adi, takes a shot from Jakefa. Cap has been started, Kihant, and they don't currently have any reset angles. The Foshes are still just about pushing over the hill. Jakefa will go for the strike, but he will not make that.
No, Jakefa is not going to pick up the strike in time. Maybe he will have an angle through the windows, obviously, against all those tanks. An HE reset, even now coming against Aquilka, but all of them peak, all of them connect against Frugo, the team captain, trying to step up, but he is getting stomped down by those guns of Ping that are very close. However, gun advantage and HP advantage now there, as from the hill rains death with the Foch Bs.
Beautiful stuff there from the Foch Bs, coming in clutch. I mean, David, so we didn't even see him, Kihan, but when we first saw him, he was down towards the one-shot, so something really happened there towards that AX that we missed. I think it was probably a Foch B, and now I don't think he's liking any of this, what's currently happening. IOS and Klurf power duo there between them two, blasting away at that E4, dropping him towards the one-shot, and yeah, they will find IOS all the way in K1, but he will not just give up his life. He'll do at least one more shot, you would assume. Miku trying to avoid that. Good shot there from IOS, even getting double track now though. Has a repair kit available. Jakefa picking up a like. He'll do one more shot before he falls, and that's really good stuff there from that 268v4. Drawing out the time while his teammates are cleaning up the rest of the map and even giving the shot towards Miku, and he will even deliver one more.
Yeah, exactly. I just checked. iOS actually is running the double repair kit, and now the repush by W, who are still with 7 tanks available in full swing. iOS might fall against the Forge B of Beton that is still alive, but that one's also still reloaded, and I think at this point in time, Beton realizes what just happened in this battle. W 7-0, very, very clean against Ping in round number 1 on Himmelsdorf.
Yeah, you would think that the damage on Frugo would be super impactful, but at the end of the day, they got so much in return for him blocking the cap. I mean, mainly David, that AX, he just kind of exploded and we didn't see it. That is the weird part about this.
That was probably the Forge Bs from the hill, just laying down the law, right? Double Forge B is obviously enough to one-clip any kind of tank that is in Onslaught currently, and maybe he just got found, possibly even double-tracked, and I don't think the Centurion Action X would be running a double repair kit, like, for example, a V4. And there, it ended up really working out for iOS, managing to stay alive, but overall, the damage spread, it wasn't really the Forge Bs that had the biggest impact, it was the T-57s of Klurf and Jackafa.
Good stuff. I mean, the Forge Beats do their clips. You got to remember they're on the hill, so it's a while away for them.
Yeah, I mean, Itox even only doing 1 clip of damage, but in the grand scheme of things, it didn't really matter. And a Beton against the frontal V4, it's always very annoying still. 2 shots bounce, but I don't think it ended up mattering here because he was also shooting at a V4 that was using Juggernaut, so damage reduction ability coming in. And that's why he only has 1300. So, yeah, round number 1, the favored team really looking strong.
They did very well on this first round. We got to remember, Kian, it was only the first round. All right, the battle has not... One battle has been fought, but the war is still going on. I think they had an idea of what to do. The punish on Frugo was good, but there needed to be a follow-up. And they especially needed, and then I'll repeat it again, needed to keep David alive, right? There's no way that the X should be getting caught. When you know that there's 2 tanks in spotted Kihan, you know that they could be going over the hill.
Yeah, and they even had a medium on the hill that was sort of posted there as an early warning system, but I don't think he completely saw the Forge Bs approaching. As we see, captain's rating, as always, lower is better. And W having the edge over Ping by quite the margin. Ping sort of expected by this to drop out of the OLS in the first phase. Will that actually happen is the question, because as it stands, Lotus, a team that many had locked in for phase 2, don't really look that poised to take a spot there.
No, I wouldn't even count on them anymore, to be honest, Kian. They could have a magical recovery at the end of the season, but I somehow doubt it, right?
I mean, they have 1 more match on Tuesday. That's it.
Yeah. I mean...
Yeah, whereas both of the teams that we still see here have the possibility, either of them actually, to pick up 6 points still today. At the moment, it's looking more likely for the team of W. The first 3, at least, in this match. So, let's see. Round number 2 coming in, and... Well, Ping, once again, with the Inspire medium, but a lot else has changed. We see a CS63, the Centurion, triple funny button medium 430U, a double Forge B, and that's all for Ping.
W in return, 268V4, triple Forge, double Bliska, and an AX. Now, that looks like a very aggressive lineup.
Exactly. The Bliskowitze, together with the triple Forge B and the V4, that is very in your face. And whereas the Bliskas and the V4 will profit a lot from the Inspire medium, it's arguable for the Forge Bs, but Inspire medium seems to be kind of meta on Himmelsdorf at this point in time.
What is W doing with this lineup, though? Because it looks very aggressive, Kihan, to be honest. The Bliskowitzes are not known for playing a slow game, you know?
Ooh, this might be actually kind of bad for the triple 430U as Baby and David traded out. This is going to mean Inspire for both teams available. Baby immediately activating it because he knows that his TDs on that 1, 2, and 3 line want to engage earlier if they can. Good shot, good trade from iOS coming out. Obviously, with the higher alpha, he is going to have the advantage here. as the 430Us kind of hold outside of the cap and now just wait as to what's going to happen. This is going to give time towards W to rotate. They also have the strike now. They could probably put that one on towards the 430Us. Indeed, it does go down. 1200 damage immediately. In come the Forspies of Klurf and the Bluskavitzes of Mentos, and the 430Us just melting completely in the crossfire. They realize we're getting shot from behind as well, but so far all the three of them staying alive like a miracle. But Ios is coming in and says, get out of my game, Aquilka.
Finds one with the ram, finishes the other one with a shot, and W doing a very good job there at controlled aggression. Ios will not find the third one with the ram, but he will probably find the shot. They waited for the strike to be up to pincer those 430Us in a crossfire with the strike coming in as well. That's what we call maturity, actually, from this team. Growing, waiting, taking their moment, and pouncing on what was a juicy crossfire from the west and the east, shutting down that quick cap attempt even from Ping. And yeah, Himmelsdorf, we can forget about it for Ping.
Yeah, Ios even getting the second ram kill on towards one of the players of Ping, like in his 4-speed, trying to drive away, takes one by Jackafa on his way in towards the window. Jackafa also stopping now, and remember, with the accuracy modifiers in Onslaught, you're just basically pinpoint accurate. That is why Jackafa doesn't miss a beat, doesn't miss a shot either, is going to shut down the 4-speed of Ping in a 4-5, and now the cap has started.
Yeah, this round is over, and it was just really mature from W, honestly. The way that they played it out. They waited on the 2-line. They stopped. Only the V4 got spotted. They took the strike. Maybe even strike, but I think it was only one on the middle. I don't know if they took the western one. And then they put it on those 430Us, and then it came from two sides. And you saw them. They're like, we have to go forward, but we're all dead.
Yeah, it was kind of weird to see as well, those 430Us being sent there. The information about the TDs. Good job by Jacek to pick up Baby. Not that it changes anything, but the 430Us, they had the information as towards the TDs on the 1, 2, and 3 line, and still they went so aggressive, where it should be kind of clear that the 430Us are great tanks, but when it comes to burst and also like in-your-face firepower, obviously the Bluskavitza, it has crazy high DPM, and the 4-speed with, you know, intra-clip DPM as well doesn't make it better, so maybe not the best call by Ping to position those 430Us so close at the cap.
You can indeed question those kind of things, Keyhand, but at the end of the day, they went for it, and they felt the result of it as well, right? So that was, again, a good initial there from W. They find such great success with that. Again, I'm especially proud of the maturity that they showed there in waiting, because it's like a small thing, but it really makes everything so much worse for Ping, because you lose so much HP to the strike as well. Yoss, you know, going a little bit of a rampage in the V4. They're probably chilling, you know, pretty happy that all their hard work and their daily trainings is paying off.
Yeah, and to be honest, I mean, good for W. They pick up the opposing map 2-0. If this was Hit playing, I would say, all right, now the other team is going to get 2 points, but it's not. It's W, and they have picked Sand River, a map that still I personally look at with a lot of curiosity, especially as to what people are going to pick in the light tank department, or are they even going to pick light? We have seen both approaches, light tanks, low light tanks, and we have when the light tanks were picked, we've also seen both approaches as towards tracked or wheeled light tank. The RHM on Sand River obviously getting picked over the T100, just because, well, it actually has gun depression to speak of, but also EBRs can work very well.
For sure, EBR on this map very potent as well, because of those dunes up, over, down, under the whole time, going in and out of fade. Very annoying to deal with, because you gotta constantly re-aim. Very potent tank, quick info. But we also saw strategies without Cashback's cap play comes back to mind, and if you remember, that was beautiful. So a lot of things that are possible.
A lot of possibilities here as well, and in that kind of sense, I think Sand River plays a lot like Ghost Town. Maybe not when it comes to the tank picks. Like here, you will have MBYs, for example, instead of E100s in the heavy tank department, and the T57 on Sand River not as prominent. But there are like multiple ways to play from either side, and it falls into this almost rock, paper, scissors system where one strategy will beat another, but then get beaten by a third that then again gets trumped by one of the previous ones. So it's kind of a guesswork by the teams as to how the other one is going to play.
What do we expect in terms of lineups, Kihan? Like, what are you thinking?
I think by W, maybe actually no light tank. They're just going to stick it, like trying to push it into Ping's face. And Ping for me on Sand River is kind of a closed book. I wouldn't know what to expect here.
I'm not too sure either, but I think we will soon figure out what's the play for these two. And let's look at it. Light tank available for both sides. W following it up, a double for the U, a Forge B, a Bat, and an AX, and a 277.
And for Ping, there's a 277, interestingly enough, as well. Together with double Bat, Inspire Medium Centurion, double E50M, and the RHM as well. So both teams with a very mobile setup, but W still want to have that firepower and burst of the Forge B available. When it comes to the shootout, the biggest issue on maps like Sand River is always getting the Forge B into that position in the first place, and then it's not like Himmelsdorf, right, where you do your clip in the Forge B and then you're like, all right guys, see, I'm out of here, drive around the corner and you're gone. No, that doesn't work on Sand River.
Initial openings, Tokihan, not too aggressive from either teams whatsoever, except for W going full KLM, but that's like pretty normal in terms of aggression. But the way they're driving Kihan is not.
No, they were trying to not get spotted from the middle, and I think they succeeded with this. Now, however, with the cap siren rolling and also with Jakafar taking the strike in the bat shot, this is going to mean that Ping is under a huge amount of pressure here. They need to send someone towards the cap. They need to send someone to get those resets, as Beton is going to be able to pick up the tower that is going to spot all of those tanks in the cap. But Adi is the one that really has to make the move. He's going to get shot by basically the entirety of the clip of the Forge B, and now W are pulling the trigger on towards that 277.
They will find the 277. It will be a little bit costly because Frugo and Jos need to pay some HP for that. But in return, though, they're bringing back the pain to a Killcat Beacon in the middle in that E50M. That turret, yeah, that once you start turning it left and right, becomes extremely weak on the sides. They find numerous shots on it, and they find 4,000 HP lead. They have 5 seconds left on the cap, but there will be a big reset. And do keep in mind, those strikes, Gihan, they do wipe away some buildings in the process as well. So Ping has potential here to do something with this, but Mentos is the unknown factor right now. He's on that cap, having all of the points. Somebody has to go in here, somebody has to stop it, or it's going to be all over, and I don't think it's happening for Ping as W steal it away. 3-0 is the scoreline that Ping will have to swallow, as they have no right whatsoever to even claim that any of those rounds were going to be theirs. Good stuff to W. Good match.
Yeah, no, and I think even like if Ping gets another reset there, then it's over anyway. Like, it just gets more painful. W gets to farm more damage, and that's kind of it. Like this, yeah, W get a very quick 3 points on the board. There was no discussion in every single game that we saw here. The team of W was just superior, straight up. For both of them, there will be another match left today. And for Ping, there will be the chance to perform better. For W, I think business day at the office has started well.
Yeah, done what they needed to do. Now they got another match against Hit and Run, I think?
Probably.
I think so. I think, yeah, W is playing Hit and Run. But let's put it this way. Job completed already. When you look at a match day like this, I think if you're W, you want to win against Hit and Run, right? But you also know that you could lose against Hit and Run. But you need to win against Ping. All right, that's the difference. You know, like, you need to win against Ping. You want to win against Hit and Run.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the damage numbers here, not really a necessity.
Oh, there goes Kochi Baby's DPG. Oh no, unlucky.
Oh no.
Anyways.
You will get him next time. Yeah, I don't think he cares, as long as his team wins. And, I mean, what can we say? Good job to W. This was a very, very quick best of 5. So after some replays, we'll be right back with the next match of the day. Take it away.
I have no idea when the last time was. Because it's not going to be the Ukrainian team of Cashback, the Onslaught Legends Series Season 2 winners. It's going to be W from the pits of hell coming through the lower bracket and cleaning up Cashback. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Onslaught Legends Series Season 3. I had a quick brain lag, Moff. Quick brain lag. I thought I was still with Kihan for a second, but I forgot we replaced him with you.
You gotta be the leading man, man.
It's okay. I was just checking if you were gonna fill in or just gonna wait. No, it's fine. We saw W just dominate Moff, which I think you saw as well. But now we get to see Cashback, yeah? Do the same potentially to Yogurt.
Yeah, it could be a very similar tale to the match that we just watched. Although Ping, I expected to put up like a bit more of the fight, but I think the way W played, it just completely shut them out of the round. Like they had ideas of what they wanted to do, but W was just so forceful. They just couldn't do anything. And
I don't know if it was with Keyhand, but you mentioned something. It was with me or Keyhand where you expect or they need to take the points against matches like this. I'm not sure which team you were talking about anymore. I think it was maybe Cashback as well. They need these points still.
Yeah, I mean this is basically 3 points pinata, or like
Okay,
not to be rude.
I mean, this would be fun, no?
Okay, maybe, but does anyone realistically expect Yogurt to win these games? Either way, this team, like, I've been watching them quite a bit, like in the run-up to them actually qualifying for OLS during the OCS qualifier rounds, and I was affectionately calling them the Yogurt Pots, but I've been informed that a Yogurt Pot, that's only a UK thing, and people are saying I'm really weird for calling them the Yogurt Pots.
What is it? Wait, why yogurt pot?
Because it's a pot of yogurt.
Wait.
But apparently a pot of yogurt is only a UK thing. But you know, it is what it is.
I think we just say yogurt, no? I mean, I don't.
Yeah. Well, you say yogurt, I say yogurt.
Yeah, but I don't say pot behind it.
Yeah,
I'm not going to the fridge. I don't go to the fridge. I'm like, I'm gonna go get a yogurt pot. I'm just saying, I'm gonna go. I just say I'm gonna go get a yogurt. You know, like.
I say yogurt.
I mean, when I was a child, I would say in Dutch and potje yogurt, but that's different. You know, that's like a Dutch. You know?
Well,
which is the same.
We can all agree on the prediction.
Who voted for them? Let's go. Let's go.
It's going to be 2 players from yogurt, I bet. Oh, it's yogurt.
I'm gonna go find out. They're playing now against Cashback, right? Where is it? Cashback. I can tell you soon. 2 votes. Humble and need to turn off streamer mode. Humble's on their team, no?
Yep.
And Silt. So half, 50-50, you know?
Yeah.
Split.
I mean,
I'm waiting for the day we have 100%.
Yeah, it hasn't happened yet, has it? I think 98% is probably the closest we've ever gotten.
I think so.
I don't think it's ever been even 99%. Map pick and bounds for what they're worth. Yogurt picking Himmelsdorf. Have we seen them play on it? I don't know. We've seen Cashback play on it.
I think we have.
Himmelsdorf is one of those maps, as we like go further into the season, we're still kind of figuring out what the established meta is. And to be honest, like, it's a lot harder to analyze or like say confidently what the established meta is, because I think that all of the abilities on all these different tanks, that like they're more balanced than they have ever been before. So there's a lot of like different possibilities of how you can play each map.
Variety could just be the meta right now, Moff, where everything kind of works, but nothing is that much. Like when everything counters everything, that's also a meta technically, which makes it a bit weird for teams, but it's totally cool for us, to be honest. And then again, we have to watch out what happens in the mid-season updates, right?
Okay, so Cashback are doing a similar, I think it's identical lineup. We've seen this before, rinse and repeat. Triple BZ and quad T57 heavy. It's quite, like, at first glance, it seems kind of unusual, but on further glance, a further examination, it makes a lot of sense, right? You got the BZs to push aggressively, take the shots for the T57s, and just clean up anything in the middle. Yeah,
but then look at Yogurt in return, bro. 4 T57 heavies, a 121B, a Fush B, and a 268. They have quite a lot of T57s of their own. It's going to be a clipping game.
Yeah, and Love is so important in this round that he does not get picked early on. That Inspire is going to come in real clutch, and the DPM of the 121B, if he can just keep on firing his gun and not get picked, it's going to be aggressive 8-line push by Cashback. Yogurt are going to meet them there with 3 guns of their own.
3 against 4 though. The press getting pushed into the lane together with Humble on the D line. Cashback may think that they could swing and kill. He takes 1 from the BZ as well though. I'm not sure what the press is watching for. And so far unspotted. Twilight is now spotted, but he also spots out the 3 people waiting in the trap. What does Cashback do? Do they continue? Do they hold? Twilight wants to go, cannot go. Liberty starting to pop his ability already. Gives 1, gives 2, gives 3. Last one out as well. And now Cashback has courtyard control though. They're trying to get back in. They're trying to get in from all these angles. Love, you said he's important. He is still alive. Cashback starting to get ahead in the terms of the HP. But can Yogurt come in right now with the clips and make something happen with these T57, the press and Humble? Can they find something? I said not getting focused out. It's actually Little in his T57. He gets completely done for. Ramadic will not be able to finish Liberty, but so far neither team really the big winner out of this.
Yeah, the HP is pretty much even, just a slight gun advantage for the side of Yogurt, but it's just a complete courtyard brawl. No one really has like the positional advantage necessarily. The BZs of course don't have great DPM, so Ramadek will find that kill on towards Liberty, and that's important because that's some crossfire angle that can open up, and he's able to support his teammate. Love still alive in the 1-1B. He's so fundamentally important, just inspiring his team the whole way, and they are rolling with that inspire, and they are going to win their first round here against Cashback, set up perfectly to counter this mid-courtyard pressure.
I just want to point out to everybody, I don't think we saw it, but every single caster prediction, including external as well, was 3-0.
Well, they showed us. They showed us, dude.
Yeah, sure. It was a good round.
They just threw a yogurt pot in my face right there.
Bro, just a yogurt. It's not that hard. Why do you have? Everybody knows it's a pot. Why do you have to mention it?
Cultural differences. Either way.
What cultural difference, bro?
Yogurt. They win their first round, and they put our predictions in the bin. And you know, as long as if we get a competitive match, like, do we really care? Besides, our points are all gonna remain even after that anyway. So, can Yogurt maintain this pace? I don't know.
I mean, they won one round, which is very good for them to start in this match by winning this round. To be honest, they need exactly that. They need to build off of that confidence if they can. Somehow get more out of it as well, which is a different story. But they did do a good job. Humble. Yeah, the man with confidence, Moff.
Yeah, you got to believe in yourself before anyone else believes in you. And Love, I said, important tank. The fact that he didn't get picked early on was just so critically important. And I think the way that Cashback wants to push there, they have to get some isolations, and they were just not allowed to do that. And in the end, if they can't get those isolations, the T57s, the BZs, they can't synergize, and it just turns into like a flat brawl. It's not really going to favor them.
Yeah, and the 1-1B does a lot as well, though. 4.6, and of course the Inspire, which means that their 57s will always reload before the enemy's T57s, even if they started clipping later. That's an interesting part about it as well. Cashback tried and did not succeed at surprising Yogurt.
No, and you know, maybe Yogurt's prepared for it to an extent, because it was a recycle strat from Cashback. We should say that they played it, I believe, on day one. Come on, we don't need to see these predictions. We already know. It's dead and buried.
I blame Phil for everything.
It is interesting though that like this is the match where we're more all of us were more confident going 3-0
and W
compared. And compared with the Lotus game as well against Hit and Run. So
I think that's a leftover from last season's dominance of Cashback, to be honest.
Yeah, I think a team they kind of just have this presence where you kind of believe they have more ability to dominate a game, but the actual like matches and results of this season don't necessarily show that.
Although they're starting to build into the season, in my opinion.
They are, and that is like, it's better to have it like that. You want to start slow and steady and build your way into a season. You don't want to do a dark side essentially and start really strong and then kind of tailor off. We'll see how they get on in the future, but definitely better to build your way into a season.
For dark side, it's already like keeping, or I find themselves having to start looking at phase 2, and if they can do better in phase 2 than they did last time around, who knows what's possible for them. They had a really strong season start.
They did. They picked up, and they won the critical matches as well against the teams that they needed to beat. But it only gets harder when you move into phase 2. Yogurt bringing quad T57 heavy again. They swapped Love. Oh, never mind. We've got some musical chairs. We've got double Foch B 430U and a light tank on Himmelsdorf.
Interesting. Cashback in return. Double 50B, double 57, double CS, and a mouse. Yeah, that light is going to have to do a lot.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting where he wants to plane at the start, because you can either do left or right of the spawn. So does he want to see if anything's going towards hill, or does he want to see if anything's going towards 1-2? He only spots 2 tanks, and he spots the tanks going, at least they're going middle, but he spots the left hand side of the spawn. So he wants more info on what's playing 1-2 line, because his team is going that way.
Okay, now you see the pressed Humble and Ramadek arriving in the middle. Little already backing off, realizes he can't do that. You need to be careful. They're about to be met by Liberty and Barbarian, who are already starting to leave those tanks with a little bit of damage going their way. They are trading it out because, of course, it's 57 heavies. You're not able to sit safe. They don't have an invincible turret. And now the Forge Beast pushing through on towards the D-line. The CS is already on the hill. Little now pushing in towards the cap. I think he realized that he was in trouble, but what can he really do from that? He's seemingly dead.
He does look to be dead, but the HP advantage is still with Cashback at the moment. The double 50B has just reached the top of the hill, but Little is already out of the round. What can the double 50B do from the top of the hill? The 430U is already flanking through the spawn right now, which is going to be... Well, you got to be careful there, Love, not to get caught. Triple 50B on top of the hill, triple strike even. A lot of damage being done there, and what can the triple 50B really accomplish from up here?
Love. They had such a big opening in this round, Morph, by getting that first pick, but now Love, you said he has to be careful, just kind of donating there in that 430U, to be honest.
Yeah, just misreading the situation. Just being a little bit too eager to make some kind of flanking play. Aka now dropping off from the hill, and you gotta be very slow and steady with this because it's quite a steep drop. You don't want to find yourself losing HP unnecessarily without taking shots of damage. Aka now peeking in towards Humble, gets a good shot in there, and the advantage that Cashback took from killing that 430U, they should be able to just run with it. Squeezy just trading out with the T57 Heavy, which is maybe not the greatest idea in the world, but he's going to live nonetheless.
HP-wise, though, Yogurt clawing back into this battle. Now the press is chasing down Squeezy. He finds one immediately. The strike comes in. That's the mini big strike from the CS63. He will find the second maybe here as well. Yeah, he does drop Squeezy towards the one shot, and now Barbarian coming in, trying to find Liquor, but he cannot. It will have to be Brain Breaker who does it. Mindbreaker in the meantime gets broken himself as he's out. 4 tanks left standing here for Yogurt, and Humble tries to find Aka. Aka bounces! Humble finds it! Big ego peak, but he makes it work though.
Important kill, and Kvik now in a bit of a weird spot in the light tank, having a 1v1 with Liberty and the T57 Heavy. Shots coming in from the top of the hill, which are very important as well. First track shot comes in towards Kvik. Can Liberty find the kill? And he gets the high roll as well. Unfortunate for Kvik there to go down, but you cannot help but think that Yogurt threw this round. They should have had it in the bag. Playing with one tank down from Love's misstep. Squeezy now closing in to try and get the final kill. The numbers advantage is going to come in clutch here for Cashback at the end, but the HP is just so very close. But with only 2 guns left, Ramadek's on reload, so he cannot do anything. Barbarian finds the kill on Depressed, and that's the game.
It should be the game. I mean, Framebreaker
nah,
yeah, that's mini strike.
Surely
Framebreaker will finish him off. He does not bounce these. But also close, and Love, you had the opportunity here to put your team on match point.
Yeah, that's got to be like, that's such like a heartbreaking moment as well, because you know from his point of view, he's caught in no man's land because he kind of knows what's going to happen, but he's like, the timing is just a bit off. He thought about going for the flank.
Would have been better to run through 5 line though at that point.
Yeah, potentially as well. But that's the problem, right? When you get caught in 2 minds about what you actually want to do, you end up choosing the worst possible option, which is just getting caught. Even if he played in the window, he could have actually like traded off his HP reasonably well. But it's such a sad way for them to lose the round, because they could have been up 2-0 on match point and really getting into an upset kind of match like we've seen from Ping. And Ramadek just trying to pick up the pieces, doing 7k in the T57 Heavy, but it's just not enough to compensate.
No, and I think they will. The question is, how well do they handle this mentally? You know, because they know as well why they really lost this round. I mean, they almost won it 6v6, but they should have had an extra gun, and an important one as well, Moff, to be honest. Because if the 430U can play the game, if he is able to engage against 57s and not get focused out immediately, right? He's a very important tank, because in that reload of the T57, he does a lot of damage.
He does. It's very rough on the player individually, especially when it's so obvious like that. You really can't make any kind of excuses for yourself, unfortunately. But you know, if we just put that behind us and go, okay, we traded 1-1 against Cashback on Himmelsdorf, like that's pretty good. Just sweep it under the rug and move on to the next map.
Ensk now coming up. Used to be a cashback juggernaut of a map.
I think I don't remember if it was Season 1 or Season 2. They had a 100% win rate over the regular season on it. Historically a very good map for them, but as we've seen, this kind of cashback is not quite as stable as it once was, and they still have the clout from previous seasons, which gives us the confidence to predict for 3-0, but like the way these games are going, Yogurt could have been up 2-0. This match is competitive.
Can it stay competitive, Moff? That is a secondary question. Do we think
it takes a lot? It takes a lot to maintain the level to be able to like keep going toe to toe. It's only a best of 5, so it's very short, which is why it favors the weaker teams to get these upset wins. Cashback, they had a bit of a beatdown from Ping before, especially on this map. So have they learned from those mistakes?
Maybe, Moff.
Do you think they might take a? Do you think they might take a leaf out of Hit and Run's book? Because Hit and Run really have, like, in the matches that they've played, they've kind of shifted the ideal setup from being overly autoloader based, T57 heavies, Foch Bs. They're playing a lot more for rail control, playing with like way more E4s than we've seen before.
Well, I mean, the damage reduction works really well, though, for against T57s, right? Because with ability, you do get, you do reduce the significance of that T57 heavy. However, Cashback is not really leaning into that too much more. Double E4, band, double T57, double mouse, they have some sponges.
They do, and Yogurt does not. Well, they've got the double Foch B, which you can count that as a sponge, and the E4 and the 268, but they haven't got any super heavies to speak of. The 121B as the Inspire tank, and then double T57 heavy. I'm not really sure which comp I prefer here. I mean, double mouse is quite a commitment.
But we saw, though, that Hit and Run was able to do it as well with those double mouses.
It's a lot of HP to chew through, even for T57 heavies.
Full city here in the beginning for Yogurt. Yeah, Squeezy doesn't really get a spot out, though.
I don't know, did he get any info on them actually crossing?
I don't think so.
Because the wall was not destroyed. Squeezy running low noise bat chat, presumably. Usually good for that spotting run, but on this occasion, not so much. And Cashback are kind of split map here a little bit. They're actually going to rotate because they decide they want to hold the AEB line. They don't want to just give up and hold on the 789 line for free. Even the mouse, Izard, is not even going for the strike. He's going to let the Batchat take it instead and then go for the radar. Izard now starting the cap, so Cashback moving back and taking some control away. They have about a 3k HP advantage just at the start of the round without any shots being fired, owing to the double mouse.
Now, they need the double mouse Moff, to be honest, to start probing, you know? Like, start being a little bit annoying. I said they're destroying the wagon, that's on purpose, so you can spot through it. So they have their lanes now. And how does Yogurt actually react to this?
Well, at the moment, they don't seem to know themselves. They're trying to figure out what they want to do. It looks like they're going to group up to push down the one line, but if that is the play, compared with the match we saw earlier on today with Lotus against Hit and Run, Cashback seems more than prepared to soak up any kind of pressure.
I said here trying to look for an angle against Fick. He might be able to find it through the windows. There's a few shots there. Quick trying to pen in return, but here it comes, Moff. Down 1-2 line, and unlike Lotus, somebody's waiting for this.
Yeah, Twilight is going to spot it through that little angle in the streets there, so the jig is up. They have the info that they need, so no one from Cashback really should be caught by surprise here. And Humble pops his ability. That is good that the Foch B is taking that initial damage, but it is a lot of damage. The strike comes in now. The rest of Cashback needs to react elsewhere across the map because Liberty is about to get deleted.
Liberty down and out, and Little in a lot of trouble as well in his E4, and now Love Liquor coming in, and the mouse is still stuck against the V4 together with a bad shot. Can Yogurt make something happen here? They need to take that potential of their autoloaders in hand and make it used. Barbarian, though, is not afraid of facing an autoloader. Not today, not tomorrow. He drops Humble out. He gets dropped by the Prest immediately. The Prest finds Little as well, so a double kill for him. And now we look at the HP though, it says up 4,000 for Cashback, but I would like to point out quickly that a lot of that is currently on those double mouses that they have available. Twilight is one of those mouses. He's starting to die because he no longer has the support, and unbelievably enough, man, it's gonna be Yogurt that should put themselves on match point here if they can close out these last few kills. I said coming in, finds Ramadik though before he was able to shut down Aka. Now Squeezy coming back in with 2 shots. Cashback still has something.
Bounce shot.
The bounce from Love. It's gonna be an annoying one. Quick finds one more shot though, and Squeezy's not able to find the kill on Quick in return. So it's a 2v4.
It is going to be a 2v4, but Ized is kind of isolated right now. Squeezy is still on reload and unable to support his teammate. Yogurt, they need to try and find the kill on towards Ized before Squeezy can get himself back in the game, but it's the late game pressure. We saw Ping struggle with it against Cashback as well. They're just under pressure. They're trying to peek against the mouse while side scraping, and it's not a good situation for the 1-2-1B.
Nope, it is not indeed, but he's starting to find side shots on Ized as Liquor is like, okay, I guess I have to make the trades at this point. I have to do everything. Vic is going to get found by Squeezy though, but he does make a shot against the mouse, which gives Liquor now an opportunity to find the kill and get safe. He does just that as well. That last shot from the V4 might just be worth it at the end. Squeezy finds one-on-one towards Love though, now starting to back away. He has everything to play for. Squeezy, Season 2 MVP of the Onslaught Legend series. Can he do what he wants? Can he get out?
Can he get out is the question. Liquor has a good pre-aim angle if Squeezy chooses to cross there, but he seems to be wise to it. And now with Batchat low noise, he should be able to cross unspotted if he goes wide enough. This is a very, very winnable game for him. He has the HP advantage. 2 tanks are a one-shot for the side of Yogurt, both to a strike and a shell of his own. Only Liquor has HP to speak of, but the E4 is not a very mobile tank, so he can't really go hunting for the kill here. And Liquor is just going to sit on the cap, and Yogurt, they had such an opportunity, but now Squeezy, if he can convert this with a good shot there, fantastic. That's going to make Liquor a one-shot now as well, so 3 one-shot tanks from the side of Yogurt. Depressed trying to put in a shot from the back lines, but is unable to do so, and Squeezy decides to hold. He decides, oh, good shot from Depressed.
One shot to HG now. Good shot from Love as well on the outside. And Yogurt, you see they're a little bit stressed, and Squeezy now has to take the fight. The Liquor holding the angle with HG. It doesn't bend. It doesn't bend, but HG didn't intuition back. The nerves they're striking because 639, he was always going to kill him. Love now getting spotted out. Can Squeezy find the kill without... Oh, it misses on the first though. He needs to get it on the second. He does. Now a 1v2. Both of them are one shot. But Liquor misses again. He misses again.
Yeah, the pressure is really mounting here. Squeezy only 200 HP to speak of. The strike is now being collected. So
they
Squeezy...
have one already, no? The press.
Did he take it already?
I mean,
they have two strikes available. So if Squeezy gets spotted here, as long as they hit the strikes, this game should be done. But it's still just finely poised, balanced on a knife edge. Everyone is a one-shot in this round. Any mistake will be costly. Liquor, unfortunately, I don't think he had time to intuition back from HE, which is why he took that shot that only hit the tracks. But that could have been the game right there.
And now you can see, they know, Moff. They know, by the way. They know that they're currently winning.
Onslaught rules for a draw. The first rule is, if you have the gun advantage, you'll be winning if the game ends. 3 minutes 30 left to play for this. There's still a lot of time to wait. Liquor, will they go for a blind strike? That's the question, because that cooldown for the strike is only 40 seconds away. I'd love to see it if he blind struck the corner in A0.
I think they should blind strike. I think we should see like Liquor's POV, because he's going to potentially use the strike when it starts ringing, because he can, because the press still has it as well. But do you risk it, Moff? Because Squeezy can hear the strike going off as well, and then he knows he only has to dodge one anymore.
He does, but the way his tank is pointing, he'd have to drive forwards into the open, which could be potentially a bit awkward for him. It's
curious to see how Squeezy plays this out. He's hoping for a mistake.
He's zooming out right now because he wants to look at destroyed objects to see if any kind of movement, any kind of information is going to be given to him. Look at now. He did place a strike. He blinded. He did not guess the correct location, and he starts to collect another one. And we go again.
Now he goes. Now Squeezy is going. He realizes one strike used, but he will take the second one on time. But he knows where one of his opponents is. He's playing around it.
Spotted though.
He cannot get spotted indeed. If he does, he's dead. Normally, he needs to eliminate one opponent before he uses a strike.
Yeah, Licker just on the other side of that building. Squeezy has a good idea of exactly where he is, but he knows that he can't just push in and get that kill because Depressed in the T-57 will almost certainly find the final kill. 1 minute 50 left to play for. Licker, if he goes for another blind strike, Squeezy might just chance it.
I think Squeezy's hoping for that, actually. I really think Squeezy's hoping that there's another blind strike.
Oh, he's going.
Now, Licker should hear the fences. But Squeezy knows that he could hear that. Spots him out. And he gets the shot. He gets one strike eliminated. Now the second one. Will it get him? It missed! It missed! It missed! Yogurt misses! Squeezy picks it up. One more opportunity there, though. I think the press should have been on the other strike.
Okay, but Daki, look at the HP.
Oh yeah, they still
Cashback had double mouse.
Yeah.
So the press just needs to survive, and they should win because they've done more damage.
But Squeezy can take info and strike, no?
He's not going that way. There's 1 minute left on the clock. They're actually moving towards each other. Is the press looking the right way on the minimap? He gets spotted out somehow, bizarrely.
The wagons are destroyed.
The rail carts are destroyed, of course, and that means you can spot through them. But they both know where each other is, and Squeezy now is going for the strike. He's going straight for the strike. He knows it's his best chance of winning the round. What is the press going to do? 40 seconds left. Is Squeezy will have enough time to take it.
The press now knows that Squeezy's on the strike. Does he drive away? Does he get D-spotted? Squeezy's gonna take it. Squeezy might even peek him. He knocks over the 3. The press is coming. Does he predict the angle? He does actually predict it, and he gets it! He does get it. What a game.
Oh my god.
What a game.
And
think Yogurt.
Daki, oh my god. It could be 3-0.
It could be 3-0.
It could be 3-0. That's crazy. What a match, though. What a match.
This Cashback team is starting to remind me a lot of W from Season 2.
Maybe. A lot of potential, but just not quite closing out these rounds cleanly enough. And, you know, even earlier in this round, Yogurt had an opportunity to close this out more cleanly, but in the end, they get it over the line with some missteps along the way from both teams. But the press guesses correctly at the end there with the clutch shot to finish the job and put his team on match point.
Yeah, it's one hell of a run from Squeezy there at the end. Almost got it. I still think, Moff, strike and info was a possibility after the press missed.
It could have been. But the pressure of those situations, like being able to make the right call objectively in that moment, is just so tough.
It's 2-1 for Yogurt, and it should have been 3-0.
It should
so
have been
funny.
3-0.
It
Just
should have been 3-0.
One misstep by one tank that should not have gone down. It's this is brilliant. Yogurt really taking the fight to Cashback, and if we just compare this to like Season 1 of the OLS or even Season 2 of the OLS, you would not have had this situation before where the bottom team in the league is taking the fight to arguably one of the top contenders, right? But like the way the league is shaping up, especially with Cashback not being as dominant as you might have expected, I think it's so close between like 4 different teams, and even the bottom teams are punching above their weight. Ping already took down Cashback. Yogurt might be about to do the same.
It's indeed, but it's kudos to those lower teams. They are really putting up the fight. But Cashback is also just this season around a lot less dominant than before. And maybe, Moff, it's down to the other teams being better.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like the longer it goes on for, the more seasons we get, the skill gap between the teams, I think it's just going to narrow naturally, as everyone like works harder to try and like keep up with who's currently on top of the league. But But from at least going into this next round, you know, we're speaking high praise of Yogurt. It's not over until it's over. The job is not finished.
Can they bring it home? I hope they do at this point. They would certainly deserve it.
They certainly do. But I mean, you know, you could flip that and say you get what you deserve, and if that one mistake from one player is ultimately what costs them, that would be truly heartbreaking. But a fabulous display from both of these teams here. Yogurt coming in, they've got match point against Cashback. They're bringing a mouse, triple T57, a 1-to-1B of Love, and double Fosh B.
Cashback in return, double mouse again, double T57, a 1-to-1B, and double Bliskavice.
So that's something that W were bringing, right? Double Bliskavice. And this kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier, where the meta is like, it's kind of in a state of flux. You can bring a whole bunch of different tanks, and Bliskavice, despite having the Juggernaut ability nerf, minus 25% damage reduction is still very powerful.
Cashback completely going towards the east. In return, Yogurt taking over 1-2 line, even using ability on Mindbreaker to be that a little bit early. Bliskavice is going past. Okay, Cashback here, not interested in taking the strike in the beginning. They want to do the quick flank almost, Moff, and maybe find a Ramadik, but luckily enough, I think for Yogurt, there's nobody there right now.
Yeah, Ramadik is pushing forwards as well, and if he goes a little bit further forwards, he should be able to get safe enough, but he doesn't seem to be aware of the immediate possibility of the flank, and no one from Yogurt is in position currently to cover him. Ramadik, the spot comes in now, so he has to be aware. He's trying to turn his mouse around, but is he going to get there in time?
He is going to turn around or start turning. He has a little bit of destructible object LOD to play with, but he is not in a good position right now. This quick push from Cashback. He's bouncing quite a decent amount of shots, so there comes the strike. It's going to hurt as well. And Yogurt coming back in. Now's their moment. Now's their opportunity. They know everybody's on reload. Fick coming past as well. Love Humble pushing back in. Aka in the Bliskavice doesn't have it in him to hold this push off. And this could be Cashback falling against Yogurt because they come back in. They lose the mouse, but can they find more out of this? Little still on that rail part. He's facing it off against Fick. Fick finds him, but he's getting surrounded now by Twilight. And I said that's a big strike hidden home on 4 targets. But this is Yogurt trying to make it happen, but this time around them off, they're bleeding really heavy. They're trying to get these autoloaders out of the game. Barbarian goes down. They're just ignoring the double mouse, continuing through. Squeezy still on reload. Can they find him before Twilight and Icehead are able to do the damage? One more shot of Mindbreaker. The Prest has 2. Icehead now coming in, picks up 1. Squeezy starting to drop low, but not low enough. Mindbreaker tanks all of it, and that will maybe keep him alive, but no Liberty with the 1-1B comes in and picks it up, and it's going to be 3v3.
It is 3v3, but there's a lot of HP on the mouse. If they can find the kill on Liberty, who is isolated right now, they may yet still win this round. They've still got Love as well. Double T57 heavy and 1-1B versus mouse is the ideal scenario here, and Liberty is bouncing shots here as Liquor is about to come off a reload and get the kill, and then it's going to be a 3 versus 2. The mouse, they have a lot of HP, and they may be very mighty, but they do not do well against double 57 heavy and a 1-1B in crossfire.
Twilight, can he get the shot there against the T57 heavy? No, he cannot. Liquor now is going to be the next focus for Icehead and Twilight. Can he afford one of the mouses? Would be huge. Ooh, he hits the building. Yeah. Drops him to a potential one-shot mob. 504. Love is DPMing out of his mind in that 1-1B. Misses a shot there. And now he has the problem, though. Both of his T57 friends are one-shot. He needs to take Icehead's shot at this point. The press is coming behind Icehead as well. Icehead is now the linchpin here. He fires. Liquor now peeking as well. Twilight is already there, though. Liquor going, committing. He doesn't get the roll in return from Twilight. The press will find the kill, but Twilight will finish off Liquor, but that is not going to be it normally. As the strike comes in as well, he will find the kill, but it's a 2v1, and it's a bad situation for this mouse.
It is a bad situation. He does have the HP advantage, and Depressed is a one-shot. That's the only thing he's got going in his favor right now. A bounce shot from both players there. That could have been huge for Twilight if he made the 1-1B equally a one-shot, and it's just such a hard endgame to play for the mouse here. He's such a slow tank, and somehow he has to get the element of surprise, get the jump onto either of these two tanks here, and Depressed is disengaging. They're both playing for the strikes. Love has his own little pocket over here. He's going to wait for that one to cool down, and Depressed is taking the other.
Yogurt, we gotta compliment them. They completely ignore these mouses until the very end. Just a block of like 8,000 HP driving behind them, but they do not care.
Yeah, it was perfect target prioritization there, and that's given them fantastic opportunity to close out this match. But if Twilight can upset the party, if he can find the kill, the strike goes in and it will connect. The mouse is going to find it very difficult to avoid getting struck there, and Twilight is actually going around the outside. The timing is just going to barely escape him. Unless Depressed drives back through the street, they look to have maybe lost track of where the mouse is. All it takes is a 50-50 if Twilight is looking the right way, but the radar is now being taken by Love, which is very, very smart, realizing the mouse is pushing aggressively in towards the city. The strike is available as well, so the radar gets used. Twilight's going to take another 400 damage, and the longer this goes on for...
They'll just chip him down. He cannot do anything. They have found the mice. He's near the water, and he can try and climb out of the bucket, but eventually he will drown.
Yeah, it's not a fun situation. Just like we saw with Yuzek earlier today, anytime the mouse gets into the end game, there's really not...
Okay, I take it back. He has one opportunity now, because he's cleared the 57, right? He can take info, strike, kill the press. It's a 1v1. Then he has an opportunity to go for Love.
He does, but it's still very difficult.
It is an almost impossible fight for him because the 1-1B kills him on DPM every time. I think Yogurt also realized this, by the way. Like, I think they're like aware of, they're
closing in.
Oh, Twilight.
He's aiming the right way, kind of. And is he gonna go for it? He's not looking the right way. If the press peaks right now, he can close out this game, and he will. Yogurt, the surprise victory. They take it. David versus Goliath stuff. Incredible.
And they should have taken a 3-0.
It should have been 3-0.
That's the funniest part of all. They really should have won this game 3-0. They didn't, but they should have. Well played to Yogurt. Congratulations.
I've never been more happy that a prediction is completely in the bin, because that was a banger of a match. Mostly just because of the shock value. Like, we just didn't expect everything we've seen from Yogurt so far. We just did not expect this kind of performance to just... It felt like it came out of nowhere.
It did come out of nowhere, actually. Yogurt has shown nothing of this all season, and now they take down Cashback, who looked to be up on the up and coming again, but no. And
yeah,
again,
that narrative has been quashed.
They tried to pick up this mouse, but Yogurt just came back in with a vengeance. And Cashback was so out of position individually, you know? Like,
yeah,
Aka...
Can we talk about an individual player right now? What a recovery from Love. After throwing the round on Himmels, he carries doing 6.8 in the 1-1B to close out the match.
We wouldn't be here if he didn't throw Himmels, though.
Yeah, but it's a good way to end. I'm happy for him.
Yeah, it's a good recovery.
And importantly as well, sorry to cut you off, they win 3-1, which means they get the full 3 points.
Exactly. And you know what that actually does for them? A lot. Currently, a lot.
They move on to 4 points, if I'm correct.
I think so as well.
Ahead of Lotus.
Yeah, but Ping also had 4 points, no?
No, Ping had 3, I think, and because they lost... I think it was 3.
Okay, so sorry for the quick break there. Production was informing us of what's happening next. So basically, Yogurt has 4 points now. Yogurt has 4 points now. The teams below them has 3, but Lotus has already played, so it doesn't matter. And Yogurt is going to be playing against Ping later. So if Yogurt wins that match, they all of a sudden go from, I think, last place to 6th.
Yeah, they're already in 6th because they're ahead of both Lotus and Ping at the moment.
Sure, but they still need to play against Ping, right?
They still need to play out that match. And
exactly. If they win that, they're 6th, guaranteed 6th.
Yeah, the stakes for that match are going to be higher than ever between those two, because especially if Yogurt win that cleanly, they'll put themselves up to 7 points, which means that they could not be caught by either Ping or Lotus.
Yeah, it all of a sudden becomes a match of like super high importance.
Yeah, which is brilliant, because like as I alluded to earlier, back in like season 1 and season 2, like back towards the back end of phase 1, we had these matches where these lower ranked teams were not competitive. But it just means that every match is interesting now, because when the teams are so close to each other. But enough of that. We've got 3 more matches to come today. We'll have Ping against Yogurt at some point, which should be a banger as well between those two teams. And we will find out what happens after some replays.
Well, hello and welcome back. I think both of us are still a little bit speechless, a little bit shocked after, well, Cashback's second stumble, realistically.
Against another bottom team.
Yeah, it's like they're the Robin Hood of the AMD OLS. They're taking from the rich, but they're giving to the poor. It's crazy. We have another, hopefully banger of a match, though, coming up. Hit versus W. Kind of long-term rivals. The last few times around, though, W was actually able to take it from Hit. I think they beat Hit in the semifinals of the second season. And now here we then have the rematch of the semi. Obviously in quite a smaller form factor. Best of 5 phase 1 match. But if W takes it here, they could cement their position as first in the league.
Yeah, this is an important match for them. You know, they already got what they needed, but now what they want is a little bit extra, right? So can they do that? Is a good question. They looked good, but they were also playing against an opponent we expected them to, well, maybe not dominate as much as they did, but still win.
Yeah. Let's see. I mean, it will be also interesting to see the community predictions. The most interesting thing, obviously, being the maps that are being played, and if Hit is going to do a classic Hit of losing their own map and, you know, winning the opponent's map pick. W, though, as a team, have looked collectively a lot more stable and stronger. Definitely an upgrade since Season 2. And there, they won.
Yeah, but Cashback looked dominant in Season 2 and then didn't end up winning at Kihan. Maybe dominating is not the the best thing either. Either way, they have 60% for Hit, 40% for W. I'd say 50-50, to be honest.
Yeah, 50-50 would be my guess as well. Community says 60-40 for Hit. I think a lot of respect still going towards that team just because of past achievements, which, as we have all seen, and now also in the last match, doesn't mean anything.
It is indeed something that we need to pay attention to, that it doesn't always mean everything. Indeed, Panzer Fury here, highlight player, doesn't get highlighted that much, but it's very, very consistent, and you will very rarely see this man make a mistake.
Yeah, and World of Tanks being the game of exploiting the mistakes that the opponents do.
I thought World of Tanks was a game of mistakes, Kihan.
And trying to avoid those. Well, it's very important to have those players that are just quiet, consistent, always there, reliable, and do what you need them to do. Maps, though. Himmelsdorf and Studzianki getting removed. The pick and bans were done before the match day started, so hit and run when not aware of W just completely smashing an opponent on Himmelsdorf today. Regardless, they don't want to play it. We're going to start off on Muravanka. We're going to move into Sand River. Second time today picked by W, I think. Pilson, Westfield, Ensk, Ghost Town, all removed. And Tiebreaker could be Cliff.
I'm really excited for this Sun River, actually, between these two. We're knowing that Mentos, he doesn't play the EBR. I keep thinking he's going to play the EBR, but he doesn't. I want to see him on the lights again, but he's not playing it. That, of course, I honestly still think that, in my opinion, losing Mentos was a downside for hit and run. I don't think that the light players that they have currently are as good as Mentos.
Yeah, no. Mentos is absolutely cracked. And this is something that might end up helping W. Predictions. We talked about this match being a 50-50. It's exactly reflected. I don't think that, you know, either team has too much of an edge. That being said, I don't think your guess of 3-1 is too outlandish either. Both teams are known to run away with it if given the chance.
Anything is still possible for anybody in this, and that's the thing. The predictions even tell us that not everybody's as convinced to how it will go. I'm just a little bit surprised at how many of you went for W. I feel like me and Phil are just a bit ahead in that regard, but we'll see. We'll see.
We will definitely find out sooner rather than later, because I think the match in between the Season 2 winners and arguably one of the greatest 7v7 teams of all time. Hit is about to start.
Lineups coming in. Ooh, they have to be joking. There is no way. Let's go hit and runs first, Kihan. RHM, Forge B, AX, CS, D57, and double IS7.
And W are coming into this one with a Batchat, double Leopard 1, double EBR, double RHM. It's like this is a legend lobby and everyone's trolling.
They will need the mini strikes. They need many mini strikes coming out from this. Baby and Clorf missing all the planes, which I guess means in turn that there is nobody going towards the forest. They should realize that. This is what I like though. You see Itox in the Leo? If he takes the info point at any given point, he gets a mini strike out of it. Mentos gives a shot. The mini strikes, Kihan, are going to be super, super important. I'm going to keep saying it. They're going to be so, so important to have on the team that I'm not sure. Did W miss a plane? Because the Leos are going towards the other side of the map at first here.
Well, the artillery strike on the outside is getting taken. Oh, Franek taking 1100 damage already, getting found in that T-57 on top of the hill, taking some damage for it. And Clorf has taken the artillery strike, so is currently waiting.
Katsai is flipped. Katsai is flipped. Katsai is flipped.
Oh my god, Katsai, what a... Oh, no. He's got a brother. Monster is there to help him out. Probably a moment of shock. But to be honest, the Sentei X is such a tall tank that it can be unflipped rather easily. If he was in an IS-7, it would be a lot more problematic. That being said, problematic things here. Mentos getting found, getting planed as well, taking a shot of damage. And this lineup by W, it is so fragile. Losing even a single one of those tanks can be detrimental. Monster, the team captain, to shut it down. First blood here. And this extremely fragile lineup from W doesn't find success so far.
Mentos got greedy a little bit, and he got spotted out by the Forge B. Piotr's taking some damage though, but needs to be careful as well in that IS-7. They're up 4,000. They could start the cap again now. Strike will come back for the side of W, but losing an EBR here was very, very important.
Indeed, those EBRs are the tanks on the W side that, as Moff said it before on Muravanka, they can just drive around like lunatics. They can create chaos. They can force mistakes out of the enemy team. So one of those two is already gone, as DJ, though, takes a lot of damage here. The long-range support coming in from those Leopard 1s. And keep in mind, with each shot that they hit, they're going to get more of those resources with mini strikes. Baby is now going to take the artillery strike, and the plane is available for the side of W. It's going to spot Baby, and this means since he has taken a shot of damage, that Monster has obviously his plane available yet again. And this dance is going to continue as Call Me Piotr in the middle of the map is playing Anchor, and currently he is really playing it safe. The cap at 5 seconds. But a strike does come in. Franek gets reset. A baby strike of one of the Leopards is also going to reset Katsai, as Monster gets shot as well. Takes 2 even. And, oh, Baby there taking 2 shots as well in his RHM. The plane once again going down. So Monster is the one currently keeping them in the game. Good shot, though, by Jekify in that Leopard on towards the cap.
They seem to have a lot of nice angles that they've learned on how to play, but the linchpin is here still the fact that Mentos has died.
Yeah, it's a big problem for W. They lose a lot of vision and rotationary potential. A baby strike by the CS63 of Pan's Fury does connect on towards the artillery strike that Clorf is trying to take. Blind shot by Piotr does not connect. And Clorf now is trying to take this one. With a tactic like this, I'm wondering if maybe a T100 instead of an RHM would be better to really capture that strike without getting shot up and getting planed. But yeah, as it stands now, W with the HP disadvantage entirely down to lineups. They still want to play the very, very long game.
Monster will get the information tower, which will spot out EOS at any given point, but he's already back out of the scale line. Does he take any damage? No, he doesn't. And for Baby, it's also pretty good because it means he's not likely to get striked again. But still, they needed that second EBR for the strategy, Kihan.
They needed it, they don't have it, and Call Me Piotr once again is going to pick up this strike off his own, and this is actually hugely problematic now for the side of W, because the cap is down to 50 seconds. Yes, they have those baby strikes, and they have stage 3 plane available on the side of Klurf, but Call Me Piotr can reset the strike on the outside that W might want to take. Currently, it seems like there is one angle that W don't have, and that is the one that would kill Call Me Piotr.
He also needs to be careful here. He's closing up on Tisek, who's just hiding in G1. If he gets spotted, Monster will plane him, and that will be pretty bad for that EBR. He spots... Ooh, he spots Tisek out. Tisek doesn't spot him back. Good driving there from Jos. Needs to be careful not to get pushed now, because Tisek could just put full gear forward, and that would be pretty rough for that EBR 105. I think that's a bit greedy even from Jos.
Yeah, I mean, Tisek doesn't know at this point anymore if he is spotted, but obviously he is going to turn around, drive away, juggling a little bit even, but EOS there is pretty greedy for staying here, but on the other hand, doesn't get like uber greedy and start shooting, as we do see the strike coming in to reset the cap once again. As a Jekiffa and Itox, that is the firepower available to the team of W start coming in. Tisek didn't know that he was spotted, has to pop his ability now, but obviously the damage has been done as the tower gets popped, and this means that the team of Hit and Run has full information as to where the tanks of W actually are.
Can they do something with it though? It does seem like they have some shots on towards Tisek. You also need to spot him out, but now the rest of the Hit and Run team will be in quick. Ooh, Tisek getting blasted. Tisek getting blasted even more. Tisek down towards the one shot. Klurf is taking the strike on the east. Nobody can stop him from that. That's important to decap as well. No, they did reset him. They did reset him. Mini strikes are available. Klurf needs to be careful. He's getting torpedoed by a CS63. EOS finds Tisek. Frugo is making a good rotation back towards the forest, and they're kind of cutting this Hit and Run team in a lot of ways. Klurf cannot be greedy. He's about to get run over by Panzer Fury. That will be pretty bad. He does. And Panzer Fury has speed. He might even get a little bit of a ram. Frugo is there though in a second. Panzer Fury might have gone a little bit too far. Monster didn't connect, and Frugo is there. And now he's going to start feeling the hurt, because Frugo is going to chase him down. The Leos are coming as well to shoot Piotr, but they're shooting Panzer Fury first.
Indeed, Panzer Fury going down towards 639, was shooting one more shot in towards that RHM, didn't connect, and there Frugo is on the complete reload. This in turn means that he cannot finish off Panzer Fury, who puts another shot into him. Call Me Piotr with the ISM finally abandoned the position in the middle, trying to run a train over the likes of W, but once again, this fragile lineup is also a very mobile one. They do scatter to the winds. However, it seems like Frugo is overstaying his welcome. Call Me Piotr is gonna come over, and the Olga puts the shot in, doesn't go for the ram, however, but Frugo unable to penetrate the fellow Polish player.
Yeah, the issue is now that they have these Leos close range, and they're gonna have to make a play with it. Itox wants to go, but Franek is coming in the T-57 as well, and Ios is there to cover Itox. Gives a shot as well to Franek, who seems to be in a little bit of trouble. Itox trying to bail now. Can he use the trees to his advantage? This Hit and Run, the lineup is being picked apart, man, from range.
Indeed. W currently have the HP advantage the first time in this game, as now Monster is going to take the information tower. That is going to be crucial. Itox gets spotted out in the open. Frugo gets spotted out as well in his one-shot batchat. Are they able to stay safe? It currently seems to be the case, and once again, those very nimble tanks by W from range. It is death once again by 1,000 cuts. It is floating like a butterfly, but they do sting like the bees as they finally get fully.
They don't need to do anything. They don't need to do anything. They are winning in the damage dealt department. Easily.
Absolutely so.
Easily
I mean,
winning.
The fact that they have more HP currently tells you everything you need to know.
And they lost an EBR at the beginning of the game, man.
I mean, when one player falls, there is 6 more to step up. Once again, full information coming through for W. And I think as the time ticks down, Hit and Run now start realizing, hey, they have done more damage than us. Guys, we are losing.
Baby pulling back from 1-2 line as well. They're starting to pull back to the K line, Kihan. This is like a decisive game moment. You know, like they know that they're winning. They need to pull back with the low HPs, and they know that hit and run has to come.
Yeah, the thing is though, like there are 2 strikes
And
that
info tower.
currently
Ketsai
are
will go for
available.
the info tower.
Exactly, and this is the thing that
It's very
you
worrying.
cannot let happen.
They might even need to go kill Monster on the cap right now. Like, honestly, once the info tower gets sparked, I think they need to realize and then go for it, because they're going to die to these strikes with at least one of them, in my opinion. Frugo is very likely to die. Ooh, Ketsai got reset though. Ketsai got reset. That's important. If they cannot if they reset Ketsai again.
Another blind shot for the reset. I think Ketsai might not have enough time.
No, he doesn't.
Anymore.
He doesn't. He got blocked for too long. The strikes take 3 seconds to activate as well, Kihan. Don't forget that. 4 seconds actually for the strike, and it's game over. And I'm already going to say W won the game.
Holy crap! Yeah, I mean they did. They have done more damage, and this setup that is unlike any other that we have seen so far takes the victory. Wow, crazy, unbelievable. And the thing is, like in 10 minutes here, 2 tanks died, but still, like every second was on your seat's edge, because at any second, if W make one misstep, they are dead.
It was a game of chicken.
It was a Mexican standoff, and
Even with Mentos kind of throwing.
yeah, I mean maybe that's because he wrote like the letter W instead of W in his name in the account. Who knows? But overall, I think Hit are going to kind of, you know, be confused as to what just happened. This was not the game they expected to play. And like if you compare this, for example, with Season 2, where W was the team always on Muravanka, bringing a whole host of Bliskowitzas, trying to run over everyone, that is completely different now.
Round tactics win, as Moff would say. It was an interesting round, playing left, playing right, playing nowhere. Frugo escaping there was also very important, and Panda Fury was lucky to survive, actually getting out of that. He was very lucky to survive. If they picked up the kill there, it would have been hilarious to watch Hit and Run try and like push in everywhere, anywhere, at any given time to try and get something.
By the way, damage numbers counted. W caused 16.5k versus 9.6k on the lineup of Hit. So it wasn't even
it wasn't a hard one to like call out that one team or the other won in this one. You know, I was pretty confident about my shout.
What I found crazy is that the Batchat actually ended up top damage, where normally a game like this you would expect the Leopards to do better, because it's always those tanks get spotted for a few split seconds, and then the Leopard still has the better gun and the better ammo. But obviously, Frugo with that clip into the CS, that's a chunk right there as well.
Yeah, that's a large chunk of his damage even, but he was there just in time to protect Klurf. Like, they knew that maybe Klurf could get repushed, and they were there to protect him.
Mm-hmm.
Although if Monster doesn't critical hit Klurf, he could be dead as well. You know, there's a lot of ifs there.
A lot of ifs. But yeah, interesting to see Muravanka being played like this. Once again, I have to say, those are trained professionals doing this. Do not try this at home. It's gonna go wrong. I'm telling you now.
Maybe a second round, same thing, Kihan?
I mean, if they win the second round like this again, I think Hit and Run are going to be mentally absolutely broken. Like that. Imagine playing 2 rounds of this. Excuse me, crap. Having to play 2 rounds against this and you win neither. When you know that you normally should have the tanks that simply can drive over the opponent, if it weren't for the map being as it is.
Yeah, I'm just imagining being a hit and run player on that side, you know, like, especially T-Sec. he was the pick there at Forge B. He got outspotted by the EBI, and then all of a sudden you're just dying.
Well, game number 2, and it seems like W are back to normal. They bring a CS, double 430U, a Bliska, double Forge B, and an RHM.
W is not going with the lights, sadly. Hit and run, I7, AX, W50M, 430U, Forge B, RHM. Still looks very aggressive from W, though. They could switch it up, though, Key. You know, go from ultra passive to ultra aggressive.
Although both teams kind of have a brawling lineup, I think Hit and Run have the assets in place as well to deal with something like that. Triple funny, but medium. If W want to win this, they immediately need to blast one of those. They need to find one of those. First of all, let's see what the light tanks are going to find. Clerv with the plane does not see a single tank.
But Hit and Run is so stacked on the 2-line. I mean, what do they expect here? I'm not sure. They all get spotted out as well. Strike in the middle is getting taken by Mentos. Tisek will get the information tower. But this I7 pushing back in of Piotr Kihan, I'm going to be honest, he's dead.
Yeah, this doesn't look good because there's 2 Forge Bs booking it his way. Call Me Piotr now seems to have made it around the house. That's why he's not taking a terrible amount of damage as of right now. But soon the Forge Bs should be there. But the E50Ms actually are there to assist as well. And now you can see the flood of yellow tanks in towards the middle of the map as Tisek tries to help against Call Me Piotr, who is still duking it out against Mentos, who probably should be leaving at this point in time. Now the Forge Bs, however, have run all out of steam because they have spent all of their shells. Jakifa with the ability pop, Mentos falling, and the strategy by Hit and Run also kind of falling apart, even though they still have the HP advantage. In come the W tanks for the repush.
Yeah, W1 gun down, up in HP, coming back in, realizing that they can push back in, keep their Forge Bs alive, find the kill on Piotr, keep Itox alive, who's coming off of reload soon as well, so he can start clipping out against that pesky little AX that's looking his way. He's doing just that. He even found the track on Ketsai, who's down towards 400 HP. That's off screen, but important, down towards 27 HP even, is that AX. He did not expect the reload from Itox to come in, and W is sweeping the floor here with Hit and Run right now. They're gonna go for that 2-0 match point if they can keep it up. Ios with the strike, picks off Ketsai. Franek is out as well. They tried to do it, they tried to push back, but the Forge Bs reign supreme. Klurv winning his 1v1 leaves Tisek as the only one who cannot do anything anymore. W match point.
Yeah, it looked kind of close there for a few seconds when the W Forge Bs had run all out of shells, but the reinforcements from the northwestern part of the map for W just in time, coming in there and able to finish the job that the Forge Bs had started. So W getting a very surprising 2-0 on Muravanka here, especially that first round is probably going to get watched and rewatched by a lot of people because that was super interesting. Then again, I think we have to keep in mind this was Hit and Run losing their own map pick 0-2. More often than not, when this happens, they come back into the match.
What a success for W. What's the second map again, Kihan?
That is a very good question. I think it is Sand River that W picked, thinking back about it. But yeah, here we have the damage numbers coming in. Itox there, 12, 12, 11. Okay shooting by him. And yeah, Baby with that 430U, with that DPM medium, it's always kind of hard to stay relevant in the fight, to keep yourself immediately where you need to be without getting completely blasted. And yeah, on the other side, I mean, Call Me Piotr was supposed to stop the capturing of the artillery strike. He did that, but not much more.
He did that and he died for it. And yeah, it's just good stuff from W, man. The Forge Bs are extremely hard to kill in this middle area, Key, let's be real. They started healing, they took a lot of damage, but they had such high abilities, you know? Like their abilities were so high at that point.
Yep. And then, of course, you heal back so much. It's kind of
big
crazy.
Difference.
But yeah, that is...
It's from like 30 to like 70%, so...
that is Muravanka played. We are going to Sand River next. And Sand River, I will keep reiterating on it, even though I might sound like a broken record at this point. I think the meta has not completely settled, and I'm very curious what we are going to see.
I'm curious as well. I mean, normally it's W that has to recover in this situation. Maybe they'll just clean sweep, hit and run. It would be a statement.
It would indeed be a statement, and keep in mind, Hit and Run, they are a team that also have beaten Cashback, I believe, in Tiebreaker this season already. Although at this point in time, I think it's fair to question, or to start questioning, how impressive wins against Cashback still are.
It is going against all of our predictions, let's put it that way.
Yeah.
4 lights again?
I don't think we are going to see that on Sand River. I think the map has just less potential for something like this, just because there are a lot less bushes scattered around as well. So, yeah. I mean, then again, W have surprised us before. Positively so, I might add, which in the past has not always been the case. But today, they are looking at a perfect day for them. And what better opportunity to have a perfect day in OLS than a Super Sunday? I mean, right now, they are standing 5-0 in rounds.
Yeah, if they could well do it. Double light for W. AX, CS, BAT, maybe I7.
Meanwhile, Hit and Run, a lot more straightforward, if you want to call it that. Double CS, a singular Centurion action... quadruple CS, singular Centurion action X, and double BZ.
The triple CS is very quicky. Can move around the map quickly as well.
Quadruple, I mean, the Hurricane is essentially a CS, so make that 4.
Oh yeah, yeah, the Hurricane sneaked in there.
Mm-hmm.
Hidden on the bottom.
It's just got good camo value, that's why.
Unlike you, IRL.
I mean, yeah. But then again, I have good view range because I'm so tall, you know?
Alright, interesting. Ios there coming in. Does he make a shot? He doesn't connect it. Mental's playing top, this time not challenging the strike. Only one IS-7 towards the K-line. BZ's taking the mid-strike. Tsek and Franek being herded right now by Ios in that EBR. He's playing very, very aggressive. He needs his teammates to follow up. And have they found little Tsek in a bad position?
That is indeed the question, because Mentos and Clorf are now starting to book it. Obviously, the firepower between the three of them, not really there, but it's enough to scare Tsek completely off. Franek taking 1, make that 2 shots as well. And Ios maybe with a 3rd one. He does take a 3rd one, not by the EBR though, but Ios maybe overstaying his welcome a little bit.
No, he's just going to spot him
well.
running. Spotting him running. They could do some more shots on the cross back. I mean, look at Franek, down towards half, down a bit lower as well, down even more, 700 HP. That is a good position there from the EBR. He didn't really overstay. He just found that CS running, caught him, gave him a bunch of shots together with his teammates, and that is Franek in a heap of trouble. And look at this, man. W currently fooling a little bit with Hit and Run. They're pulling back fully to the base, but what's happening in return? They're losing the K-line. The BZs are now trying to push over the middle of the map as well, trying to catch something. Mentos and Ios are the lone stranded 2 players. Ios is 100% making it out, and I think Mentos is fine as well. So this move here from Hit and Run, it looks like one of desperation.
Exactly. Now Jakupa with that bat chat has arrived as well. They're going to be putting crossfire in towards DJ and Pan's Fury that now realize, whoops, this push on towards the MVY maybe not have been the best, as Ios might get found here though in that EBR. He's ducking, he's weaving, and now the weakness of the W lineup becomes apparent as well. They're just so squishy. One of the tanks has already fallen, the second one bites the dust. Jakupa reloading, but the meat, the beef in Hit and Run's lineup has also been taken to the grave, at least halfway, as Jakufa takes an HE shell to the back of his tank, does make it out, crucially though, for the time being, and he does have Baby now as backup here, so the Hit and Run tanks cannot continue pushing as easily. Mentos with the shot advantage on towards Monster in the top right as well. How's that DPM duel going as the question strikes raining in? Now Monster with the advantage as another strike does come in, and Oh man, it does end up also stunning Mentos. So Monster with the HP, with the DPM, with all the advantages and hit and run. I think Darky have broken W, at least in this round, although it's not over.
It's not over, but they got baited a little bit to help Frugo. They stopped to help Frugo. They didn't pull back enough. IOS, they're getting caught in the EBR. Had the opportunity to run. I mean, Mentos made it out, so certainly he could make it out as well, but he didn't end up being able to escape, and because of that, they lost the EBR. Good pick up there by Baby, though. Frugo now getting shot by Monster, realizing he's peeking from A0. Itox trying to stay alive in that pocket. Baby trying to get some shots there on towards that BZ75, but it's such a hard position for them. Baby getting spotted out as well. Itox coming back in. They want to somehow kill... Ooh, good shot against Piotr. Itox might go for this. He should go for this, actually.
He should go for this. We see Itox with that pretty healthy, still IS-7 healthy at this point in time, although Baby gets found and gets completely annihilated. And now T-Sec with that very high HP. CS should be doing it. Itox even missing or fluffing the shot on towards the Hurricane. Frugo now getting found, getting killed. Monster with the strike coming in. Itox does finally find the CS and is also behind a rock, so should be able to stay safe. But Jakafar with that Batchat obviously doesn't have the ability to stay safe from everyone. Monster taking another shot of damage, but the strikes coming in, maybe a bit of overkill, but it doesn't matter because it's the last opponent standing. Make that not standing anymore. Hit and run, do the classic hit thing, lose their own map, and start coming back on the opponents.
W got baited a little bit there, Keyhand. You know, stopping to shoot the BZs that were pushing Frugo, who is not really in any real danger. Frugo not really in any danger of dying, could slide down, is a Mivi, the EBR not escaping when he should, then the Batshot getting caught, the RHM getting caught. They could have fully evacuated that part of the map and be back in their base and left hit and run wandering. They could have even had Mentos chilling on zero line, shooting those BZs in the side, forcing like a push down on towards his position. They got a bit greedy there.
I think they got a little bit greedy and they got a bit over-eager as well, thinking that Hit were completely mentally broken after Muravanka and didn't have such a repush in the north in them anymore. It was a ballsy move, it was a ballsy call from Hit, but it ended up working out. And the purely single shooter lineup from the team of Hit does end up winning the day here for them. On Sand River 1 though, but fundamentally once again the situation hasn't changed. W needs one more round to make it 6 points for them for the day. And for Hit, well, if they win one now, then they have a point, but they want two.
Of course. W has another opportunity now on Sand River. They started it off really well though. Initial rotations were really, really good. Hit and run though. Hit them with a little bit of a quick sucker punch in return, right? That speed coming back in. The quick push north back. The push with the BZs. And then there's this moment where W makes a mistake. And they're like, oh, free BZ. And they get chewed up in return.
Yeah, they were just missing that little bit of firepower to completely blow up that BZ and turn and face the CSs that were coming their way. The BZs hadn't died yet and the CSs arrived already. So that is what ended up being the problem for W. Let's see if they can do better in round number 2 that's coming up. But for Hit, this must have felt so satisfying. Once again, one of those very light, very squishy, very annoying lineups, and they finally got to squash it.
So, Keyhand, what do we think? You wanted to go to Tiebreaker?
Yes, because then I have the possibility for my prediction to be correct.
Bad, Keyhand, bad.
I mean, yours is already down and out. That's why you're saying this.
Yeah, sure, Kian, sure. I didn't even think about it, you know? It's because my name's not Moth.
What do you think after this? Is W going to change their approach completely, or are they going to stick with it, saying, hey, we misplayed, we can do better?
They had one bad round. I mean, it's not the end of the world. Joker had one bad round, they still clapped Cashback.
That is also true. Although talking about Cashback, I also really like how they are playing Sand River, really forcing things out of their opponents. Let's see. Round number 4 in between Hit and W. Match point for the team of W. And, well, that also was an assortment of weird tanks and some remainder still in the lineup. We have a 277 and the Sante-X together with W50M. So far, so good. But then K91, Foshbi, and Tessak. We were talking earlier about it. I was talking with Moff, and I was very sad that I didn't see the Tessak anymore. Here it is.
I agree with Moff. I don't think it's good anymore. And against this meta, Hit and Run has double BC, IS7, 57, CS, AX, and EBR. I mean, he's going to struggle against most of these tanks.
The plane does connect on towards 4 tanks though, so that means immediate replane available as well. And for all intents and purposes, Hit and Run probably assume right now they're playing against an RHM. As the double BZ by Hit and Run in the middle of the map does get spotted, they also see some of the tanks that W are sending actually through their... They don't even care about the cap. They just want to fan out and take the K-line, which is exactly what they do. They also get prio over one of the strikes with that. DJ, 2 swings, 2 misses, no damage done. And 700 damage actually done on towards T-Sec in the BZ on the ramp.
Yeah, Klurf needs to be extra careful now. T-Sec's getting chased down though. W push the W key. They find T-Sec in the BZ boosting away. 2 more shots will do it. Don't chase too far for this one. IOS will put him in the grave. I think he made his last shot maybe on towards Mental. Panzer Fury now pushing back in. So is Piotr. So is the 57. That's why we said don't push him too far because they're going to come. That's a big ram from that IS7. EOS now in trouble against the T57 and the CS63 coming back in. He's getting deleted for this one. Monster surely wants to pick him up. EOS needs to run further to do the maximum possible damage. Piotr is face hugging that Forge B, but he's healing most of his back, and EOS is trying to min-max his life in this regard. Good to see that one. Front equity EBR comes in from behind and picks it up, but W now has this IS7 surrounded. Can they make it work? Panzer Fury is dead. Itox is off of reload. He wants to say something back to Piotr. Here he goes with 6 shells in the chamber, make it a few less as he picks up that IS7 and the repush from Hit and Run. It hits, but it doesn't hit that much. It just finds EOS and W come back in swinging to find numerous kills, and now this time around Okihan with a 5-on-3 situation with 2 of the Hit and Run tanks being relatively low. I do not believe that Hit and Run has a way back in.
Yeah, no, doesn't look like it. I mean, still the EBR on full HP here for the team of Hit. Franek still has a lot to play for, and W not that healthy, 6.6 HP, but now with Monster getting found, the Tessak establishing dominance over that Polish medium, as now Baby is going to go into the Sente-X 1v1 against Ketsai. He should be winning that one because he has the HP advantage, and Amarak helps as well. The Tessak getting found in the meanwhile by the EBR, however. This means that Hit and Run do have a light tank where W do not, but that light tank at this point in time is just about all they have.
Yeah, I mean, Franek can do whatever he wants. The game is over. They've lost. They tried to repush back in. Yeah, you also went a little far for that kill, yeah? For that BZ kill. And he was the one that got repushed. He was like 1 hill too far, Kihan, if you know what I mean. And as a result of that, they almost were able to find him relatively for free, but they didn't have the burst to put him down. It was actually Franek from behind that got him at the end. But then they come back in with their own. I mean, Piotr rams into the Forge B, but I think Itox was on ability, so he healed most of that back. And then you're an IS7. In between K91s and E50Ms.
And that is like, you've come to the wrong neighborhood when that has happened.
That's not how I always say that, Kihan, but...
But yeah, W taking the victory over Hit 3-1, quite convincingly so, and I think after this, a lot of teams are going to be very wary as towards what they are going to play against W, because they have just let us peek a little bit into that strat book. Moff would call it the rat book, because that's how he calls those kind of strategies. But I think W have proven that as a team, they have grown to be a lot more versatile. You can never expect not only the Spanish Inquisition, but also you will never be able to expect how exactly W are going to play against you.
Really good stuff there from the players from W across the board. They get pretty good results. I mean, you see the issue there with the BZs. T-Sec does no damage, and Panzer Fury does one shot of damage.
Yeah, the BZs, I think that call to repush them was very good. And in those kind of scenarios, you can also see how dangerous it can be to go with those single shooters that have comparably low DPM in towards a ditch where you can get repushed by Forschbs and then E50Ms that will just chew you apart. You can scream for help all you want, and the help might arrive eventually, but well, the help will maybe also fall to that, because then the E50Ms are going to be on full ability, they're going to chew through you, and sooner rather than later, the Forschbs will be like, oh, bonsoir, monsieur.
Oui.
I have reloaded. Hello. But yeah, that is quite enough from the two of us. W getting a victory, getting the perfect 6 points. That already means they are confirmed to be top of the leaderboard after the day concludes. However, that one hasn't actually concluded yet. When we are back, we'll have the last match of the day. We'll see you after the replays.
I have no idea when the last time was. Because it's not going to be the Ukrainian team of Cashback, the also Legend Series Season 2 winners. It's going to be Dabelyoo from the pits of hell coming through the lower bracket and cleaning up Cashback.
Well, hello and welcome back to the last match of this Super Sunday. And after, 7 matches full of tenseness, closeness, and full of upsets, we have one last decision to make. Because the teams that we are playing here, both of them have not done too well so far, but both of them have also defeated Cashback. And this leaves us in kind of a 3-way Mexican standoff in between those two teams and Lotus. And, Yogurt have a possibility of forcing a decision.
Well, before today, this match would have been very, very important for both teams, regardless of what happened. But they do share the commonality of both taking the scalp of Cashback, which is not something that I don't think any of us would have predicted or expected or had any inkling about before the season started. I think the fact that Yogurt have done it almost makes Ping's win look less impressive, which is a bit annoying for them. But
the fact that Ping have done it almost makes Yogurt's win a less,
and vice versa,
depending on how you look at it, right?
Yeah, for both these teams, it's like, no, we were supposed to be the special ones that beat Cashback, but. Nonetheless, I'm really looking forward to this match now. I'm excited to see what both of these teams have to offer. After watching in the back lines on the last one, I'm very disappointed that Rat Tactics have actually made their way into the OLS and not just the Onslaught random queue. I am so horrified as to what we've got coming down the road, considering that.
Yeah, indeed. You play a crazy amount of Onslaught, so you will bear the brunt of that. I don't think too many silver lobbies will be trying to attempt it, or gold lobbies even, but Legend, oh yeah, because in Legend, everyone thinks they're the one, right?
Everyone's the main character.
Yeah, they have that syndrome. Community prediction, though, interestingly enough, Ping with 81%, Yogurt with 19%, but it is actually Yogurt with the possibility to knock out Ping, not vice versa.
Yeah, and let's take stock here, right? Because this community prediction comes in from before the games actually happened today. So this isn't taking any consideration of the upset win that Yogurt just had against Cashback. So if you consider that, I think the prediction is pretty fair, because Ping, it's like, oh, they're the team that beat Cashback. And no one, the 19% were really had to be believers.
Now, however, we see Yajic on the team of Ping, despite his team not doing too well throughout all of OLS, discounting the win against Cashback. I don't know how often we're going to mention that team's name in this match, but yeah, here we go. Still has managed to impressively pull up almost 3k DPG and also above a 1.1 KD coming into that one.
Remember, he's the light tank player, right? So him not having super high or over 3k average is that's perfectly acceptable. There is no expectation for him.
Yeah, although Batchat, CS, those are kind of damage-dealing tanks as well. And yeah, he's actually called Yajic, not Yajic. We will say his name correctly in the game. Now, Ping versus Yogurt maps that we are going to see, or rather not see. First of all, Ghost Town and Westfield get banned out. I feel like we haven't seen Westfield at all today. Muravanka is going to be our map number 1. I don't think we will be seeing any rack tactics by either of those teams. I think W is more of that team that fancies doing something like that. Ensk is going to be map number 2. Both of those teams have played this map very well against a certain other team that I shall not name again right here. And then after Sand River Cliff, Himmelsdorf, Studzianki get banned out. We have yet again Pilson as the tiebreaker.
Yeah, Muravanka being played quite a lot. Equally, Ensk as well. no one really wants to play Westfield. You are correct in that assessment. And same with Studs Yankee either. Just not just sure whether it just depends on the season of the day. It's just whether they feel like it or not. But I think Westfield is a map that's become complicated to play just because of the clash of philosophies, and with the rise of rat tactics, as we saw, it becomes difficult. Predictions all going 3-1 in favor of Ping, which, again, if you asked us before today, I think that's pretty reasonable to expect Ping to take this one. However, I'm not so sure anymore.
No, I'm not so sure either anymore. And given the possibility, I would retract my previous statement and say the opposite. No, I think Yogurt in Tiebreaker maybe being a much more likely outcome, but it is what it is.
It can go either way, though. Like, Yogurt's sudden rise and show of form, I don't think that means that they're suddenly going to blow Ping out of the water. I think it's just going to be a way more 50-50 game than we previously would have anticipated.
Well,
of course now it's possible that Ping win 3-0 and then Yogurt are down back in the dumps, which would be unfortunate for them. No rat tactics today. Ping bringing an E100 double Batchat, double E50M, a Foch B, and an RHM.
And for Yogurt, we have a BZ75, a Batchat, a Centurion, double E50M, a CS63 or Hurricane, and an RHM.
Both teams opting for double E50M, definitely being more and more popular tank on various different maps. Like, you'll be seeing it being brought a lot more on maps like Cliff as well, which is not places where you would commonly see it. So again, I keep reiterating this. It's just so interesting to see the meta like kind of shifting in real time. It doesn't really seem like anyone has a beat on what like the actual like defined setup is, and that's such a good thing because it makes the games that much more unpredictable.
Yeah, I think the variety of tanks being played is really cool to see, and between the tanks that are being played, also the variety of tactics, because if you put more emphasis on one kind of tank, then your tactics might completely change. Ooh. As Aquilka takes a big reset to the face. He did get spotted in that E100, was just trying to tank it out, but in the meanwhile, on the one line, a Yogurt train has started rolling, and they're not going to stop rolling over Adi down towards a one-shot. Down he goes. Immediate first kill for the team of Yogurt, and a good pickup. You have to wonder how exactly he was meant to survive there, completely disconnected from his team.
Yeah, great opening from Yogurt though, and they've got the radar tower as well, which is immediately used, so they know exactly where everyone from Ping is. And from this position, being one gun up, it's a very powerful and comfortable position to be in if you are Yogurt. They just need to control this situation and not let things get out of hand.
Yeah, and for Ping, they somehow need to find a straggler. They need to find someone making a mistake, so that they can get back into this game. However, Yogurt playing this one very, very controlled now, although Quick is going on a little bit of a journey, but Jacek doesn't really have any support in his Rheinmetall of his own, and Quick now is even going to steal that southern radio tower. Oh wait, never mind that. Good blind shot coming out from Jacek. This means he will also have a plane available, making the info tower a non-option for the team of Yogurt.
There's no strikes currently available for the side of Ping, so if they stack the cap right, never mind, they left it at that exact moment. The cap was being stacked. I think they could have honestly triple capped, because that field strike in the forest, it's not up yet. It's not reached its cooldown, so they genuinely could have just triple capped, but for some reason, I think it was Humble in the Hurricane in the CS63 reskin just left the cap. I don't really know why.
Well, Miku letting one fly against Rahmedik. Another one. Now he's going to go on towards the full reload, as Quick is going to take the one-line information tower, probably so they can reset Like, who is trying to take the Eastern Strike right now. 13 seconds remaining. Do they have a baby strike to somehow reset? No. Instead, the big strike is going to come down on towards Depressed, and Rahmedik, it connects. It's going to make capping harder, especially since Like is trying to take the strike again, but he also does get reset, taking it. Humble, though, leaving the cap once again. Seems he really doesn't like sitting in it.
I stand corrected that they actually took one of the strikes earlier in the game, so they were always going to be able to reset. Fortunately enough for Ping, look how committed Miku is here. He's really keeping tabs on their positions. Licker now shooting Yashek on the strike. I think he probably got planed by Kvik in the light tank, and now Miku actually pushing forwards. He did not seem to be aware of Mindbreaker's position, and Miku maybe in a spot of bother right now. He's forced to drive and sit behind a building, which is not...
Clutch reset by Yashek, by the way. That was almost down to 0 seconds remaining. As the plane is now going to come in, all of them are spotted. Yashek with another clutch reset, this time in towards Quick, but still Ping are being forced to come close. They have less HP. Quick decides to leave the cap. He didn't have any points accumulated, so okay for him. I don't think there's a strike available for the side of Ping, so somehow they need to get those resets, and this is why they're starting to drive in. Yashek with a desperate attempt does get one, but Depressed actually seems to be the one with all of those points. Finally, a reset comes through as Beton has arrived, but probably too little too late. Take a look at the HP. Ping are melting away.
Yeah, at what cost do you get to reset the cap here as Beton goes in, actually manages to somehow get the ram, which is kind of crazy to be honest. But the HP left in the game for Ping. They sacrificed everything just to get a couple of resets, and it's going to cost them the round. That first pickup of the E50M really did just collapse everything else from there. They didn't have the anchor tank that they wanted in the sort of C1 area, and Yogurt are going to continue where they left off in the cashback match. It's a pretty dominant display.
Yeah, Yogurt looking very good earlier today against Cashback. And they continue doing so. 1-0 for Yogurt, and for Ping, things are starting to look kind of grim here. Apparently some people behind the scenes did the math, and they are very smart people, so I trust them when I say that Yogurt needs a clean win here, and they knock both Lotus and Ping out of the league.
They do. If they win either 3-0 or 3-1, then they will be on 7 points, which will put them out of range of even a clean 3-point victory for Lotus or Ping, who both only have 3 points, which would only take them to 6 if they win in the final playdate. So it really is all to play for here. If Yogurt win this, they can lock themselves into at least the next round in Phase 2.
Yeah, which would be a bit of a success for the team of Yogurt. Especially considering that captain rating-wise, Yogurt and Ping both were kind of around 7.1, 7.2, so those two teams were the two teams that were expected to drop out of the AMD OLS Season 3 here in the phase number 1. Now, however, it looks more likely than not that Lotus is going to be one of those, and so now Ping and Yogurt are scrambling for place number 6 currently, which then again gives them all chances in phase number 2. So Yogurt a third of the way there.
I think if this match, like let's say this match does go to tiebreaker, which means that neither team would put themselves too far ahead in points, which means it's going to go down to the final play day. I wonder, we need to have a look and see who's going to be playing who, because ultimately that could decide it, because let's say that one of these teams has to face against like W, for example. I think all three have already played them, but it also depends on what opponent rather you're gonna get in that final match.
I mean, maybe I should just open Liquipedia on the side and check the last play.
7.2 versus 7.1 captain's rating. So both of these teams really down in the dungeons with the captain's ratings, and you know, I think that's to be expected, and you can't really argue with that. You've got to impress before you're rated higher than you are.
Alright, so on the last playday, Ping is gonna play Lotus, where arguably Ping may be able to pick up some points, whereas Yogurt has to fight it out with Mafia. So
tough match.
Yogurt probably wanna win today.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be probably better odds on them closing it out here than in the final playday, but you can't really think like that. You just need to focus on the task at hand, which is putting aside this opponent in Ping. Second round on Muravanka. Who actually picked Muravanka?
That is another good question. I will check that out as well. First of all, let's actually go into Muravanka, though, where Ping is fighting for survival, essentially, already. One T57, one CS, a Centurion AX, double 430U, a Foch B, and the RHM.
Meanwhile, Yogurt have a BZ75 Centurion AX as well, a CS Hurricane, double 430U, Foch B, and an RHM. So almost a mirror lineup, just a T57 heavy in replacement of a BZ75.
And now I just checked it, it was Ping picking Muravanka. So currently behind on their own map pick here, trying to equalize the scoreline now. The team in yellow. I mean, it's now or never. If they go down towards 0-2, then I think
it's tough to come back from that, to win 3 rounds in a row. It's interesting as well that Ping didn't pick Himmelsdorf, because that's been their preferred first map pick for basically every match they've played. Radar being taken by Baton, and he does get it. So he's going to back up around that corner to avoid taking any further damage. And there's quite the split going on from Ping. They've got 2 tanks committed into the Magic Forest. They've got a couple tanks hanging about near the radar. And look, a Quilka's position pushed up all the way to that building, actually able to shoot the BZ unspotted somehow. Must have a tree blocking the line of sight there, but look at Yashek. He's just sneaking around the back in towards the A line near the spawn of Yogurt. It's all going to come down to timings here, whether Kvik feels like repushing towards there. The 430U if depressed is now moving away as well. I'm not so sure if Yashek is actually going to spot any of this.
No, Yashek a bit too far away to see anything. Even Lovey shooting in the bush does not get revealed by the RHM that Ping have, unbeknownst to Yogurt, very far pushed up. But I think now Yashek's starting to get a little bit spooked that there is absolutely nothing. Probably expecting some kind of repush to come sooner rather than later by the team of Yogurt, who had the cap pressure until now. I was going to mention it, but the fact that Rahmedik peaked and took a shot is going to mean that this cap pressure basically a non-factor at this point in time. I mean, Humble is still taking that artillery strike in the middle of the map, the position at the church, very, very safe from a lot of angles. You really need to commit in. And Aquilka taking a shot of damage himself here as Liquor now gets spotted in that 430U. They do have 2 430s here, Ping that is, but do they really want to push? This is the question. Yeah, I think Adi doing the more sensible thing, taking the info tower first. And, well, now the push is going to come through, but not on towards Liquor, rather onto Rahmedik. Adi has pushed further than he probably ever wanted, completely gets obliterated. Rahmedik trying to push out of the cap, does get killed as well, so the kills are traded even, 1-1.
Yeah, Adi just overcommitting there, not realizing that there was a trap placed by Mindbreaker in the Foch B, and now the repush comes in. The HP is still pretty even, but Baton is caught between a bit of a rock and a hard place, needs to find some way to get into the game in the Foch B. Aquilka taking a lot of damage in his 430U as well, and he's kind of stuck in an even tougher spot than Baton is, and he's going to take a mini strike, which will secure that kill, because even level 1 mini strike does 90 damage. Now Liquor pushing forwards inexplicably, trying to run away from Baton in the Foch B, but he can't get away. Baton manages to find that kill, and now he's going to go on reload as well. The HP slightly in favor of Yogurt here, but the guns are even. Yashek and Kvik having their own 1v1 in the RHM, like overpeaking to try and get a clip. He does manage to make it, but Mindbreaker has the heal ability active.
Yeah, exactly, and he activated his ability at the right time as well. This means that he is going to heal back a truckload of HP as Baton does get blown up. LeVay with the Centurion to pick it up, but Depressed overstaying his welcome as well. So once again, kills get traded, but still Yogurt with the gun advantage as Like drives in with a 257, gets annihilated, and all of a sudden, Yogurt are up very far in the second round of Muravanka. They're going to cleanly take it 2-0. Ping staring into the abyss.
It's looking real good for Yogurt right now. Up 2-0, that's match point. So they're going to at least secure 1 point, right? Even if this goes to tiebreak and they lose, they're going to secure. They've got that 1 point locked in already, and it's looking really, really clean for them right now. And they've just set up perfectly. Looked like they had the read on exactly what was happening. Ping just blind push straight into the Fosh B, and even though they killed the BZ on the cap, they traded so badly for it by Addy not really suiciding, because he didn't really know what was happening until he was already dead. But trading a 430U for one BZ and then having worse positions was just not optimal.
Not optimal is one way to say it. Horrible would be another one to say it. But yeah, first of all, let's take a look at the post-battle results, and Yogurt on the verge of locking in their spot in Phase 2. The Inspire medium being top of the board here, 100 LeVay doing his best to bait not only the own team, but also the enemy team, and that one just that little bit harder. We can see Rahmedek not even a single shot of damage. Normally, you expect kind of those tanks, even if they're on the cap and they get bursted, they should be doing one shot of damage.
Maybe, but it can just simply be a case of him looking the wrong way and not really having enough time to turn and aim the shot. BZ gun handling does be a little bit troll. Interesting to note was the number of blind shots that Love had, because he had like 28 shots fired, 13 hits, 11 pens, so just constantly blind shooting throughout that entire match, just any bush that he could find. Ensk is going to be the next map up, and both these teams have had success on this map against the team that they both beat in Cashback.
I was about to say the team that shall not be named.
The team that shall not be named. But they both had success. How will they fare when they clash against each other? I'm not so sure. What I think is clear, though, is that the double mouse, or bringing any kind of mouse to Ensk, while it's like it has its purpose and it's very useful, if it just turns into a chaotic all-out brawl, the mouse just seems to be completely useless. We saw it so many times where the mouse would be the last tank left alive with full HP and just have no chance of winning.
Yeah, and that not only on Ensk, but also on Pilson, right? So Pilson obviously being the tiebreaker of this match, but whether we are going to go there is the question, because as it stands right now, Yogurt need one more. This singular round that they still need would confirm that Lotus and also the team they're playing against, Ping, are out. Obviously, they still have one more playday after this, but essentially there, Ping and Lotus would only be playing to kind of, out of spite, take points away from the teams that beat them throughout the regular season, and thus make their position worse for the Phase 2.
Yeah, and that's not really a fun match to be a part of. It's to just only be able to play to ruin other people's day.
Never mind, they're even playing against each other, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Do you think there's a possibility they both just default and they just don't show up to that match, given that it has absolutely no consequence on anyone else in the league?
Well, it would have consequences on themselves.
Aha.
So
I don't want to ruin the competitive integrity of the league.
Also, I don't want to ruin the content. I want content. If nothing else, I'm going to force them to come because I want the content. Dictatura. Anyway, Ping coming into this one, and we talked about the mouse as maybe not being the best kind of assets for late game scenarios, but that doesn't seem to worry them too much. 3 mouses being employed together with double 257, 1-1B, and E4.
Meanwhile, Minotaur on the side of Yogurt, which is a very curious pick to bring up. Obviously going to be wanting to go hold down somewhere, possibly on the field strike, I would guess, but because I don't really see anywhere else where you would really want to be taking that tank. It does look like he's going to be going over towards the field, but Yogurt are actually splitting quite a lot here, whereas Ping are mostly committing the whole team towards the 8 line. The Minotaur is crossing towards the 0 line. Okay, so he's going to sit, hold down there. How much effectiveness is he going to be able to find from that position?
That is going to be the question. I mean, the Minotauro having fallen a little bit out of fashion with the likes of the T57 just peaking and doing 1600 damage in, 3 seconds, whereas the Minotauro is like, oh, I peak, I give 1 shot. Okay, give me a little while to reload. But he does have a good hold down spot for himself, Rahmedik that is, and now there is a rotation over the rails coming through by Mindbreaker, who does get spotted. Doesn't really take any shots. Finally, Aquilka with the first one into him. but he's going to heal some of that back as we do see the strike coming in as well. It's going to hit after the healing part of the ability gets activated, so that is true damage coming in, as now there are the tanks of Ping pushing. However, they're pushing into a lot of firepower by Yogurt.
They are, and the double Fosh B will activate triple Fosh B, never mind, because they want to protect Ramadik in his Mino Tower, who is getting absolutely shafted, being shot from multiple different angles here. There is nothing that he can do about it. He is gonna fall, but how much can his team do to make up for that? The double mouse is getting themselves in the thick of the action, just constantly shooting and moving. The Fosh Bs are just running away as a pack, but Mindbreaker is going to get left behind there and he will fall. Next is going to be Love on the chopping block, and these mouse, they have a lot of HP and they are just bullying right now. This is their playground. Kvik is somehow in the middle of the open in his mouse in the meanwhile, and David has somehow managed to get behind the Mino Tower, I reckon, using it as a shield against the Prest who's driving straight towards him. I think this one is going very much in favor of Ping.
Yeah, indeed. Depressed might be able to pick up David. Never mind, that's not going to be the case. So the 1-2-1B, the Inspire Medium, is going to stay alive. This prompts Quick into, not aiming the main way of the shootout as the Fosh Bs do re-engage, and that is going to be a short-lived last hurrah for those French autoloaders, as now Liquor has been running out of steam himself, like still alive in that E4. They're not able to secure the kills, and now Quick, the remaining tank on the lineup of Yogurt. He is trying to kill that 1-2-1B. He does not succeed. He does actually succeed, but that's going to be all.
They were all full HP at the end there, the triple mouse.
Yeah.
So, yeah, just shooting and moving, healing as a group, and Yogurt not really having anything to answer for that. The Mino Tower didn't really end up achieving anything. I don't think he got deleted by the first wave of T57 clips, which was good. Like, the reaction, I like the idea from Yogurt. We have the Fosh Bs in a trap, wait for them to peak, and then we'll re-push in towards them. But in reality, Ping just rolled over them. Look at the triple mouse, all coming top damage. They had so much HP. Ramadik only ended up doing 1,000 damage, so really not even any value from bringing that Mino Tower, and he went down relatively easily as well.
Yeah, no, I think even an E3 there makes kind of more sense, or a Badger. Because, like, the Minotaur just goes down so quickly that the fact that it has a clip but not really matters, but not really, right?
No, I think even a 430U might be better, but it also depends what you want to do, because at least with the Mino Tower, let's say that Ping don't push into them, at least the Mino Tower can actually peek, hold down, and try and achieve something else, whereas most other tanks would struggle to do that. But it did not work. It's a bit of a gimmick.
All right. This means that we are going to get at least one more round out of this last match of the day, and that last round is very important, actually, for that possibly last round is very important for Ping mostly, because if Ping pick it up, then they have everything to play for tomorrow. If they don't, they're screwed.
It's important for Ping and Lotus, actually. They're carrying the hopes for both of them, because if they pick up this next round, that means that Yogurt are still within touching distance. They're still within reach. They can pull them back into the bottom two.
Yeah, and in the match against Yogurt on Tuesday, Mafia don't really have any freebies to give out, right? They need points of their own to make it further to the playoffs. Them already being secured for Stage 2, but here, of course, you have to keep in mind that the points don't get erased. They kind of stay. So any easy points, or you would assume easy points against teams like this that you can get right here, right now, if you don't get to play those teams again, then you want to secure all the points you can right now, so you have those as a safety buffer for, the rest of the season.
Yeah, and
all of that won't matter, though, if Yogurt win now.
Yeah, and it's so close between all of the top teams. W just have a little bit of breathing room to everyone else by about 3 points, but it's so close between everyone behind, and no one is going to be taking their foot off the gas to give up a cheap win for free here. But it's all on the line now. Ping, they need to win this game. Or they need to win this game at least, or their season is over.
They are damned to win this round, indeed. I think that is fair to say. However, the double mouse that we see coming out, it has not worked for quite some teams on Ensk, as they also bring triple T57, Jacek with the bad shot, alright, sneaky as he is, and Beton with the Forschby.
Yogurt bringing one mouse this time, triple T57 heavy, a 121B, 268, and an RHM. Okay, so RHM Metha is back again. We saw Lotus trying to play it earlier today. Didn't really accomplish much of anything when it was brought by them. We failed to see what the potential was of that tank. We got a shot in towards Akuka at the start, and a little bit of info from Kvik spotting the cross. I don't think did he actually use his plane at the start of the game? I don't think
he used his plane. He got quite a bit of info, and then the shot on towards Aquilka was the assistance damage that basically recharged his plane towards the 3-plane ability. All of this also means that Yogurt now know they can take the field, which is exactly what we see happen here. Kvik now using his plane, but does get the info tower in turn. Only sees one of the T-57s, I think. But yeah, now a few more of those are getting spotted as finally the info tower does get taken and used by Ping as well. So full information for them as well. But so far, so bad actually for Ping, because they keep taking shots here, there, and everywhere, and they're not really retaliating.
Yeah, if you want to go right now towards draw rules, technically Yogurt are winning because they've dealt more damage, and Ping haven't done a lick of damage. Licker in the 268, they're just trying to spot and hold this angle, but it's really not a good position for a 268 to be in with such poor gun arc, no armor. It's kind of hard for him to like actually use this part of the map in any way. He's only really going to be useful if his team wants to make a push and he can bait them.
And we have indeed seen the 268 on Ensk completely popping off, especially with the reload reduction that then comes in upon killing someone. But as it stands right now, we have a standoff. Not a Mexican, but this time a Polish-Ukrainian one, as there are tanks in the cap by either side, so nothing is progressing as of right now. Rachmedik maybe zoomed out, maybe seeing or hearing some of the stuff getting broken, so he's probably guessing where Aquilka is. Not that it really matters, as no one is close enough at this point in time to really be engaging. Shots end up getting traded by Rachmedik and Adi. This means that for now, Rachmedik gets pushed off of the cap as Adi pushes in once more, shots again being traded. But this means now that Aquilka can kind of start accumulating cap points.
Yeah, this is good pressure from Adi, just forcing Rachmedik to move off of the cap, which means he can't just block it permanently for the rest of the game. It means that Yogurt are going to have to be forced to reset it with strikes. Which I suppose is something. They've still got double strike available, so cap isn't going to be too much of a problem, but 15 seconds now. They do need to actually make sure that they hit them as the mouses actually very nicely group up towards each other, which means they can get double striked. Oh, they might miss with both.
They both drive out. Oh my god, that is terrible for the team of Yogurt.
That's a greed strike.
Yeah, it was greedy, and it ended up not paying off at all, as Aquilka does get spotted. If Rachmedik could get even a critical damage shot on towards Aquilka, that would be mighty fine for him, but now Adi once again peeking. They end up trading shots, so a little bit of reset coming in, but now the problems become apparent. This is still a 2v1, and Rachmedik is starting to feel it.
Yeah, the reason it's a greed strike is because when you place it just on the edge, they're both going to drive in opposite directions. So they end up not striking either of them rather than getting a guarantee on one. And Rachmedik is just taking a lot of punish right now. There needs to be some kind of reaction from Yogurt. And it is coming, but Ping, they look to be ready for this.
Ping look ready, but Yogurt just about stop, as they are starting to clip out in towards the tanks that Ping have in the middle of the map, but they're not really getting that much done with it. And in comes the repush from the team of Ping. The Polish Hussars coming in. Are they going to blow up Mindbreaker? It seems like it. A good strike, though, is going to connect on towards the triple T-57, but they have not run out of shells yet. David, still 3 of those. He's going to put 1, make that 2, and the third one as well in towards Depressed. Now Beton coming in as well with his Foshby fighting for survival in the All S. He's going to put Depressed in towards the grave. All of a sudden, Yogurt fighting with only 4, and keep in mind one of those is a light tank.
Yeah, the light tank not finding any value whatsoever in this game as Ping just roll over them completely as Yogurt gave up so much map control. The cap was constantly a problem, and as soon as they poked their head around the corner, they just immediately got deleted. Just 2 tanks left, and we are going to go to a tiebreaker. Ping will secure their own survivor, at least into the final play day, along with Lotus, where they'll play in that head-to-head matchup.
Yeah, and Love, I mean, a nice HE shell in towards the bat chat, but it's not going to change anything. Still 7 tanks alive by the side of Ping. A shell going wide on towards Lave, but a strike is probably going to find the mark. Barely, but it does, and Beton shuts it down 2-2. We are headed to tiebreaker, and probably not only Ping very happy right now, but also Lotus.
Certainly, they just they saved their own bacon, really. That's kind of what happened there. But I just have to question, what was the point in taking the light tank? He got absolutely, apart from early info, spotting the cross, which by the way you can achieve by playing a bat chat and doing the exact same kind of spotting run. What was the point in taking the light? They just gave up. They went to the 789 line. They sat there, and poor Kvik in his RHM, the only thing he padded this game was probably just distance traveled.
Distance traveled, and maybe also the first spots. Yeah, 7 of them. Not much more possible. And also, I like to see it, the 268 popping off, but it just wasn't enough. And here you can see not a single tank on the side of Ping dying. A clean victory. And now, like, it was looking so good for Yogurt. It's not anymore.
Yeah, that is a factual statement. It's definitely not looking good anymore. But like I said, you know, in worst possible case outcome, you still get 1 point for taking it to a tiebreaker. I don't know if what that actually does in as far as like going into the final playday does. I guess we'll sort all that out at the end of the stream. But it is going to be Pilson as the tiebreaker.
It is going to be Pilson yet again as a tiebreaker. A very technical map, but also one with, once again, a lot of options, as teams have shown us throughout the entirety of Phase 1 so far. Both teams would love to get the victory here, obviously. But it is very cool to see, at least from a, like, if we take a step back and look at all of this, it is very cool to see that not all things are going to be decided before the last day has played. I think that is always the kind of like worst case scenario. If you're like, well, whatever happens, it doesn't really matter. In fact, here, we already know it's going to matter. The question of this last round is still going to be interesting, though, as to who is going to put themselves in kind of the better positions for Tuesday.
Yeah, and then we can work out all the possible scenarios that will come from that. But like you said, it's great for the competitiveness of the league, because in both Season 1 and 2, I think we had 2 teams who were basically just locked down in the bottom, and we kind of knew it from the very beginning. I think we thought we knew it from the beginning of Phase 1 this time around, but things change, and it just goes to show just one win can really turn your season chances around.
Mm-hmm. And it's also like good to see sort of the progress that some teams make if they are able to stick around for quite some time. For example, Darkside, they are now like firmly in Phase 2, and they have good prospects as to what even making it to the finals if they keep the momentum that they have going. It's like no one would have expected for them to be this far up already. But here they are, just quietly, you know, accumulating points, taking 1 here, 2 there, and then 3 over there. And that is hopefully where Ping and Yogurt, maybe also Lotus in the future, will get to. But for now, and at hand, we have the decider of Pilson, where Ping had the fastest win, and they picked South.
What do we make of that? I don't know. Maybe they have a special strategy in mind for playing towards the south. Maybe they just have a preference. I don't know that there's really like that much of a significant advantage from playing either side of this map, to be honest. I think possibly the best thing you can get is like maybe it's easier to anchor the bottom of city from the south spawn, but I could just be talking out of my arse.
Well, let's see. Crazy that this round is going to decide so much of what we might see in the future, because before Ensk, it was kind of decided, right? Yogurt was going to go through, Ping and Lotus eliminated. Now, however, as it stands, like, Yogurt will have to play Mafia on Tuesday, which is far from guaranteed points. In fact, I would probably, at this point in time, predict 3-1 or 3-0 even for Mafia. And then the match between Ping and Lotus gets super interesting, because if either of those get a clean victory, then all of a sudden Yogurt is out. And it might not even be Ping profiting from themselves playing well right now if Lotus wins cleanly against Ping, which is also not out of the realm of possibility.
That would be quite funny if they essentially save both of their chances of staying in the league, and then they end up losing to the team that they just saved the chances of staying. But that is quite the commitment by Ping. I said T57 heavy is king, but 5? That seems like a lot.
Well, it is a lot. If we do quick calculations, that's 6,400 plus 1,600. It's 8k clip potential. If I calculated correctly, that's a lot of damage.
And they can all dump their clips in about 3 seconds.
Yeah, I mean 8k in 3 seconds. That would be, I think, the quickest amount of damage that we've seen so far in OLS. Well, let's see if it comes to pass, because on the other side, we do have another lineup that we haven't really talked about yet. It is kind of more standard. Yogurt coming in with 1 E100, a Centurion Action X, double 430U, double Fosh B, and an RHM.
Yeah, so Ping not playing with a light tank, which means immediately they're kind of pressured to go towards more of the cap side. Immediate commitment by the CS of Yashek in towards E1. Obviously, the RHM is going over towards the field as well. I'm going to start taking the strike there, not taking any chances with a triple cap rush, just immediately capturing that strike. Will Yashek use it to strike the strike? I don't think so, because the cap is on 27 seconds. It's not anywhere near close enough to be a complete guarantee of a steal. Ramadik now is moving closer in his E100, but he's going to be under a lot of pressure here. His team is still spread out a lot across the map. 13 seconds left. Strike does come in, and that does delay, but it's only going to put it down to about 20 seconds, so there's still going to be under on the clock here to get in close enough to get those reliable resets. 14 seconds left. Now, radar has been taken, so Yogurt, they know everything. The push is coming from Ping. They're starting to peek out with E100s, but they're finding as well that they're being met by a lot of guns.
Yeah, exactly. And Rahmedik in that E100 is probably reporting, yo guys, there's a T57. Yo guys, there's another 2 T57s. Yo guys, there's another T57 times 2. What the hell is actually happening here? However, the resets are coming in, and this means that Ping are now going to be prompted in towards this push. Rahmedik is probably about to blow up, but it seems like the T57s are getting diverted. That strike has a beautiful placement, if I may say so myself. It's going to connect on 4. Beton down towards a 1-shot, and so far they are not able to get the kill shots on towards the opposing tanks, which would be oh so important, because now those T57s are on reload. 2 of them getting eliminated without a single tank of Yogurt, so far falling humble now in the recharge of his HP, but it isn't really going to do a whole lot as finally he does get found. The T-57's once again making a break for it this time around. They do find kills, and LeVay is getting chased by Muku in the E50M as well. That one needs to be careful though, is on a one-shot himself, but taking a look at the HP, it's still close AF.
It is still extremely close here, and Liquor critically finds a kill just before he runs out of shells, and he's going to try and just slowly beep, 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 and back up around the corner. 3 versus 4 now, HP lead for the side of Yogurt. Kvik finds another kill on towards Miku, just 2 guns left for the side of Ping here, but there are one-shots. Depressed is low, and the RHM of Kvik is going to do the best he can to try and shield his teammates. They're trying to run away, outrun the T-57 Heavy of Addy, who only has 1 shell to give. He's going to get the kill. Oh, he doesn't even get the kill, and that is a sad way for it to end, but it is going to be Yogurt, ultimately, who come out on top.
Yogurt are going to win the match. It's going to be the ultimate content extension, though still nothing is decided moving forward. They give themselves a little bit of an advantage, but they can still be caught. That is the big takeaway here. And Ping, they tried it with the T-57s, but I think the singular buff of the E100 turret front decided this battle.
It might have played a factor, that's for sure. It's very, very tough to chew through now, even with 340 heat from T-57s. But I think, at least from the viewer's perspective and our point of view, this is probably the best possible outcome, to be honest. It's going to mean that all 3 teams in position 6, 7, and 8, Yogurt, Lotus, and Ping, will all have a chance to make it to Phase 2 going into the final Play-Doh.
Yeah, now Kvik stepping up for his team. He didn't have any impact on Ensk in the RHM, but here on Pilson, he manages to be top damage. And you can see with the E100, only 800 damage blocked, but on the other hand, like the T-57, some of them were not even shooting because they knew if they burned through those initial clips without getting a lot of damage, then it was all going to be useless. And the thing is, 1 or even 2 of them didn't get to do much more than that. You can see David 1100 or 1200, Aquilka 1900. So the T-57s collectively as a unit did not do what you want them to do if you pick them, which is deal 2 clips and then more.
Yeah, I think all 3 guys there at the bottom could have definitely, I mean, at least the Quilker or Baton definitely could have done a whole other clip, and that would have really changed the entire game, right, given how close it was at the end. And it's really close overall in the table as well, which means that I do not envy the viewers at home for trying to pick a prediction winner by purchasing the bundles.
Indeed, the OLS bundles are the ones that fuel the prize pool as well. So if you like what you've seen today, and you want to thank the players with that, then please consider purchasing the bundles. 100% of the proceedings is going towards the players of the OLS. Here you can see the split, 45% towards the first, so a little bit less than half of those 47,290 euros that are currently there, but it is going to increase until the end of the OLS. However, we are going to cut the prediction bundles, which are obviously the ones where you can get your 2D style, your badge, and then you can upgrade them if you predict correctly. Those are going to be cut before. So, yeah, of course, then the season winners will have a bonus prize as well, thanks to our sponsor, AMD, awesome sponsor. Together, we advance gaming. It's going to be 9 AMD Ryzen 7 9800X 3Ds. I've been told that is just about the fastest gaming chip on the market right now. So definitely a very good chip. Also, the fact that some of our casters asked me if we have a couple of those to spare that we can send over to them. Seems to speak to the fact that that chip is really very good. But yeah, here's the thing we have all waited for and talked about. Standings. Greeting from the top, probably with a smile on their faces, are Dabelyoo, standing 5-1 and a win streak of 3 currently, with a total of 15 points. Second is Hit with 12, but then it gets very close. Mafia and Cashback in 3 and 4 with 11 points each. Darkside not far behind with 10. But then we get to the gruesome, dark, bloody trenches of places 6, 7, and 8. 6 points for Yogurt, so they nominally have the best position right now.
Key, I think, unless my maths is completely wrong, the points, like the round difference for Lotus, even if they win 3-0 and Yogurt lose 3-0, it's actually going to go completely even, is it not?
At which point it probably matters how they played head-to-head, right?
Yeah, and
Lotus won that match.
Yeah, so that's really, really interesting. So even with round difference, and then we're going to head-to-head, and who knows where we go after that, if that's a possibility as well. I have no idea.
At some point, I just dance a coin flip, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not... Realistically, it won't happen. But yeah, I think it's fair to say that still Ping and Yogurt both have all chances in the world to make it. Yogurt on Tuesday need at least 2 rounds. If they secure 2 against Mafia, then they have a point. They're going to go on 7. And then even if Ping get 3 against Lotus, they are not going to catch up in round difference anymore, I think.
Yeah, getting 1 point in the next play day is the safest path to... Phase 2 for Yogurt, but of course with all the round differences and calculations that need to be made there, it's going to be interesting going into that final playday.
Talking about playdays, today is the 27th of April still, although it's for us 10 p.m. when this goes out, it's going to be 10 past 10 for a lot of you. But there is one more playday remaining. I think we outlined enough what's going to be at stake there. That one is going to be on the 29th of April, so tune in again. It's going to be at 18 CEST, that's 1600 Universal Time. And yeah, it's been quite the stream, but I think a lot of upsets and a lot of cool matches once again.
Yeah, it's been great. My first time back on the broadcast as well, just being dropped in mid-season during Phase 1. It's a lot of fun. Predictions are kind of in the bin, like at least as far as position 1 to 8 goes, who knows. And I think that's great because honestly, I have no idea where this season is going to end. We do have a front runner in W right now, but that could all change. We're going to go to some replays now, but we'll be back next time.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.